Good afternoon, people. Today is the second annual Create the Wave Fest. I'm about to actually pull up David in a second. Uh, Hope everybody's having a great afternoon thus far. Yesterday was amazing. Had an amazing turnout, and for the most part, I think everybody really enjoyed themselves. So I can't wait to get with today's segments and have some amazing times. Like I said, we're gonna pull up David in a second. You guys give me 1 second. I've been answering a lot of calls, just trying to basically get everybody situated. So we'll actually go ahead and start the actual festival. So let me go ahead and pull David up onto the screen. He's in the queue right now.
What up?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, good. You right?
I'm doing pretty good. I want to make sure you guys can hear David. You guys can hear me. Anybody in the actual comments right now, if you guys can't basically hear anything, make sure you guys chime in. Let us know just so we can go ahead and make those adjustments and get everything situated. But as far as on my end, can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear David clearly?
I can hear you, bro. You sound crystal clear.
All right, cool. So yeah, yesterday was an amazing turnout. So I'm praying today we have the actual same type of turnout, same type of energy. We're gonna go ahead and start and get into some of these questions. But before we actually get into those questions, for those who don't know, even though your name is at the bottom of the screen, could you go ahead and let the people know your name and where you're from?
Yeah, my name is David Pelham. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia. Currently residing in Nashville, Tennessee, music publishing capital of the world.
Amazing, amazing. And I'm definitely gonna have to get into get into that just because I feel like a lot of people when we talk about I guess you could say music capitals, a lot of people they tend to focus on Atlanta or LA or even New York, but a lot of people they tend to forget, Nashville is kind of like it's as big or even bigger.
Oh, it's
And
bigger. It's
yeah,
a hub. It's a
yeah.
hub.
A lot of people they don't look at it as that, because I guess mainly because when people I guess associate Nashville, they always I guess think of like country music, but yeah, it's major. It's really really major. When I was in
Yeah,
school for music, that was kind of like one of the hot spots a lot of people were trying to actually go to. You rarely hear people talk about, and we was in Atlanta, so
right.
people were trying to get out of Atlanta, like, hey, we trying to go to Nashville, or so
Right. I
it was
mean,
crazy.
it's insane that because create so let's just put it like this: the creators are in Atlanta, but the business is in Nashville. People walk
Mm.
around with briefcase and a guitar, guitar in
Seriously.
one hand, and briefcase in the other. So that's the difference between Nashville and Atlanta. Atlanta, you just have somebody show up to the studio, saying do a verse, rap, make a beat. Nashville, you got somebody that knows beginning to end. It just
Man.
they just did a good job in the 50s of cultivating the culture here. So like BMI has a headquarters here, ASCAP has a headquarters here, CSEC, they was found in Nashville. So that's the PRO.
Wow.
We'll get into that, but all the labels are in Nashville, and then they have Warner Nashville, Universal Nashville, um,
Man.
Sony Nashville, but you don't hear about Sony Atlanta, which is what is the number one genre listen to music right now? Hip hop. But you don't hear about Sony Atlanta. You don't hear about Warner Atlanta. You don't hear
Yeah.
about Universal Atlanta.
Yeah.
It's the wonder why they taking the power away from us.
Man. So yeah, we're gonna get into some questions because you're already blowing my mind right now, and I'm pretty sure people in the chat. So, first thing first, just to kind of start, I guess, a little bit about your career and kind of how you got to start. How did you initially develop your passion for music, and what events led you to kind of start in the field of music publishing?
Sure. Yeah. So I have a granddad that's pretty famous in my view, in my book. He played in he was a saxophone player, so he played on a lot of records with James Brown, Elton John, John Lennon, Aretha Franklin. So he played at a lot of records. Muscle shows horns. So he played a lot of that soulful sound. And one day, I think I was like 12, he showed me that his name was on the back of like a Jackson 5 cover. And I was like, he's like, so that's credits. You know, this is vinyl. I'm 12, so I was like, I don't know, 1990, I don't know, whatever. Yeah, and I'm like, that's pretty cool. His name is attached to something, you know. So that led me to like, he would show me more and more albums. Like, hey, this is my name. I play saxophone here, or I wrote something here. And I was just like, that's pretty cool that his name's attached to John Lennon's album, or Elton John, or Michael Jackson. That's pretty cool, you know. So I was like, I always wanted to figure out what associates with that. And then later, and I got older, I started caring more about, like, you know, how does that contribution happens? What does that contribution goes to? You know, like, so if his name's attached to it, then there's got to be something of royalties associated with that, or more. But that's how I got into it. And then later, I've done every job in the music industry. So music, you'll do every job before you figure out what you like. You're an artist, you know, right?
Yeah. Absolutely right about that.
There's certain things in the music industry you'll find out that you like and you won't like. So I did booking, I did play in the band, I produced, I've done management. And then one thing I found that nobody in the industry, especially in Atlanta, knew about was publishing. And it's amazing to me that people don't talk about it more and more. All you hear is people like James Brown would say, don't sell your masters, or Little Richard, don't sell. You hear that over and over. Don't sell your masters, but nobody ever talks about. Even Jimi Hendrix, nobody never talked about publishing, because it's something nobody really understands. I mean, it's really complicated, like shit. Like, let's be for real. Let's just be blunt. It's just complicated shit. But yeah, so then that led me to like, okay, I want to help people. I want to help creators. I want to help bands. I want to help, you know, it's intellectual property. So I want to help those people. So that's how I got into it. I was like, is something I can add value to.
Okay. All right. So just like how you was just saying, because a lot of people, you know, they don't really have that, they don't really understand as far as really what it is or what it entails. So in your opinion, what does music publishers do?
So basically they're like the offensive line. If you want to get into football terminology, they basically they protect your intellectual property, make sure they copyright it, administrate, and collect the money out there that's for you. They go find the money. So that's the major three things. Administration is the same word for all that, but it's collecting and protecting your copyrights. So they're like I said, the offensive line. That's their major job. And then they go out and make money for you if they're like a good publisher. So like if you got a good catalog, they'll go push it, they go get it on film and TV. They want to go make more money for you because they make more money on it as well.
Okay. All right. So for those who do not know, how would you explain the different type of music publishing deals?
So you have, this is pretty interesting question. So you have a first one is called a full publishing deal. When you basically if you're a jingle writer, you basically you work as a salary. You don't get any royalties on the back end. So if you make the new jingle for Hershey, you may get a bonus, but you don't get royalties. You just a full publishing deal. You just on salary. Then there's co-pub is when you sign. They give you an advance, like let's say $100,000 up front, and then they own 50% of your catalog. So their whole thing is they're giving you advance to be like, hey, don't go spend your time focusing on more music, but they're gonna push you to like get more work for them so they can, you know. I have mixed feelings about co-publishing deals because it depends how long the term is. Like if it's like a 1 year, 2 year, it depends on the contract. So if it's everybody's situation is different, but if you feel like it's going to benefit you in the long run, then cool, just sign a co-pub deal where somebody owns 50% of your work. You don't have to do your whole catalog. You can just do one song. What's his name? That DJ Mustard did that with the first song he did. He sold his song. He sold that publishing for that one song, and that's how he flipped his money and got a studio and did everything else. So you don't have to sell your whole catalog. You can just do one song or 2 songs, whatever that is. And then the next deal is admin deals. Admin deals is basically just collecting the money on the back end. Is you doing all the publishing work, admin work. Sometimes there's money, but there's rarely any money on admin deals. You're just making sure everything's legit.
Okay.
That's
All right.
Yeah, that's the admin deal.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about some of the stuff that you do with your company. What's kind of, in your opinion, what's your strategy when you're trying to like actually pursue an artist to whether it be sign with you or just work with you? Like, what's kind of some of the strategies and stuff that you normally kind of like do in order to make something like that happen?
I'm just making sure, like, so there's 2 artists that are working with me right now that are awesome. Worry Less and OG Stever. The biggest thing what I look for is that they stay working and like they put out consistent material. And how can I help them? Usually when I come in the picture, sometimes people don't have managers, and like so I'm actually a manager too. Like I'm not just a publisher. I'm gonna have I can help and add value because I want to make this work for the both of us. That's where I'm like, hey, let's do it. But publishing is, something that I'm really focused on and want to help. So one of the things I look for is, how is their who are their fan base? Who are they talking to? Who are they speaking to? That's a big portion of it. And then next is, who are they working with as far as producers? Because like if they're using producers that sample a lot, I'm like, oh my God, I still work with them, but it's like
It's gonna be hard to clear this stuff.
Yeah. I'm just like, can we figure out, can you sample yourself?
Yeah. Man. Okay. So look, let's talk a little bit about in your opinion, when do you think a musician should seek out a music publisher? Or do you think they should try to get one from the start, or what's your opinion on that?
Yeah, I mean, you should do that in the very beginning, honestly. So yeah, that's a good question. Which you should seek out a music publisher. You should be your own publisher first.
Okay.
You should be your own publisher first. But at the same time, you need somebody to help you get so what you want to do is this. Your catalog is intellectual property. So you take your catalog, you build, like, say you have end of the year, you have 100 songs, right? And 5 of them have over 1 million plays on Spotify. You take that, and then you go to somebody like Sony and be like, hey, I have this to show you. But you need somebody like me to be like, hey, collect all the data, analytics. You need somebody on the back end doing all that for you. Because basically you have a business plan at that point. You can go to somebody. It's like venture capitalists. So you just take that, be like, hey, this is the numbers I've got. I'm collecting 20,000 a year off my publishing, and I want to advance for 50,000. So I would like, you pitch, I would like in these terms. You can pitch that to them. So you want to have the upper hand if you want to. You want to have the data to show them, like, hey, I've already been collecting the data since day one to show somebody, But you do need help. Like it's a lot of tedious work. Administration, it's not fun. It's data entry, and so like you gotta have somebody on top of it because you got all this money just coming in from which ways, and you need somebody. It's like you need a lawyer and an accountant. That's why I have a team. I have people on my team. It's insane, man. So because you have all these streams of publishing, so you have PRO money, which is BMI, ASCAP, CSAC. Then you have Harry Fox, which is mechanical royalties. Then you have YouTube, which is sync royalties. So you have, and that's the 3. And then don't forget Genius. Genius is print royalties. So if you have a song that's on Genius, you should be getting print royalties. That's 4 streams of income.
Oh, and, man, that's something I honestly did not. I did not honestly know. I didn't know there's such thing called print royalties. So,
bro, if your lyrics, like, say if your lyrics is even on Instagram, when your lyrics pop up on the thing, like the words.
Yeah, on your story.
Yeah, those are print royalties. Or somebody, like, say if Trump retweeted your lyrics, right? Twitter should be paying you royalties for using your lyrics. Yeah, your lyrics is
Man,
intellectual property. Yeah,
that's crazy.
yeah, bro.
That is a hey man, you guys checking in. He definitely just blew my mind. I've seen thousands of posts of people posting people's songs or things of that nature. So you guys should be receiving print royalties when somebody's posting your lyrics to your song. Okay, make
Yes.
sure you guys know that print
You know,
royalties.
it gets deeper. So you want to? The crazy part is church hymnals. So church
What?
hymnals have 300 copyrights, right? Everybody's probably been to church once in time in their life. There's 300 copyrights in one book. For every page or whatever in that book, there's songwriters, and those are print royalties. That's where it starts in the church. It started in the church first, but now it's internet. So if you see lyrics reprinted anywhere, Instagram, would they be like Drake, da da da, nonstop, my TikTok never, whatever he says. If a caption and it has lyrics, the Instagram should be paying Drake or whoever wrote this song, you know. But yeah,
And normally, because I'm pretty sure a lot of the artists, right? They don't really, like I said, even myself, I didn't know that. So how would somebody? And this is just a sidebar question before I get into my
yeah.
next few questions and let you start. Um, how would somebody? All right, so in somebody in your position, right? Would you actually go out and make sure that these companies pay those print royalties? Because how
Hell
would
yeah, that's my job. I go
it?
find the money for you, so that way I keep you as a client, and you're happy, and then you go to the next person. Yeah, but that's how it works. Yeah. Anyways, I'm sorry.
Man, look, like I said, you just blew my mind. I'm gonna get into these next few
Go on
questions.
Genius. Anyway, so how Genius works is just like YouTube.
Yeah.
It says likes on the top. I'm trying to I guess camera. I gotta figure this camera thing out. So so it says likes, and then it has how many people viewed it, right?
Yeah.
And there's ads all on Genius. There's ads everywhere on Genius. Go find your favorite song on Genius. Look at all the ads, and then it says likes and how many times. But you know what the funny part is? The formula, they don't tell us the formula because it's so new. They don't tell you like it's likes times da, da, da. Like YouTube is like you gotta have this many subscribers and you gotta do this da, 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 da. But Genius is so like it's a lot of money in Genius right now. Lots of money.
Man,
Google lyrics, all that, man. Yeah.
man, this is this is crazy. This is really crazy. So let me get into this these next few questions. And before I even start to, because I see we got Plain Jane. I wasn't able to explain this a little bit earlier because I know you even called me. Some of these segments they may go over a little bit over as far as time, but it's totally fine. We still going to be able to get everybody in. Just like yesterday, we went over I think 30 minutes or something like that, but everybody still was able to get in. So basically, bear with us, please. This information that he's giving is really, really vital to a lot of artists. And I just like I said, he's teaching us so much right now. So you guys just bear with us. All right, so I'm gonna get into this next question because, like I said, you're blowing my mind, and I'm pretty sure you're gonna continue blowing my mind, and a lot of people in this chat as well. All right, so let's talk a little bit about PROs because a lot of people really don't understand what PROs are. So why is it important for an artist to be affiliated with a PRO before reaching out to a music publisher? Or do you think they should reach out before they have a PRO? Like, what's kind of your take on that?
All right. So PROs, I'm gonna be real and blunt. Their business model is out of date. They're a piece of shit. Let's be front and frank about it. So it's a lot of fucking money in the PROs, right? There's a lot. So ASCAP almost went out of business because they fuck around with money. It's like a mob, man. Like let's be honest. So in Spain, their PRO, they basically fucked around and like they was giving money to like people who didn't even have songs. They just had songs registered but weren't making money. Anyway, you can funnel a lot of money and do some mafia stuff with PROs. But anyway, so to your question. So BMI, ASCAP was first, and ASCAP wouldn't sign any more black writers in like the early 1900s. So then BMI formed here in Nashville. So Broadcast Music Incorporated. But to say which one is better, and they all do the same shit. Honestly, CSAC, they do the same. CSAC is a little better. I mean, maybe I don't. I mean, they all do the same. But so basically, what they do is, anytime you hear a song out in public, let's see, church, no, church. I'm on the church thing again. We'll get to that in a minute. But so anytime you hear your music out in grocery stores, clubs, bars, restaurants, they pay a fee to the PROs to use music. So let's use Logan's or Chipotle or Kroger or Publix. They all pay a fee to use music in the grocery store. They pay whatever X amount of dollars. I don't know what that number is, but they pay hotels, the malls. They pay BMI, ASCAP, da 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 da. Because the reason they pay BMI, ASCAP, and CSAT because one rider may be signed to BMI, and then the other rider may be signed to CSAT. You know, like if it's a Drake song who has like 10 writers, so who do they pay? They just have to pay all three. So, but I guess to answer your question, I mean, you should definitely sign up with PRO. BMI is free to sign up as a songwriter. ASCAP is, I believe, $50 to sign as a songwriter, and a publisher is a $50, so that's $100 total. Now to sign up with a BMI as a publisher is $150, I believe, and it's like $200 or $250 for like LLC, whatever. And CSAT, you have to be invited. And then there's other PROs. There's one called Imprex. That's the one that's going to make it, and that they're actually doing good stuff. They actually, you can see the transactions. It's not like behind the back magic waving bullshit that you don't. You know what I'm saying? Because you be like, BMI, where's my money? They just send you like $100,000. You don't know what, you know. They don't. It may give you a little data, but I mean, really, like you have to be on them. But I mean, like I said, like maybe I'm saying something that shouldn't be, but I'm just gonna let's just call it what it is, you know. And then you know what's crazy? All right, back to the church thing. There's a church PRO called CCLI, and they collect the music that's collected in churches.
Oh wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, yeah. Black churches don't pay shit. No, for real, because they think they just like, why would I? They don't understand. They don't get it. Like, I asked the preacher one time. He was like, "Son, I'll punch you in your mouth. Why would I pay for music in my church?" I was like, I just asked the question because I just thought it was, but anyways. But white churches, quarter is like over about 250,000 churches in America and across the nations pay a PRO to use music in their church. Called CCLI, yeah. And black churches are not hip to it because, I mean, I get it, but at the same time, it would help the black community if we could figure out who the writers were. Because the biggest thing with the black community is some of these songs are made up on the spot sometimes, but you know how it goes.
Yeah, I'm already hip. I'm gonna get into these last two questions, then I'm gonna give you a few minutes to kind of do like a short presentation, kind of talk a little bit about maybe give tips and advice to anyone who maybe wants to become a publisher or anyone who is interested in working with one. And I know your biggest thing is how metadata is money, so breaking that down and even the black royalties and the black box. And I know that's a lot of different things, but I'll chime in if you actually need to.
For sure.
So let's talk a little bit about Pelham Publishing. Like, what made you want to actually launch that?
Everybody was needing help, and then I was wanting to help people, but I was like, how do I help people? So the biggest thing I was like, well, I just started my own, and that's really how it came about. Because, like I said, for Atlanta to be #1 hip hop genre, in Nashville, we have over, I want to say, 120 something country music publishers, and in Atlanta, and so like the reason I moved to Nashville is because I couldn't get, I wanted to intern in publishing, and I couldn't do that in Atlanta. Nobody even knew what I was talking about. Sony just got an office there like early this year during the pandemic, like early this year, like in March. Anyways, what I'm trying to say is, but Little Baby just won, I think, 12 awards in the National Music Publishers Association, but nobody talks about it. It's like, it's just amazing that nobody, 3 hours away, that nobody in Atlanta talks about publishing, how big it is. Yeah, it's more money on the record side, the recording side. Yeah, I get that, but a little bit more. But at the same time, how big is your intellectual property, your copyrights? You can own something, So, but I wanted to like at least be home to like helping Black creators, you know, because I don't own your copyrights. I just help you administrate it, and like one day, like 20 years from now, if you want to sell it, then I can help facilitate that, make that deal for you. Because I'm connected with people, LA, New York, and across the globe, London. But yeah, I want to help people understand like it's like people you hear talk about startups a lot, right? But the same thing with intellectual property. It's the same thing with your copyrights. Is if you have a catalog of 100 songs and some of it's great, like you got 20 songs that are great, and you want to just show it to somebody and be like, "Here, this is what I've been collecting the last 5 years. I'm making $50,000 a year off my publishing. Now I want to advance for 75 or whatever that may be because I need more. I want better production. I want more producers. I want to be teaming with more songwriters. I want to be doing more. So
Yeah.
I'm showing you already. I have this. Now I want more. Then you can take it to a bank. You know, there's Black-owned banks out there. Take your calendar to a bank. Be like, hey, look, I'm doing this with these numbers, and you know, this is intellectual property is just crazy, man. Like I'm just sad that you know more Black creators, national for the win, yes. More Black creators haven't really been talking about, you know, intellectual property is really important. It's not even in the sense of, you know, it's copyrights, trademarks, all that, you know. But anyways, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna get into one of these last questions, and I'm gonna leave the floor to you. What are your thoughts? And I'm pretty sure you probably kind of answered some of this, but what are your thoughts on the rise and profile of music publishers as a whole, and beyond your own work? Which are some of the music publishers have you looked into for inspiration or guidance? So as far as kind of some of the stuff you do you have anybody who kind of inspire you as far as music? Actually, let me ask you this question like this: do you have anybody who inspire you as far as in a music publisher role, whether it be anybody of any ethnicity that's kind of like help you along the way? And the second question is, that's a part of that question, is how do if an artist try to want to basically work with you, what's kind of some of the things that you really want to look for, and how does that connection actually happen? Is it more organically, or is it something that you actually kind of like you actually try to push for within your company? So those two questions: inspiration and how can someone basically work with you?
Got you. As far as inspiration, I get on LinkedIn. Believe it or not, I get on LinkedIn a lot and just bug people. I'm like, yo, you're a VP, da 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 da. You should be not talking to me because I'm hip to the game. You know, like I'm not lower than you. I'm actually probably more in tune than you. You know, they just a
Wow.
VP because of they have the title. I'm always, which inspiration to me is the market trends, TikTok, Thriller. We just figured out what. Listen, we just figured out how TikTok paid publishers. We just figured that out like I think 2 months ago. Like
Yeah.
so the music publishing world, they're trying to figure out how Twitch is gonna pay. Jeff Bezos, they did the whole interview thing with Jeff Bezos was like, I didn't know we're not paying royalties to these people. So the inspiration comes from how would the old model was sue, like Napster, like let's sue these people. So I don't want to be that person like in the publishing world. I'm always like, so David Israelite is the CEO of National Music Publishers Association. He does a good job, but I think we should not sue every time a new technology or something comes up. We should just be like, hey, how do we collaborate? That's my inspiration comes from that. It's like being innovative with the new software, with keeping the people happy. And then if people want to work with me, it's just, man, just reach out. We can always figure something out. Like, you know, we'll figure it out. It's kind of more again. I mean, it's whatever. Like, if you reach out, I'm willing to help best I can. If I can't help, I have advisors on my team that who's been working in publishing over 20 some years. So maybe I have copyright people, I have sync people, you know, that's on my team that, you know, is so Pelham Publishing is not just me. I'm just the face, of course, and this is, you know, one day would hope to, you know, collaborate with Sony or Concord. Concord is a great music publisher, by the way. Concord Music Publishing. But yeah, I mean, it really just, if you want to reach out, you can find me on Instagram or you can email. Is I can then give you some guidance, you know. But yeah, I mean, it's just however you want to do it. I'm around. But yeah, but inspiration definitely comes from how can we be innovative and not sue everybody because they're, you know, like Genius was getting about to get sued, but I mean, but they figured out, hey, we got this money, we should pay people. It's because nobody knows. Music is just crazy, man. It's just we're figuring it out
Yeah,
as we go. Nobody knows the whole story in life, so like we're figuring
yeah,
it out as we go. So,
yeah, exactly. All right, so look, I'm gonna remove myself off of the screen, and I'm gonna allow you to be able to kind of talk to some of the audience.
mhm.
Only thing I want you to kind of just stick to, you know, if somebody wanted to become a music publisher, possibly with some of the routes that they could possibly take. Um, Talk about the importance of metadata and, like I said, royalties in the black box. So I'm gonna go ahead and remove myself.
Okay. Uh, Black box. Where does the money go? Nobody knows. Let's just be real. The black box thing, I don't. That's a good question. Like, where does that money go? Because it just sits there. Like, think about your favorite independent artist. I guess that you see on Instagram or Twitter. Probably got like or SoundCloud. Got like maybe millions or hundreds of thousands of plays here and there, and they never sign up to a publisher or PRO or whatever. After 2 years, that money just goes to whoever. But yeah, the black box is crazy. And supposedly you can get that money out. Maybe, you know, we should use that money in the pandemic to pay the music industry, honestly. I mean, I don't know why. It's trillions of dollars. Like, it's this money just allocating. Who's getting that money? Nobody knows, you know. But I don't even know who even in charge of the black box. That's how mafia shit is ran, you know. But to be a music publisher, you need to sign up with a PRO. It was BMI, ASCAP, CSAC. You had to be invited. Harry Fox. There's a you gotta pay $100, I believe, but there's a way you can do it for free if you want to be affiliated as well. So you gotta be signed up with PRO to collect your PRO money, then Harry Fox to collect your mechanicals. Harry Fox is going to run the back end for the MLC, the Mechanical License Collective. That's who's going to be doing the new collecting for the mechanical licensing. Yeah, that's still new to a lot of people. It starts the beginning of next year, 2021, January. The office is here in Nashville, by the way. So, but Harry Fox is going to run the back end. Yo, that's actually any thoughts about that? So, them guys, the hypnosis guys, they've been buying a lot of catalogs. Um, my thoughts about that, maybe he wanted the money. Like some people want the bag. You know, that's what the young kids say, right? I want the bag, the bag. But is it really about the bag or is it about equity? You know, like I don't know his situation. Maybe he needed money, but I doubt it because he's done a lot of records. But my thoughts is, I mean, he got a good deal maybe to him. It is what it is. Like people say they publish a catalog, I cringe because I'm like, oh, like you could have hold on to like when you're 60, but he's like 40 anyway. So I mean that makes sense. Um, I mean he should have maybe not sold it all of it, but then again, like does he? So I think he just showed his publisher share maybe, and was it his writer share too? That's a whole other thing too, because he could share 100%. If you say 100%, is it 100% of his publisher share? If it's 100% his writer share, maybe he doesn't care. Maybe he's got some shit in the bag that he's ready to put out. You know, so that's a good question. I've been watching them guys by the way. They're based in London. Um, yeah. So last thing I want to say, everybody that's black, get an ISNI. Um, I forgot how international number identifier standard identifier. I is INSI, I believe is no ISNI. ISNI, international standard number identifier. Yeah, everybody should get an ISNI. If you don't listen to anything else we said, get an ISNI. It follows you the rest of your life. Basically, it's a social security number for your creative works, and it's basically. I heard they probably about goes back to UMG. What? That's crazy if it does, because UMG just did a deal with Spotify. Did you see that? That shit's crazy in itself. Like, how do you deal with Spotify? You already funded. So the thing with Spotify, they're already getting money funneling because it's stocks. So it's stocks. That's all that money is going into stocks. Basically, yeah. I mean,
So, was you able to? I mean, did you also touch on the metadata, the importance of metadata?
oh, the music is metadata.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. But so I say this, and I be that metadata is money. Meaning, if you have your data to show somebody what you're collecting, how much you're getting, what are your streams coming from, your analytics, that's money on the table. So if you're doing 800,000 on Spotify or 1 million on Spotify, whatever that number is, if it's over, a certain threshold, you should be collecting that data for you. If you're collecting that, if the numbers are there, then that's money on the table for you. So metadata is money. Always, if you're doing numbers, metadata is money. Just know that data is your intellectual property. Data, intellectual property. That's shebang. So
Thank you so much for stopping by, David.
yeah,
Not only, like I said, did you definitely blew my mind, but just understanding the importance of publishing and how somebody can kind of, if they want to get that start into it, and even just I guess you can say breaking down the importance of metadata and the importance of making sure that person understands that at the end of the day, like if we're not literally taking, and I think it comes from a point of somebody trying to take this thing serious, because a lot of time from you have people who they get into music, and whether it be whatever reason they get into it, but then you start realizing there's money to be made, but there's so much money that's left on the table when it comes to music. And even as an artist myself, I'm still learning as well, so it's important to be able to kind of take some of the knowledge and stuff that you're saying and really make sure I apply it to not only my business, but be able to spread that knowledge to someone else as well. So thank you so much. If somebody wanted to, and I'm pretty sure you already said this via social media, but if somebody wanted to get in contact with you or reach out to you or just check up on some of the stuff you're doing, can you let the people know on your social media platforms and stuff like that?
Yeah, I'm on Instagram at David Pelham. The 2 eyes. The name. So just put the Instagram logo, and then and that's mainly what I'm on. But yeah, if you want to, you can DM me there, or if you want to email me, I'm at david.pelham@gmail.com. david.pelham@gmail.com. Yeah.
Thank you so much, David. You guys definitely reach out to him for some more information. We're going to go ahead and get into the next guest. We appreciate you stopping by.
Sure. Thanks, bro.
Yep. All right. So once again, like I had stated before, this is day 2 of the Cre8 Fest. Just to give you guys another heads up, just because I see that we have our next 2 guests actually to pop into the queue, just to kind of give you guys a brief heads up. Some of these times may go over a little bit, so you may end up starting 5 minutes late or 10 minutes late. However, we still will get to you. Please do not leave the queue. And we're going to actually keep everything rolling. So our next participant is actually an artist. She goes by the name of Plain Jane, but I'm gonna allow her to kind of introduce herself and kind of talk about some of the stuff we do before we actually get into her performance. So we can go ahead and bring Plain Jane into the actual queue.
Hello.
Hey, what's up? How you doing?
What's going on?
Everything good with you?
Yes, everything good with you. Thank you for having me.
Of course. This girl, she's an amazing talent. I'm not gonna hold you. I'm gonna just do a brief for those who don't know, even though your name is at the bottom. What's your name and where are you from?
I go by the name of Plain Jane. I'm from Lombard, North Carolina, born and raised, you know. So now I know if you in the building, drop a 1 in the chat.
All righty. So look, I'm gonna go ahead and remove myself, and we're gonna go ahead and get you go ahead and do your thing. All right.
All right.
All right. Here we go.
Jane Day fellas. I'm always talking to myself because I'm a real bitch. Sit down for a minute, let me show you how I kill shit. I'm hitting hard with the bars, y'all can feel this little mama booty booming. That shit moving on some ill shit. Pull my panties down, twerking in my robe shit. Bitches trying to make me mad, breaking up some old shit. Don't do no talking, niggas thinking that I told shit. What the fuck you mean? I'ma stand on now and no shit. 9 dime in this bitch, you know that. Pimpin' ain't easy, yeah, I got that shit from Kodak, and Jane got the juice, yeah, for sure that. I'ma hold it down 10 toes like a throwback, and I ain't letting up, riding in the Tesla. Tell them, hold on, wait a minute, I ain't finished blessing them. We go shopping when I'm finished, he gon' spend a check on them. Whoa, wait a minute, always looking fine as fuck. I'm hot, bitch, I'm hot, bitch, I'm hot. Hey, drop the 5 emojis in the chat. Tell them hold it down. I ain't finished getting dressed yet. Tagging me and post like, yeah, you know that Jane is up next. Bitch, my side so cold. You can call me Mrs. Iceberg. Everybody talking, man, you bitches get on my nerve. Goddamn, let me live. You can't chill up in my crib. I ain't with that beef and hating shit. I'm actually kinda chill. I beat a bitch and buy that hoe a meal. I'm as solid as they come. Real bitches know the deal. I ain't stepping out my lane. Got the juice, they call me Jane. Swear that I'm a simple girl. I just started out as plain. Go insane. Everybody scream my name. Hi, bitch. Bitch, I'm hi. Hey, y'all turn up. Hey, yeah. And why these bitches so mad at me? Is it because you see me living lavishly? And why these bitches so mad at me? Is it because you see me living savagely? Why these bitches so mad at me? Is it because you see me living lavishly? Or why these bitches so mad at me? Is it because you see me? That bitch I'm hot. Bitch I'm hot. Hey. Bitch I'm hot. How y'all rocking with Jane? Throw your fire emojis up in the chat. Throw them up. Okay. Now I know shit. If I tell him to get him, then he got him. I got a problem when bitches acting like they got problems. I ain't checking for no nigga unless the cash talking. Bitches all over my page looking like vultures. I ain't no snake shit, I'm up for the culture. I ain't got a beg for it, he just like to post me. I'm your woman crush Wednesday, look at my poster. And yeah, I keep a little 40 in my side holster. I'm a cool, calm, bad mommy on. I got my son in the backseat playing with my wallet. He like money, I like money too. Get it from his mama. Ain't no checking my little nigga. I don't mind catching charges. I done been in the cell just a few times. Remember sleeping on a little futon. I resided plenty times. Oh, I kept a dime. Don't need no hating ass bitch asking how I'm doing. I don't need no new friends. I keep my same crew. I like these shades on my face because they fairly new. And bitches trying to catch up, put on your running shoes. I'm only in for the win because I got shit to lose. Only got one car, but I want two. Just so I can start off doing stuff and keep the same crew around and they be turned too. I'm the realest in it. Like a nigga who can get me in my feelings with it. Ain't no folding under pressure, ain't no catching me slipping. I'm a Leo, baby, and I like my niggas persistent. Killing the game, you can call it monopoly. Grinding la mama, my son on the side of me. Snatching up souls, you can call it a robbery. That's thinking they stopping me. Beat it up. Man, I'ma need a sponsor, let me call Beats. Do it like Nike, so he can put a ring on it, cause I'm wifey. Jane. Hey. Okay, I see y'all rocking with me. All right. Oh. Plain Jane. y'all with no shit. Y'all already know what the fuck going on. Okay. Please stop the lies, his face, and smile on your face and be praying on your downfall. When you down bad, you drowning and dying. Who the fuck can you call on? That's not your man's. The plans to understand that the pressure's against the wall. Feel like you banned, I can't afford to fail. Commission is mandatory. Please stop the lies, his face, and smile on your face. They praying. Who the fuck can you call on? That's not your man's. The plans to understand that the pressure's against the wall. Feel like you banned, I can't afford to fail. Commission is mandatory. They praying on my downfall. When you down bad, who can you call? They on the sticks. They got them balls. We do that still talk. My nigga peel top. We busted shit down a steel wall. The queen is still tough. I'm just stepping my skills up. Looking cute like I live rough. Spitting fine the booth, call it lava. Welcome to the saga. Keep my lines up. Hold my lines up. Hold on. Time's up. Wind up. Grind up. Big black diamonds. Catch me so iced up. Like my price up. Like it's 87 plus a 911. Like a lucky 7. I'm the queen of life and it ain't no discretion. In the west and the east, I kick the heat to kill the streets. You best believe the bars on me was mine. Just keep my aura, read the whole physique, the queen is me. Basically, praying on your downfall. When you down bad, you drowning and dying. Who the fuck can you call on? That's not your man's. The plans to understand that the pressure's against the wall. Feel like you banned, I can't afford to fail. Commission is mandatory. Please stop the lies, these faces, smell in your face. Praying on your downfall. When you down bad, you drowning and dying. Who the fuck can you call on? That's not your man's. The plans to understand that the pressure's against the wall. Feel like you banned, I can't afford to fail. Commission is mandatory. I'm feeling like I got a point to prove. But why do that when I got shit to lose? Fuck around with a clown to waste your time and have your ass on the news. I'd rather not, I just keep it cute. You talking shit, I just keep it mute. The best revenge is success. You see it, man, no stress, I got the juice. It's like the lies, these snakes, and smile in your face and be praying on your downfall. My cell phone got a downtown. These haters can't get me out my zone. I'm kinda nice, a poor slight. I told them sleep, but not on me. The fucking queen, or God at least. I got the heat, put your trust in me. This like the lies, these fakes, the righteous. Think that I'm lying, said fuck it, stop trying. Told you to get the fuck out of my face. You hard-headed hoe, you can't stay in your place. With me, I can go for an hour. Wetting you up, I ain't taking no. Beating no bitches, my nigga, you coward. That taste in your mouth, yeah, that shit kinda sour. Yes, sir. Now I know I see y'all. James. Yeah, you get bit when you steady be fucking these bitches and constantly lying to me. You the type nigga that stand in the front of the church in the line, the eyes of a priest. You can't be trusting my nigga, my eyes see the lies of my shoppers, they feel the deceit. You can't be cuffing a nigga, a hoe is a hoe and a dog gon' get ate up with fleas. Yeah, you get bit when you steady be fucking these bitches and constantly lying to me. You the type nigga that stand in the front of the church in the line, the eyes of a priest. You can't be trusting my nigga, my eyes see the lies of my shoppers, they feel the deceit. You can't be cuffing a nigga, a hoe is a hoe and a dog gon' get ate up with fleas. I said that. Goddamn, he did that. Just hold on, this is real rap. Fuck a fake fraud, not a rap cap, not a dumb bitch with a fat cat or a big ass, but I'm all that. Could've did more, but I fell back. I ain't worried about a soul, bitch, I felt that. Yeah, I got played by a nigga, ain't never been shit. Just a hoe in the line and cheat. Ain't give a fuck about your family. You was taking my car and fucking her in my backseat. And the whole time I'm at home, why I carry your child, this is the thing that you giving to me. Should've known better than sit here and think you in love. I was seeing a snake in my dream. Yeah, you get bit when you steady be fucking these bitches. Ain't cuffing these niggas, ain't loving these niggas. Pillow talking with your bitches. Telling hoes I'm my business. I'm the one they love to talk about. Silly nigga love to run his mouth. Lady love him coming from the south. Full force, ain't no tapping out. Yeah, you get bit, you gon' get hit. Take it what's mine, girl, he ain't shit. Bitch, you get half, we'll see what you get. That nigga a hoe and don't never forget. He played me just like he played you. You wanna go cheat, I'ma cheat too. Try showing them how a real bitch move. He made a good point, I'ma make two. So you thought I was gonna let you slide with that shit, huh? Try me better next time. I'm coming back harder. Yeah, you get bit when you steady be fucking these bitches, they constantly lying to me. You the type nigga that stand in the front of the church in the line, the eyes of a priest. You can't be trusting my nigga, my eyes see the lies of my chakras, they feel the deceit. You can't be cuffing a nigga, a hoe is a hoe and a dog gon' get ate with flea. Yeah, you get bit when you steady be fucking these bitches and constantly lying to me. You the type nigga that stand in the front of the church in the line, the eyes of a priest. You can't be trusting my nigga, my eyes see the lies of my chakras, they feel the deceit. You can't be cuffing a nigga, a hoe is a hoe and a dog gon' get ate with fleas. I'ma make 2. Y'all turn up in this check. I thank y'all for watching me. That's all I have prepared for the day. I thank you, Kwani, for having me on here. Okay, back here.
Hey, man, look. First and foremost, like I said, this is the reason why I wanted to do something like this, because of course we was gonna bring enlightenment and information out to the world and be able to help artists and anybody that's really just need this help, but also entertainment. Like, this is how I really wanted to start this thing up. Like yesterday, we started off with an amazing bang, and you being the first artist definitely just lit this thing on fire. Everybody going crazy right now in these comments. Look, please, make sure you tell the people where they can follow you at, how they can check in on you, whether it be social media, your email. Go ahead and talk to them.
Yes. So y'all can follow me at Jane the Juice, JANDAJUICE at Jane the Juice on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. If you want to book me, you can email me at bookplainjane95@gmail.com. That's PLANEJANE. Bookplainjane95@gmail.com.
Thank you so much for stopping by and doing this thing. Amazing records, amazing vibes. Y'all, I mean, y'all definitely have to tap in with her. She's an amazing talent, another amazing artist. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Definitely needed that. All right, we're gonna get into the next person. I'm gonna go ahead and remove Jane. You guys definitely make sure y'all check in with her, okay? And once again, thank you again, Jane.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so we're gonna actually pull in Jennifer in a second. I wanted to, before we actually pull Jennifer in, like I said, make sure you guys tap in with these speakers, tap in with these other artists. The actual purpose of this festival was to get people to be able to link with each other, to be able to create something. So definitely try to tap in with these individuals. Definitely tap in with these speakers, because not only are they're actually doing great things in the world right now, but they're amazing individuals, each and every one of them. Somebody just, I guess they put down Jane's her Instagram URL. So you guys definitely make sure y'all tap in with them. So we're gonna go ahead and pull Jennifer on the actual screen, and then we're gonna get this started. Hey, how you doing, Jennifer?
I'm good, man. I have to go after Plain Jane. She freaking was awesome. I'm like, oh man, I don't know if I can live up to that. That was awesome.
Yeah, great job, Jane. Before we actually get into your questions, even though once again your name is at the bottom of the screen, could you let people know your name and where you're from?
Cool. I'm Jennifer Smith. I own my own music supervision company called Rat Dance Party. I'm actually located in LA, so I'm just really happy to be here and help anyone out and give some knowledge to help move things forward. So this is so exciting. So thank you.
Yes. Thank you for being a part of this. I know for a fact, it's like I said before I actually get into this these questions, what you do, and even the last one of our last guests that we actually had up here, I feel like a lot of artists don't really understand, kind of some of the basics, some of the stuff you guys do on a day-to-day basis, even some of the stuff that can really help them out as an artist. And you said something amazing when we was going through rehearsals. You was basically saying you felt like it was, I guess you really wanted to help people because you felt like so many people was getting taken advantage of. So
yeah,
I think having a specific person like that in your corner could definitely help you along the way, just because at the end of the day right now, a lot of people, they really don't have, understanding of whether it be sync licensing or music supervising. Like, these are things that they're like foreign languages to people.
Yeah.
So definitely having you guys to be a part of this to kind of break some of that stuff down and continue to move things forward is definitely helpful and beneficial. So I'm gonna go ahead and
I think education's so important, and this is everyone's career, and it's important to handle your own career. You see so many people get taken advantage of, and it breaks my heart. So, and I realized the reason for that is the lack of education out there. So I was like, what can I do to help people out so they don't get taken advantage of by whether it's a publisher, a label, a sync company, a business manager, even other people in the industry. So thank you again for letting me, continue on my mission to educate people.
Thank you. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and start these questions if that's okay
Let's
with
do
you.
this. Go
All
for
right,
it.
so one of my first questions, how did you initially develop your passion for music, and what events led you to start, I guess, in the field of music supervision? Now, before you actually answered that, you also kind of stated something to me over the rehearsal. You were saying like some of the questions, you want to make sure that you kind of clear some things up. So if anything I say, if I botch anything, definitely correct me. Feel free to correct me and put me on game as well, okay?
You got it. Helps the purpose of education, right?
Yes.
Actually, I am a lot older than I look. So when I was growing up, we didn't really have the internet in homes. It wasn't like a common thing. So one of my dad's friends he grew up with, who was his best friend, used to travel the world, and he used to bring me CDs from like around the world. Like one of my first like CDs he got me was like Madonna from Russia, right? So he would bring me all types of music, pop, rock, underground rap, and he would just bring and be like, Jennifer loves music, and he would just bring me stuff. Also, my dad was really big into music, so he was always talking about music and playing records for me and just playing different types of music. So I kind of grew up with it. I'm not a singer. I've never played a musical instrument. I was more of a dancer. So music spoke to me on that side more, and I was also a big theater nerd. So I just grew up in music and everything. I didn't know about music supervision when I first started. When I went to school, it wasn't really a thing unless you went to film school or UCLA or USC or any of those types of programs. So I didn't really know about this career. I thought I wanted to work in casting. I interned. I highly recommend people take internships because that is the way to see if you actually like something. I was an intern in casting. Turned out I didn't really like it. It wasn't really my passion, but I learned a lot. Had no idea what I wanted to do. I saw an ad on Craigslist. Yeah, that's how old I am. An ad on Craigslist about this thing for like, oh, we work with productions, with music, with the studios. And like, I'm like, I don't know what this is, but I'm smart and I freaking love music. So I convinced them to hire me. There were kids from UCLA and USC that were interviewing. I was like, yeah, I'm really smart and I know a lot about music and I want to learn. So I was given this amazing first job where I was just kind of thrown into the fire and working with productions and producers of content, so of TV, took me under their wing and like kind of exposed me. Some of the other people that worked in music took me under their wing and kind of like let me sit on a meetings and phone calls. I stayed late, I read old licenses, I asked questions, I listened on phone calls. I really kind of absorbed everything because I was like, this is awesome, I don't know what it is. And then everyone's like, oh, you have a really good ear. And then I got the attention of a little teeny tiny indie at the time called Cobalt Music that no one really knew in the States what it was. And they were building out their LA US team for pitching for Sync Creative and also business side, because back then you did everything. It was like such a tiny department, like 10 people in the entire office, like in this like little hinky dank place on Sunset. It was quite an experience. So I learned a lot there, and I realized it was the other part of my job, but I missed working with content. So I missed working with producers and writers and networks. And American Idol called me when they went back to the ABC, when they went to the ABC platform. And I joined that team, which was an amazing team. And I was there for their first season on ABC. Word on the street got back. I was back on the content side. So I started getting calls from old EPs I worked with, old people I worked with from when I was like 21 type of thing. And I just was like, you can't do a huge show like Idol and other projects. So I started my own company. I decided not to go back for season 2 because I wanted to not just work on one type of show. I really wanted to work with teams and stories that I liked. And I have a huge interest board, so it's not just one type of thing. And different types of music as well, since I'm a huge music nerd. I love learning new things. yeah, so that's just kind of where I've been. I've been on my own for maybe a little over 2 years, and I have done over hundreds of hours of TV. I've done films that have been, there's a big film that'll be coming out this year on the streaming platforms. They haven't announced it yet. That was pretty amazing. Bunch of my films went in the festival circuit and did really, really well. Now they're like on Amazon and Apple and stuff. So I've just been kind of building my own platform, not platform, I guess, contact base and stories and songwriters and different things I want to work with. So it's just been me hustling my butt off. And also I started an education branch with my company because working with songwriters and artists and managers, I realized a lack of education. So, and I also realized talking to different people like, oh, I got taken advantage of in the past. And I was like, how did that happen? And I realized it was a lack of education. They didn't know what they were looking at or what they were saying. So I was like, well, being back on content, I can still give back to musicians that I care about and artists, especially the indie world. There's so much content online. There's so many different companies out there. Like, yeah, I can help you. I can do this, but give me 50% of your publishing. I'm like, whoa, 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 people, don't be signing away your rights,
Yeah, definitely. All right, so you actually answered a few of my questions, but
sorry, I just talk. This is what I do. If anyone has questions in the chat, put them up there. I am watching the chat, so.
Yeah, please, if you guys have any questions for her, definitely put them in the chat, and it's totally fine. It's totally fine. So let's kind of talk about, I guess, for those who don't know, in your opinion, how would you explain, I guess, the different types of music licensing?
Yeah, so a music supervisor, what I do, there are some music supervising companies that also represent catalogs. My company does not. I don't pitch music to music supervisors or networks. Music supervisor, we kind of work with, whether it's the network, the producer, the director, the writers, whoever our people are, to kind of figure out the sonic vision of the project. And sometimes directors already have that idea and it's your job to kind of hone in. Our job is not picking music. It's got a lot of stuff. You have to make sure everything's cleared, it's in budget. If there's a big on-camera stuff, really working with the choreographer, the rehearsals, doing the pre-records, the day of shooting, post-production. There's a lot of things. So I like to say I left the music industry when I left Cobalt and I went back to the film and TV industry. So a music supervisor technically is not in the music industry. We are in the film and TV content industry who works closely with the music industry. Okay. So a lot of people have this misconception that like, oh, hey, Jen, can you like represent my catalog and pitch? And I'm like, I don't pitch music anymore. I left that years ago type of thing. But I do work with, some of my projects we use, a lot of indie artists. So, I mean, especially with going on with COVID and stuff, for some of my projects, we have little things that pop up here and there. I really try to focus more on indie artists to give them some sort of revenue stream versus going to a major if I can help it type of thing. At the end of the day, we serve the creative. It's not my decision. I've worked on projects where I think this song is great. It fits the budget. It fits the creative, what we've talked about. We've been working for months. And then the director's kid comes in singing the new's Katy Perry signal. And all of a sudden, the new's Katy Perry signal is in there. So when you watch things, there's so many different things. We are the gatekeepers, not the decision makers. So when you watch something and you're like, oh, this music sucks, it was not the music supervisor. There's so much political stuff that goes with it. So just keep that in mind. We work with labels and publishers and third-party sync agents about that. As an independent artist, it's really important to have your business buttoned up. As I mentioned before, this is your career, not your hobby. And for someone like me, I'm working with content like this, right? I have to make split decisions. I'm with an editor. I have to show a cut. I have to ship it to the network. Have your stuff registered on like ASCAP or BMI. Know your rights. Do you own the song 100%? If you bought a sample off, what are those things like Slice, whatever those sample things are, it doesn't mean you actually own the sample. So you have to really look to see what are the rights I have for this to pitch, because film and TV is so different. You need to know, do you own the song 100%? If, the two of us wrote a song together, most likely we own it 50-50. That's not you 100%. If you went in and were like, oh, I can't pay my producer right now, you probably don't own the master, the recording, because the producer owns it because you didn't pay them. So it's just like knowing where your business is and make sure we can track you down. And if you get like a sync request, like if I was like, hey, Plain Jane, I really love that song you just did, you know, and she waits maybe 48 hours to get back to me, she could have lost that placement, you know. So know like where your co-writers are. Also, if your friend is signed to Sony ATV, that's not, you don't own it. Like I have to go to Sony ATV to get approval for part of it, you know. So know who your co-writers are repped with, you know. If they are with a third party sync company, it's just knowing your business. Like where do I go to get your product, right? That's just kind of something to know. And also if you're working with companies, read the contract. What does that mean? Everyone gets excited. Oh, there's a sync company. They're going to get me in these film and TV placements. I'm going to be on like Insecure or Euphoria or whatever. And you're like, no, they took away 50% of your publishing per the contract. They took away 50% of your sync revenue. So if it was $1,000 sync, they get 500 off the top. And then you have to split that with whatever, you know? So like, just know what you're looking at. I know it's exciting when people reach out to you. I know it's exciting when someone believes in your music, but like take a breath. This is your career. You know, you don't want to be stuck in a contract where, you know, for your entire career, you're paying 50% to some sync company you did when you were just first starting out. Like that's a lot of money on the table. And that's a lot of creativity that could get pushed away. Does that make sense? Does anyone have questions about that?
That definitely makes sense. Yeah. Anybody have any questions? Make sure you put them in the actual chat.
Yeah, put them in the chat. Put them in the chat, you know?
Definitely put the questions down here. You touched on something, and once again, I had spoke to David about this as well.
Yeah.
And it goes hand in hand with what you do as well. So you talked about how important it was for artists to be affiliated with the PRO. Could you kind of elaborate a little bit on that? Why is it important?
So registering with a performing rights organization, a PRO, ASCAP, BMI, CSAC, there are tons of them. It's a way to, one, prove your registration, and two, to collect any back-end royalties. So if your song is streaming on YouTube, Spotify, or if it's put in like a film and TV placement, there's money that's left on the table that those organizations collect. It's not something that your lawyer can collect or your publisher, or you know, it's a performing rights collection, and it's really important that you're registered there. Also on there, people like me go on there. That's the first place I look to see, where is this person? How can I get a hold of them? You know, make sure your contact information is correct, like your email, your phone number, like keep that up to date. Your website, there's some sort of contact information. Just like, where can I find you? Like, you know, it's a, I think David probably talked about metadata. When you send music, you make sure that you have your name, your contact information in the metadata. Don't send streaming links to a music supervisor. Don't send MP3s or waves attached. Like, make sure it's a non-expiring link. And then in the music, when I add it to my library, there's the metadata. I can't tell you how many times like someone just like sent me something, I added it to my library. I'm so busy, I can't respond to every email. It's nothing personal unless you have like, you know, like there was like a project where I needed mariachi music. So if you didn't have mariachi music at that point, I just put you in a folder. But then, you know, 8 months later, I was looking for a spot and I typed in something and someone's metadata had like those keywords in there with their contact. I was like, what is this song in my library? I listened to it. I was like, this is great. And some independent artist, I like called them and I was like, hey, you sent me this song like 6 months ago. Is this still correct? And then they're like, yeah. And they got a sync placement in a film. So, you know, it's like, you just never know where things come because, you know, when you're in your bubble, I get it. Like, you know, you want to hear back. Also, it's not my job to give you creative notes. Like, what do you think of the song? What do you like? That's not my job. That's like a publisher, your manager, your best friend. Like, that's not my job, you know, type of thing. Taxi and music, Ray. I don't know Music X-Ray. I'm going to be completely honest. Taxi is a legit company. I don't. When you do those companies, look at the contracts. I'm not a music creator, so I don't know what those contracts look like, but like really look into it and see what those contracts are. I have used Taxi for some stuff because like Taxi vets their companies. CD Baby's a good company to vet people just to make sure that I'm not going to get like sued, because I work really hard to get my relationships. And if there's a music problem, even though if it's outside my control, like hip hop, figure out your splits for the love of God, because like just have your shit buttoned up. I don't know if I'm supposed to cuss or not. Sorry.
You're
I
good.
love the Sailor Mouth. Yeah. You know, like just have your shit buttoned up, man. Like you know, because if something goes down and it's music related, I'm the one that goes down. And I may not. I have worked probably, like, there was one director, it took me a year for them to hire me, but I built that relationship over a year. I'm not going to let someone take that relationship down just because they didn't get their shit figured out. And also because when you're pitching music, there's a trust issue, that there's a trust factor that goes with it. Like the vetted companies I use, like I know they're not going to screw me over. I know they did their homework. They made sure there's no uncleared samples. They got their contracts figured out, that I'm okay. So if something does go down, like, you know, it's like a real big thing where I'm not going to get blamed, versus someone who's like, yeah, I totally own it 100%. I'm like, really? There's a co-writer on here. And they're like, oh yeah, that's my friend. And I was like, yeah, so I need to talk to your friend too. You know, so it's just like, know your stuff. I don't know, like I said, I don't know Music X-Ray. Maybe I don't know if they're new or something, but just look at the different companies and see, you know, where your stuff fits, and look at the companies where they're getting syncs. If you're a hip hop artist, don't go to a sync company that mostly gets, you know, rock placements, right? Just do your homework on different things. It's just like, do your homework on TV shows. TuneFind is a free resource. You can go on there, tunefind.com, and you could be like, okay, Euphoria last season used these types of music, or Insecure, or just any show that's aired. There's usually a sonic line, usually, unless, you know, each season maybe it's like 80s, 90s, whatever. But you can kind of get an idea of the types of music that they're using and the type of sounds. You know, like for example, you know, on some of my shows, like, you know, like Selling Sunset, we use like pop. We use like pop, you know, hip hop, right? We used pop music. Did we use any country music? No. Did we use any, you know, super trap music? No. So just kind of look to see kind of what types of sonic sounds are in there. And you can kind of also get an idea of what either the producer likes, the music supervisor, like that sound is. Just do your homework on everything. Like, you know, it also looks very professional to us.
Definitely. Once again, a few of my questions have already been answered.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. So we actually have, and I think I spoke to you
Yeah.
about this as well, as far as like you doing a short presentation towards the end where you basically give some tips and advice to anyone who maybe wants to become kind of doing some of the things you do, or anyone who's interested in working with a music supervisor. Talk about the importance of, I guess, copyrights, or even if you have any affiliates to any music libraries, because I think that's what Music X-Ray is. I think it's kind of similar to like a music library or something like that. I'm not 100% sure. So before we get into
yeah, I mean, I guess, sorry, I just cut you off. I'll
oh
just
no,
like,
you good.
yeah. So for music libraries, like I said, kind of look to see what the deals are. Like, you know, APM's a good library, Audio Network's a good library. Trying to think of some of the other ones I use. 5 Alarm. You know, these are bigger companies, you know, type of thing. And a lot of what's great about those companies, like I always say, if you're a musical artist and you have like these tracks or beats sitting on your hard drive and they're really good, say like for an ad or something, or for like a certain type of TV show, but it doesn't really fit your artist project, you know, maybe reach out to those A&Rs at a library and see if you can just get them in there, because it's passive money that comes in, and it's like better to have it somewhere than just sit in your hard drive. I don't know, that's what I say, type of thing. For your artist project, you know, make music that's authentic to your sound, like Plain Jane, right? Like her sound is, you know, the hip hop, the female empower, like she's great, but she's not going to be trying to write a song that's like not her artist project. So if you're an artist, like, yes, sync is a great revenue stream, but it's not, it's the new radio, but it's not. Like, you can't just rely on one revenue source for your artist project. And also your socials are so important. Make sure that your socials are going, like, I have a new TV show that's in super pre-production, right? One of the artists I found off Instagram. Like, I just typed in some key hashtags, and all of a sudden there was like these really awesome like indie artists from the UK that are the sonic sound I'm looking for, that just like popped up. And I was like, oh, who's this? And I just started building a relationship with them. And then they're like, hey, this is my record label. I'm like, great. So you can just, you know, if you put your stuff out there, there's different types of ways that people can attract you. Like, before TikTok got too TikTok-y, I found some artists that way on TikTok. Like, I don't know if that's a real word, TikTok-y. You know, I mean, there's so many different revenue streams to really expose your audience, type of thing. And also, like, I'm a huge music nerd, so I look like who's the producer, who's the co-writer, and then I'll go track them down and be like, who else did they work with? I like their sound. Who else did they work with? So, that's also part of my thing. If you want to get on the music supervision side, go intern at a music publisher, a record label, a big music supervisor company, because there's a lot of stuff you're going to learn through experience. It's not just, like I said, picking songs, because you have to know all the business that goes with it. You also have to understand how a production works. Are we in script phase, pre-production, production, post? What does that mean? So it's just doing your homework about what all of that is. And with how things are constantly changing, you have to be up to date with what's going on in the world. A great resource is the Guild of Music Supervisors. So you can just go to like guildofmusicsupervisors.com. They have great free panels that are online virtual for education. They have great education stuff available. I'm also very involved in that organization, but it's a great place that you can become like a friend of the Guild of Music Supervisors. We're really working on making sure that other, diversity inclusion is talked about, whether it's music or in production. So it's also a great way to kind of start building relationships with people, because it's a marathon, not a sprint. Let's be honest.
Definitely. I'm gonna remove myself off the screen. I really want you to, if you can you talk a little bit about your company and maybe how, if somebody wanted to reach out to you, and how they can actually get in contact with you, and also could you also talk a little bit about I guess the different type of agreements that you may offer on specific clients, and could you also talk a little bit about since there's been like a lot of progress in the terms of including more women within the fabric of film music, which is wonderful to see. So what's your thoughts on that as well? So I guess women in your actual field, a little bit about your company and how someone can actually be affiliated with your company, and maybe the different type of agreements your company offer clients.
Okay. Wow, that's like a really big picture of me. Oh wow. So you can tell I'm behind the camera person, not in front. Anyway, so my company, Rat Dance Party, I work with content creators. So whether it's a film, TV, I work a lot in new media too, including podcasts, which is an emerging media. I think it's important to be up to date on emerging media. So I get hired by producers, networks, directors, writers, music departments of various studios to work on specific projects, not problems. Well, they do have problems. And that includes also live content, which is its own beast, like something like Idol or The Voice or World of Dance type of projects. So I don't actually represent artists and catalogs. I work on the content field. So my contracts are like obviously based with my producers and my contacts. Oh, thanks, Jasmine. You're so sweet. With that, I think if you're like an artist or a writer and you get like a sync request, you would see like the show, where the song's being used. Is it like the background of a bar for 3 minutes? You're going to see the terms of like what is needed for the content. Just to clear up something, when a music supervisor sends you a request, I'm not taking your intellectual copyright. I'm just asking for permission to use the song into the project's intellectual copyright. So when you see the word perpetuity, that means the song can exist within the program in that way for perpetuity, meaning forever, as long as it's up there. Like Netflix streaming services require perpetuity because they can't change out the music in 5 years, type of thing. So it's not someone's trying to take your intellectual property. I think there's a misconception about that in the industry. I'm asking for permission to use your song in the project, whether it's like in a bar scene or an opening thing. There's usually like, a little rough of that. And also we, say, okay, we're going to pay you for something. And budgets in film and TV and podcasts, they run the gamut. Podcasts are a lot lower because it's just an audio platform. Oh, that's so sweet. Yeah, a great company. They just run in different platforms and everything. So it's you just need to understand what those are. And budgets run all over the place. Like I have a show that might be, I can only pay you $500 for the placement, but that doesn't mean I think anything little of you. And it's not like someone's getting $1,000 or $2,000 ahead of you. It's just each episode has its unique budget and its own yeah, its own budget, its own needs. There's, you know, everything runs the gamut. There isn't like a rate card, I would say, for something, because everything's unique and different. So it's just to be able, can you work with the project? Because a lot of season one projects were on a limited budget, and COVID has hit productions like insanely. You know, I had some shows that they let go of their music department. I got laid off for some shows because COVID costs so much to make things safe for shooting that they have to, you know, kind of think it out. So like for me on some of my shows that, you know, I didn't get laid off, you know, the music department didn't get laid off, was I had to repivot my entire budget. So maybe something pre-COVID I could pay, you know, $5,000, maybe I'm paying 25. So it's like understand to have flexibility. And with most music supervisors, we don't like being like, hey, I have a low budget. Like we don't think of that of people. It's just it is what it is. Like, you know, don't think we're trying to lowball you. That's just not what we do. That's not our job. We have to use every single penny, otherwise our budget gets cut. So, you know, don't be like, oh, well, I want $5,000. And I'm like, yo, like, for me, I'm very honest. This is my budget. This is all I can do. If you're not willing to do it, that's fine. I'll move on. Like, I'm not going to hold out to find more money for you. Like, that's not a thing. That's really not a thing. So what's great about music supervision is it's a very heavy female type of the industry, like, which is fantastic. Working, however, for music supervisors. So music supervisors are not composers. Some of us do composing as well, but I'm not. You know, you don't have to be a composer to be a music supervisor. Female composers are unrepresented, and they're not given the same chances, just like female directors, producers, you know, a lot of that stuff in the industry. If you have a question, just drop it in the box type of thing. Yeah, and also when you get a sync request, just read it through. And if you have questions, just ask. There's no stupid questions. Like, I'd rather someone email me immediately and say, it's my first sync request. Can you call me and walk me through it? I have no problem doing that. I'll gladly get on the phone and walk it through with you, because I want to make sure you understand what you're signing type thing. And if you have questions, just ask. It's okay. It's totally okay. Language changes. Studios require different languages in their licenses. Oh, this is one thing that has popped up. Make sure you have a W-9 so you can get paid on stuff. I feel like that's just like a simple thing, but it's been popping up. People are like, I don't understand. I'm like, I need to pay you. Like, how can I pay you? Oh, thank you, John. So if you want to get a hold of me, my email is contact@ratdanceparty.com. When you're reaching out to music supervisors, we all like things different. I mentioned before, I don't send me MP3s or waves attached, or a SoundCloud link or a Spotify link. Send a non-expiring downloadable link that has all the information, the metadata. If it's one stops, you actually own it, both sides 100%. If I wrote a song, I sung a song, I own it 100%, you know, type of thing. So just make sure you have your business buttoned up. Like, don't just be sending me random things. I will say this, I love the 80s. I love that modern music now is being inspired by 80s. So like 80s rock. I got enough synth music to last me a long time. But like 80s rock, new wave punk, like if you are a modern artist that kind of has those little bit of vibes or like that ode, just like send me some of your stuff. I'm a big rock girl. Most of my projects I deal with are either rock era or modern era inspired. I do some hip hop. It just depends. Each project's unique and different. I'm picking up a lot of Latin projects. If you have Latin music, fantastic. Yeah, I don't know if there's any more questions, or I don't know. I can talk forever, so you got to cut me off.
Other than your actual email, how could someone actually follow up on you via social media?
Oh, so my Instagram, I'm a big Instagram user. I'm not really a Twitter user. It's not really my thing. It's at rat_dance_party_soup. So like rat dance party soup. Like, if you type in rat dance party, I'm pretty sure I'm the only one that pops up. Let's be honest.
Yeah. 100%
So I do
sure.
I do check my DMs. Like I said, I have connected with some indie artists that way. I've gotten a hold of people that way. So it's been kind of fun. But yeah, COVID's definitely affected everyone. So please be patient. Like, nothing's shooting.
One brilliant thing that you said, and I really hope everyone in the chat is paid attention to this. make sure you research the actual music supervisor before you actually start sending links out, you know, because like how you were just saying, a lot of times you guys may be working on a specific project at time. You know, you was probably working on something that was similar to their sound probably like a few years ago or something like that. And then now you're working on something that's specifically like really, really different. If you don't research that person, you really don't know kind of what they're currently doing in that time frame. So you don't want to just start randomly sending them things because, you know, you feel like,
yeah, and I think it's just read Deadline and Variety to see what things are being greenlit to kind of get an idea. I am not very good about posting what I work on. I'm working on it, but I just get stuck into my own little land.
okay.
So, you know,
Definitely.
I just said some of the things I like that I tend to work with, and also like that story before about that indie artist that got a sync placement in a film that's coming out, that will be coming out streaming either this year or next year. They haven't announced it yet, so I can't say where. But it is called Deadly Illusions. It is on IMDb, but it's done. So like, and also understanding what the different stuff is. Like, you know, if I'm doing a project that's like for example, Fabulous Miss Maisel, right? They don't use any indie modern music. It's all, you know, of that era, you know, type of thing. So, you know, just look to see what the show's about, type of thing. Also, I did mention I'm looking for some Latin music. So if there's some Latin artists or people that speak Spanish, that is great too. So, just kind of like see, like I said, and it's like building a relationship. Like, you know, there's some indie artists that I have built a relationship with that I trust. They have their business buttoned up that, you know, I just email and say, hey, do you have anything in this sound? Or if you send me a sampler of 5 songs and I'm like, hey, I really like this. Do you have anything like this? So you just, you know, just send your 5 best example of your work. So sounds like you're encouraged. Okay, so let me real quick, exclusive versus non-exclusive, right? So here's the thing. Look at your business, what the contract is. For me as a music supervisor, I know there's pros and cons for both. But if you are non-exclusive with 5 different companies, I don't know how to track you down. I had a song that I was trying to license and 5 different sync companies said they had the rights 100%. I replaced the song because I didn't know who had it. So know where your stuff is. Like, don't have the same song in like 6 different companies. That doesn't help me. It doesn't help you either, because that's not your business being buttoned up. Also, know where your stuff is. I can't tell you how many times people have no idea where their stuff is. I'm like, how do you not know where your music is? That's weird. Just like, and also just know where you sent your music. Just put up an Excel spreadsheet and say, this date I sent Jennifer at Rat Dance Party these 5 songs. This date I did this. If you work with a sync pitching company, you know, have them do, you know, have them send your report. Where did they send your music? Are they actually working for you? Because if you contacted me on, you know, Instagram and I'm licensing something, but I have to go to the sync company to get the license and they're saying they pitched it to me, you can say, actually, no. And then you could say, you know, ask them quarterly, send me a sync pitch report. A sync pitch report says what song, when they sent it, and it'll give you an idea. Film, TV show, ad. So you can kind of see, is this person actually working with your best interest, or are they just not working for you enough? Because you still have to work hard. They're just an extension of your team. Exclusive contracts, you know, if you're doing an exclusive, like I said, look at them. Obviously, a publisher is, you sign with a publisher label, it is an exclusive contract, FYI. Like a third party sync company will only represent that one song for like 3 years, right? And then once those 3 years are up, they're no longer pitching it. You know, look at the contract. Maybe they have a retainer for a year, you know, for stuff to come in. Obviously, places like, you know, Cobalt, like that's all exclusive, and you want to be exclusive because those places have names that, you know, if I see something pop up, of course I'm going to click because they have the best music, they have their best stuff buttoned up, the best teams. So of course it'd be exclusive there.
So you guys make sure you guys tap in with Jennifer. Please reach out to her. She just gave you guys her her actual email, and also she gave you guys her actual Instagram handle. If you want to as well, Jennifer, once you get out the chat, you can definitely post. You can type your actual email in the actual chat if you can, or in a possible private chat, and I can actually post it in the
okay, yeah.
section, so people can be able to have it.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say this real quick. If I don't respond, it's not that I'm being rude. Everyone's dealing with their own stuff during COVID. So just like anyone else, we all
Is you okay? Can you guys still hear me, or did Jennifer just can't get canceled out? Can you guys still hear and see me, or oh, you guys can still see me? Okay. All right. So my apologies. Jennifer may just got a call, or her actual Wi-Fi or something may just got disconnected. So make sure you
got it.
got. I think she's trying to come back in. Make sure you guys definitely reach out to her if you have any information regarding
mental health.
Yeah, she's trying to ask you. I'm gonna go ahead and remove Jennifer, and we're gonna go ahead and pull Baba Soul up here. All right, hold on. Hey, how you doing?
What's that in?
Everything
Can you
good?
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you guys hear him? Can you guys hear him?
How's the camera? Because this is the first time I ever used a laptop camera.
It looks good. It looks good on my end. It looks pretty good. One thing I'm gonna say, thank you for bearing with us. I see Conrad Clifton just came in. Just to give you guys a heads up, yeah, we may go over time a little bit, but we still will get you guys in the queue in the order that you guys have. So just bear with us. If you happen to have to step away, go ahead and do that. If you have to log out or something, go ahead and do that. Just make sure you try to get back in, because once we finish up with the with this participant, we're going to jump straight into yours. So definitely make sure you guys try to just stay around. We're going to actually get you in here. All right, so before we actually get into these questions, just like I said with everyone else, for those who don't know you, could you actually? All right, I think Jennifer just came back. Let me pull Jennifer in for a second. I think she want to. I'm gonna keep you there as well. Jennifer,
sorry, I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, something was going on. It's totally. I'm actually going on with him. So if you want to, definitely make sure you guys tap in and check back in with Jennifer. Apologize for the delay. It's totally fine. She definitely dropped a lot of information. So thank you so much for stopping by, Jennifer. And thank you so much for just providing the information. It's very, 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 very beneficial, and it can definitely help out a lot of us in this time frame. And like she said, if you guys do reach out to her, don't be discouraged if she don't reach out as soon as possible. Everybody is dealing with specific things different during COVID, but still make sure you guys check in. So thank you so much, Jennifer, for stopping
everyone. Bye.
And we'll be talking to you soon. Thank you. All right. So for those who don't know your name and know where you're from, could you tell that to the audience?
Baba Soul, straight from Atlanta. Well, let me say I'm from Decatur, because a lot of people may get that misconstrued.
Okay.
Decatur, Georgia.
All righty. Let me get these questions. How's everything been with you?
Hey, man, moving forward, taking responsibility and learning when to hold them, when to fold them. How about yourself?
Doing pretty good. I really wanted to create something like this, man, where we can provide information and just build with everyone. I know right now it's a crazy time frame. Everybody is trying to figure out how they're going to maneuver, how they're going to do the next thing. So definitely just try my best to remain level headed and do what I can do during this time frame. Take care of my family, things of that nature. So other than that, I'm still alive, still healthy, and I'm trying my best to do what I can do. Give me 1 second.
It's all good. Yeah, during these times, man, it's best that you just keep your head focused on what you need to do, because it's a time of uncertainty right now. So you got to be certain on what you got going on while all the chaos is going on. But through chaos becomes order, as they say. So you just got to find that balance, and that's what I'm doing. We all doing it, but it's definitely a great time to be alive.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'll say that.
Absolutely right about that, man. Alrighty, pull this up.
Yeah, I appreciate you even giving me the opportunity to, speak my piece, and everybody else as well, doing a great thing, man, creating a
Yes,
way.
yes, exactly. Man, it's really one of those things where, like I said, during this time frame, a lot of people are trying to figure out different things. You know, they're trying to figure out how they can actually fit specific things, and how
Yeah,
they can, whether it be work on their body, work on their mind, just trying their best to figure out specific things, man. So definitely appreciate you actually doing this with us. Right, here we go, right here. Um, a lot of people kind of just to kind of before we actually jump into it, could
yeah.
you kind of start a little bit about some of the stuff you besides I for those who don't know, he's also a music artist, but besides music, can we talk a little bit about I guess when you felt like you kind of reached this enlightened stage and you was like, all right, cool, I want to actually start pursuing this on a day-to-day basis.
Pursuing what exactly? What you mean?
So like look at it from a standpoint of, because I'm just somebody that's like I follow a lot of the stuff that you do. And even when, and I think I had told you this before, we had met each other a while back. I think this was probably like 2016, 2017 time frame.
Yeah.
And I remember I was going through some health problems. And I think I had just performed or something like that. I was at the Union Ave on Moreland in Atlanta, and you came out there too. And I think you had broke down to me like, hey, you actually have specific herbs and stuff that can actually help. I think it was like with acid reflux, and it was a lot of different things that you kind of
Yeah.
had your hand into. So what kind of, before we get into some of the thing that you actually grow, some of the stuff that you actually do, I feel like you're someone who's really really enlightened in who you are in your being. So
Mm.
was there ever a transition where you was just like, all right, okay, cool, this is kind of something I'm gonna try to pursue, as far as like this word I'm preaching, the way I walk, how I carry myself? Because I think as young black men, even myself, kind of coming up, there's a lot of different things I maybe was doing when I was young. When I got to a specific age, I looked at it as, all right, cool, now it's kind of time for me to, like something happened, some shift happened. For me, it was my daughter. Like whenever my daughter was born, a shift happened for me to wanting to do maneuver a little bit differently. So with you and the way that you do specific things, what was that shift for you when you
Yeah.
was like, all right, cool, I think I want to actually start doing things a little bit differently?
I'll be honest with you, man. I'm from I'm from the hood, so like I'm an only child, and I'm from the hood. So like being the only child, I was always into nature and like exploring and just being by myself. I was always cool with that. But as you grow up, you start to get more into the world and be influenced by things. So I really got into the streets and removed from that part of myself. But
Yeah.
the time where uh me and my cousin, we was like trapping really, really hard together, and he ended up getting locked up, and I had to be out there in the streets by myself, and you know, I ended up getting jammed up, and in that time, it gave me time to like sit down. Once I got out of jail, I had to be on house arrest, and
Mm,
that time and period, I was doing a lot of like just like being on the internet, reading and stuff like that. I came up on like learning about knowledge of self, basically back in like 2007. I just started just growing into that, learning, and by the time I got off of probation, you know, I was like in a state where I changed my diet. You know, I had started getting into natural healing modalities and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then more into it. And I started healing myself first, more so than anybody else, because I identified with my family. We got uh, diabetes and cancer and all those different type of things that run in the family. And I was like, yo, I need to break this chain, you know. So
Yeah.
and I was like, that's what I need to do. So in that, me healing myself, I found that others were not really willing to do that. And that is something that you got to have willpower for. And once I started walking that walk, it was a walk of solitude, you know. And
Mm-hmm.
you could be influenced by outsiders saying, "Oh man, you losing weight, or you weird, or you doing this and doing that." But at the end of the day, it's about what makes you feel good, and are you listening to your higher power? You know what I mean? I always had a sense of wanting to be healthier and stronger for my people. You know what I mean? So that's where it started. You know? Hopefully
Okay.
that answer your question.
No, yeah, you definitely did. Um, I'm gonna go off topic a little bit here, and I want to talk a little bit about. I want to jump straight into your nature walks. Um,
Word.
what was kind of the start of that? Like, what kind of made you wanted to do that? And also, could you also break down what normally happens doing like what actually a nature walk is for people who don't understand what it is?
Okay. So what initiated me doing the nature walks for people was that me being a medicine man and working with herbal medicine, my first stages of it being introduced into herbal medicine was through my grandmother. You know what I mean? On my father's side, she used to go out and gather herbs, and she used to grow on stuff like that. She grew her own food, everything. You know, she used to heal me with the medicine that she did. But when I started getting into it myself, I was just buying herbs. You know, like going to the store like Seven Under or going online and buying the herbs. And one day it just kind of hit me like, yo, I don't know what none of these herbs look like. I just know what it looked like in the jar, and I want to know what
Yeah.
this herb look like. So I started researching them and all of that. Then I realized that people go out and forage. And I was like, yo, my grandma used to do that. And that used to be real fun. And then I just said, you know what? I'm about to like strictly start learning the herbs in my environment. So it took me about a good maybe 1 or 2 years, about a year and a half, maybe 2 years before I got comfortable to the point where I was like, I could share this with other people without me being like, oh, messing up all the time or whatever. So I really took the time to just go out in nature and study, you know, the different environments here in Georgia. You know, we got like the Piedmont region, which is kind of like Stone Mountain and Arabia Mountain, like the rock areas and stuff like that. Then we got like the swamp type areas. And then we got like the forest, and then we got like the field, the sunny areas and stuff like that. And then there's different seasons that, you know, present different herbs and plants and things like that. So once I got into that, I said, okay, instead of me like really selling medicine, because I'm the type of person like I can sell medicine. I did sell medicine. I do sell medicine, but I'm not like a wholesale kind of person. I don't really like put out a lot of bulk products because I
Yeah.
got a lot going on in my life. So I came up with let me say one of my mentors in entrepreneurialism always taught me that you're either self-employed or, self-employed. You know what I mean? So
Mm.
self-employed means that whatever you do, you know what I'm saying, you got to be there for it. So it's like, I understand that. So the product is me being health employed. I mean, not health employed, where I could sell the products and keep it pushing, but health employed being that I do the walks with people to teach them the knowledge that they can take with them forever. You know what I mean? So like I'm kind of like using both sides of the entrepreneurial plane, and so me doing the walks helps people take care of their families and themselves in any situation without money. You know what I mean? You're gonna pay me a small fee of like $50. You know what I'm saying, for a whole 2 hour walk, right? And this is gonna be an extensive walk because you're gonna identify maybe over 30 different plants. You know what I mean? You're gonna
Yeah.
learn about all the different properties. You're gonna learn about what parts to use. You know what I'm saying? You're also gonna learn about poisonous plants. You know what I mean? I also
Mhm.
teach about trees and fungus too. You know what I mean? So it's
Yeah.
different levels to it. But it's very educational, interactive. I do quizzes, you know what I mean? Sometimes I have paperwork for people, you know, to write down things. You know, it's real fun. And half the time, people don't even realize that 2.5 hours already passed by. They like, dang, that I felt like I was nowhere in no time. It was like that's what it is when you're wrapped up in nature. You know, nature doesn't have a clock. You know, nature is just more so being present. You know, so that's what the walk also is. It's a meditational walk because we also do breathing techniques. We meditate. You know, I teach people how to become one with nature more so than just through nature and all of plants and trees and stuff. They are alive. You know, they breathe with us. They move. You just can't see it because you're not on a certain frequency. Can you see me still? Because something had happened.
Yeah, I see you now. It came back.
Okay, bet.
So let's talk a little bit about. I was looking at, I think, one of your past interviews. Um, I'm not sure what the interview was for, but I remember you was talking about something that actually happened on a nature walk, and I wanted to ask your basically ask, does something like that normally happen? I believe you were saying you had took a gentleman out on a nature walk, and I think you were saying he didn't know who his father was or something like that, and I
Uh,
think you said you became like a surrogate father for him, like he became a child doing this nature walk. Could you
yeah.
explain to individuals what that actually mean, and kind of like what was it more so that like the breathing techniques allowing a person to kind of revert back to them, and you're physically seeing this person as a child, right? And is that kind of like something that was actually being seen, or was it more so like the idea, I guess you can say, like the thought of this person was almost like childlike, and I was like the father, or was it actually like physically? It was almost like a transformation of him turning back into a child, and you somehow becoming a surrogate father. Like, what was that process like?
Hold on one second.
All right, thank y'all again for tuning in.
My bad.
You all good?
So to give you some background on that story, I do. I work with all types of medicine. So some of the medicine that I work with is hallucinogens such as psilocybin through mushrooms, you know, um, DMT and other forms of different medicines, high paid, things like that. So with in this instance, this brother asked me to give him a journey, um, guide him on a journey through mushroom medicine. And his intention was to, you know, speak with his father in that. So with the mushroom medicine, I'm not sure if you ever taken mushrooms before, but with the mushrooms, they can alter your mindset and tap into your subconscious, and meaning that anything that may have been swept under the rug in life that you weren't able to necessarily compute right away, and you just try to get back to living, you know, all of that stuff comes back from here, the hippocampus area, to the prefrontal lobe in the brain, right? And it presents itself as you purging, right? So what he was dealing with was, he was dealing with the fact that his father was not in his life. I believe that he had mentioned to me that his father had passed away when he was like 3 or 4 years old. So you got to imagine this, which is what a lot of people, not only men, but women also are dealing with, the fact that they are missing their fathers in their lives, And when people grow up without their fathers or mothers, they grow up wanting to find that in others. And that's just subconsciously. They can't help it because in our actuality, we're not reptiles, you know what I'm saying? So like when we're born, we need to be cared for, and we need to be nurtured and given guidance and all of those things, right? That's how a reptile lives. They just had their children, they on their way, they already got it, they good. But a human child has to be raised, and they had to be raised with a balance in mind. So this person was looking for that. So in the journey of the mushrooms, me being who I am as a divine masculine and in the shamanic state, I'm in authority and he's in a state of being a child, because what the mushroom does is it brings you back to a childlike state, because everything's beautiful when you're a child, everything's wonderful, everything's new, everything's like fresh. And that's how you feel when you're on mushrooms. The world looks like you've never seen it before. You're a child again. You're a child of the Most High. I tell people, you know what I mean? You become more in a godlike state. You start to see things for what it really is. The illusions of what this world is gets removed. All the things that you thought you were get removed. You start to see who you really are. And I tell people that's the medicine. Anytime you take mushrooms for the first time, you get presented with who you really are. And if you hate who you are, you're gonna see that you hate yourself. If you've been missing your father, you're gonna realize that you are your father, and your father always been with you. You know what I mean? Because your father is in your genes. You know what I'm saying? You start to realize a lot of different things. You start to realize people been hating on you in life. You start to that you've been doing the wrong things, you've been treating people wrong, and you have past life regressions. You might go back 3, 4 lives and realize why you like the way you are right now in this life. So me being his surrogate father, I had to realize, I had to see that, okay, I didn't necessarily see him as a child right away, right? I seen him as a grown man, but then the way he spoke to me, I realized that like mentally he was a child again. He would ask me stuff like, I gotta go pee. I gotta go pee. Can you help me? And I'm like, you just gotta go behind the tree. He was like, but I don't want nobody to see me, stuff like that. This is a grown ass man though.
Whoa.
And once you realize that this person never really had their father in their life, you had to take that role, right? In order to usher them through that psychological state, because some people do not make it through that, right? So that the medicine is there to present the situation, but the lessons and the guidance has to be given to help move somebody through it, because it's presented and it's a loop in somebody's mind, right? It's a loop. They're constantly dealing with the fact that they don't have a father. They grew up with this, and they just, every relationship they're in, every person they interact with, every job they go to, every piece of authority they interact with, it's a loop. So it's my duty to identify that in that person, and to be that surrogate father, and to help guide them, to give them what they needed in that state when they was a child, so that when he come out of that state and grows back up mentally, he feels like he got what he needed. And that's what happened when when the whole journey was over. Like literally, I was like with bro, he was crying, you know what I'm saying? I had to hold him, you know what I mean? And when he came out of it, he thanked me. He realized that he was good. And bro been excelling in life ever since then. You know, he got a child now. He's a father now. Like, can you see the transmutation that happened? You know what I mean? So mushrooms, you know, it's a whole nother thing. And there's so many other different medicines that are a lot more intense than mushrooms. You know what I'm saying? Like even ayahuasca. That's on a whole nother level. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna actually. So this is what I'm gonna do, right? I'm gonna remove myself off the screen. I want you to kind of talk a little bit about some of the medicines that you've either created yourself or that you've maybe assisted others in creating. And I also want you to kind of talk about some of the things that you've grown, some of the food that that you basically grown, some of the herbs you basically grown, and even some of the stuff that maybe in people's backyards that probably have healing capabilities that they don't even physically know that's there. So I'm gonna go ahead and remove myself off the screen, kind of touch a little bit on those things right quick.
Okay. So I mainly specialize in detoxing the body from parasites because I feel like that's a real spiritual and physical war going on inside of our people. And a lot of people don't want to speak up on it. A lot of people don't even want to deal with it. You know, a lot of people don't want to see parasites come out of them. You know what I mean? A lot of people don't even want to think about parasites being inside of them. But in all actuality, we have parasites in us, and parasites control our emotions. Basically, they control our brain. You know what I mean, and make us do different things. And necessarily, we are actually hosts. So when you think about vampires and all of that, and poltergeists and entities taking over people, demons, them parasites, you know what I mean? And when you get rid of your physical parasites, you also relieving the spiritual parasites. So I specialize in that. And then another type of medicine that I specialize in is enhancing the cognitive functioning in the brain because I really think that it's very vital that you have a optimal functioning brain is your supercomputers, your central processing units. You know what I mean? Your heart's your battery, but your brain is the computer. So when you have your computer working efficiently, you can think with clarity, you can think logically, you know what I mean? You can put your emotions aside, as well as you can manifest a better life for yourself. You know, everybody knows, I hope, about your pineal gland or what they call the third eye. So if you have the capacity to focus on a thought over an elongated period of time, that's the same as seeing something through. That's the same as building something. That's the same as painting a picture. You know, it's all about seeing something at the end of the road, right? So where I'm at with it is that I want to help people be able to focus, focus and see what is real in life, not all the distractions and things like that. I want you to be able to focus on a thought for 20 minutes straight. Be able to hold your meditation for a whole hour. You know what I mean? I hope y'all can still see me, but to be able to tripping. To be able to, I apologize, y'all. It might be my connection. Wi-Fi going crazy right now. But to be able to bring something from nothing to something is something that I specialize in, and I want other people to be able to do that. So Those are the main medicines I make, but I also make stuff for digestive issues. Let's say you got acid reflux or indigestion or even stomach ulcers and stuff like that, or you just want to be able to assimilate the nutrients more into your body. Also, I got products for relaxation. I got smoking blends, you know, all natural herbs and things like that. I got stuff for boosting your libido. If you're having trouble having a sex drive, this goes for men and women. You know, men, they may go through impotency. You know, I can help you with that. But the thing is that aside from the medicine, I also give coaching, you know what I'm saying, consultations, because let's say you impotent, it's because you're taking in too much sugar, you're drinking too much alcohol. The medicine ain't gonna help you because you're not really putting in the right things in your body. So it's like you just putting trash and gold together and they don't look good. You just need to have the gold in there. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So, you know, I make those kind of products. I believe that you add the next question was what am I growing? So right now we got the Scout and Grow program over here on Candler Road in Eastwick Village Townhomes. It's about an acre and a half of land. We're growing okra, we're growing kale, we're growing corn. Well, actually, I just pulled up the corn because we're changing over the crops right now. We're growing collard greens, beans, potatoes, carrots, pumpkins, squash, zucchinis, so much spinach, arugula, tomatoes, callaloo, peppers. We got holy basil. We got sage. We got like 3 different types of basils. We got leaf of life. We got eggplants. We got strawberries. We got sunflowers. We got zinnias. We got cantaloupes, cucumbers. We got mullein. We got lemon balm, lemongrass, broadleaf thyme. We got hishawu. We got wormwood. We got mugwort. We got, man, there's so much stuff, man. And then, you know, when it comes down to the things that may be growing in your backyard right now that you could use, I can use. Let me just give y'all 4 different plants right now. So there's a plant called the wild violet. Get your notes out, type this down. You know what I'm saying? I want you to type this up or write this down. Write these down and go look them up and see if you can find them in your front yard, your backyard, or in your vicinity. There's a plant called the wild violet. This plant here is good. It's a edible plant. You can eat it from the aerial part of the plants. That means that that's the part that's above the ground. You know what I mean? And then you can eat the roots as well. This plant is very good for cleaning out your lymphatic system as well as adding nutrients to your meals. You can eat it raw or cooked. Your lymphatic system is what regulates the toxins being distributed out of your body. But guess what? Your lymphatic system does not control itself. So you gotta stimulate it. And this is one of the herbs that stimulates the lymphatic system to cleanse itself. And you can also do things like standing on your head or jogging and jumping for about 30 minutes up and down to stimulate the lymphatic system. Then you got, let's see, let me think about another cool one. We got the plantain leaf. I think that you all should know about the plantain leaf as well. You have 2 different types of plantain leaf. You got the broadleaf plantain, and then you got the narrow leaf plantain, right? So both of these plants are the same, but they just look different. One is skinny and one is, you know, a lot bigger. Basically, one looks like this and one looks like this, basically. Anyways, plantain leaf, phenomenal plant for wound healing. Anytime you scrape your knee get bit by bugs, spiders, anything like that. You can take this plant, the above ground parts of it, chew it up, and put it on the wound. It's a natural antiseptic in tandem with the natural antiseptic properties of your saliva. Also, you can make this plant a tea. And what that does is it's good for getting rid of mucus and helping ridding the body of viruses. Yes, it's great for viruses. The next plant, let me see. Let me think. Let me think. We at number 3 right now. I got you. Wood sorrel. Wood sorrel is growing everywhere. Everybody get it confused with clovers, but it's not clovers. You know what I'm saying? So matter of fact, we're gonna make clovers the 4th one too. So anyways, the 3rd one is sorrel, right? So sorrel is those little heart-shaped leaves that look like clovers. You know, it look like the shamrock that the leprechaun holds, right? Those shamrock-looking leaves right there is called wood sorrel. Wood sorrel is full of vitamin C. You know what I mean? So when you bite this plant, you can eat it. You can eat the above ground parts, which is the aerial parts, and the roots. It's chock full of vitamin C. When I say you can taste the vitamin C, that citric acid, you taste it. It tastes like a lemon. You know what I mean? You can take this plant and make a tea out of it as well. The roots of this plant is good for getting rid of parasites, pinworms, roundworms, things like that. If your butt itch in the middle of the night, you got pinworms. You need to be detoxed. Dead serious. Next one we're gonna go to, like I said, it is clove. All right, cool. My apologies, y'all. Dog and my cat, they be fighting sometimes. Anyways, the clover, you got white clovers, red clovers. Clovers got vitamin A, E, and K in them, as well as they're good for cleaning out the lymphatic system too. You know what I mean? And you can eat them. And it's good for women when they're going through their menstrual cycles. You know what I'm saying? It's going to help with the hormones and the cramping, and maybe even how long it lasts. So those 4 points I'm gonna leave you with on that. I don't know if I answered every question, bro.
Oh
But
no, you did. You did. You answered everything.
okay.
How could someone reach out to you if they want to get some more information, or even if they want to talk a little bit about whether it be some of the plants that you just given us, maybe they want to talk a little bit about that, or if they want to even reach out to you regarding a nature walk, like what would be the best way for them to actually do that?
So of course, you can reach out to me on Instagram at baba.sol. You can go to my website if you want to purchase some of my medicine. It is Royal-ish. That's ROYALISHLLC.com. And you can look at all the medicine. You can also learn about my Scout and Grow program on there as well. If you want, you can go on Airbnb.com under the experiences tab, and you can find that I do Airbnb experience under the Atlanta Indigenous Plant Walk. I got like 15 5-star reviews, people from all over the world, Germany, Switzerland, Argentina, all kind of different places came walk with me and learn with me, and I also learned from them. If you want to schedule the walk through Airbnb, but I personally like to just cut out the middleman and just holler at me. So you can schedule a walk through the website as well, royalishllc.com. Or like I said, you can get at me on my Instagram and we could talk about it, because I do group rates as well if people want to bring like groups of 5 people or more.
Most def. You guys definitely make sure you guys tap in and check out some of the stuff he's doing. Is really, really beneficial, and it can really help your health. Especially someone like me who has a few health problems. I definitely need to tap in with you, bro. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for stopping by and providing this information. Like I said, it's very, very beneficial. You guys definitely make sure y'all tap in with them. Thank you again, bro.
Check out my music too, if y'all can. You feel me? Baba Soul on all streaming platforms, Aquarian King, the music and the medicine, it's all in tandem. It sounds good, feels good.
He does it all. All right, thanks again, bro. Yeah, you're good.
And the walk coming up real soon at the ATL camping trip. If y'all want to come and do a nature walk with me out in nature and see some music, you know what I mean? Y'all check that.
Definitely make sure you guys tap in with him. Thanks again, bro.
Appreciate you, G.
Yep. All right. So once again, like I said, we're like I guess a few probably 15 minutes over time. However, we will get through with everyone. I just really want to make sure everybody not only retain this information, because like I said, we're going to be entertained and have a great time. But we have a lot of these speakers that are stopping by, providing some great information. I don't really want to kind of stop them short. Cut them short. So you guys bear with us. We will be getting to everyone. Everyone, thank you for stopping by and checking in with us thus far. We had some amazing people. We're gonna go ahead and get into the next segment, which is actually our very first beat breakdown with Conrad Clifton, and then we're gonna bring in Jay Nolan, who got checked in at the bottom, and then we also have Wheezy the God. So we're gonna bring in them one by one. But we're gonna allow everybody else to we're gonna allow Conrad Clifton to actually come up here first. I'm about to pull Conrad in.
Check.
Hey, how you doing, bro?
Hey, I'm good, man. What's good? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you guys hear Conrad? Can I get a thumbs up or an emoji or anything like that? Can you guys hear him? I'm liking the dye and the your hair has gotten way longer.
Yeah, it's long as fuck now, right?
Oh man.
Yeah. When I saw you, when I met you and your brother, it was probably like this, right?
Yeah, it was a little shorter.
Probably like that.
Yeah.
It's been a minute. It's been
a while, bro.
It's good to see you, bro.
Good to see you too, man. I'm glad to see that you're doing a lot of great things, man. This man right here is a very, very great producer. And you also taught me a lot in my career. I want to go ahead and just give you kudos on that, give you your roses while you're here. Thank you so much for a lot of the inspiration that you've given me. And just you put me on a lot of game. You opened my eyes to a whole different world that I wasn't even, introduced to. So thank you so much for that. I'm gonna just ask you one question, then we're gonna jump straight into it to your actual beat breakdown section. I seen that you had shared your screen earlier, so if you still want to, you can go ahead and share your screen again. And actually, so we can go ahead and pull that up here. But the first question I do have for you, for those who don't know, even though your name is at the bottom, let people know your name and where you're from.
Okay, yeah. So I'm Conrad Clifton, and I'm based in Brooklyn right now. I've been here for about 10 years, and I actually moved up here from Atlanta. So I lived in Atlanta for 7 years, and quiet as kept, I might be popping back down there because it's crazy up here, man. So we'll see what happens with that. But yeah. So obviously I'm a producer, like you said, and I've been doing this for a very, very long time. I'm not going to jump into the interview too quick. I'm gonna let you run things, but yeah, I'm here in Brooklyn, and this is what I do. This is what I do for a living. This is my everyday. So that's
definitely. So I'm gonna just go ahead and remove myself. I'm gonna get you to share your screen. We're gonna go ahead and get straight into this beat breakdown, and towards the end of it. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and jump straight into it because we're a few minutes over time. But towards the end of it, I'm gonna ask you a few of those questions, maybe 2 or 3 before we actually end. But I'm gonna go ahead and let you do your thing.
All right, cool. So I'm gonna share the screen, and then I'm gonna check to make sure that the audio is working.
Alrighty.
On here. All right, cool. So yeah, let me just switch this over. Let's switch this over. Check. All right. Just want to make sure everybody can hear me. Give me a thumbs up if everybody can still hear me. I think I got a huge echo right now, so I'm gonna change Let me change this real quick. Oh wait, so you guys can still hear me. You can still hear me, right?
Yeah, we can still hear you.
All right. Let me try. All right, so I'm gonna turn that back on. Um, so I probably have like a major echo. I can't hear myself, but I'm gonna just try to play this. What I'm gonna do is play the song, and then we'll talk about it because I can't hear it. This is the way I'm having to do this um, through this StreamYard. So we'll go ahead and play this now.
According to the culture of all our people, the woman was regarded as spiritually greater than the man. When a king wanted to go out and make war against such and such a tribe, he didn't just assemble the warriors and lead them off into battle. No. He had to obtain the approval of the women folk of the tribe. And these women had the right to say no.
Thanks, Jeff.
In African tradition, a man was not allowed to crush and dominate the woman. Never.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna switch this back now so that I can hear myself and so that I can explain this track. All right. Let's take this off. Okay. Cool. Can everybody hear me still?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So let me just start from the beginning. I'll take this back. All right. Now, can
Sorry,
everybody hear me?
could you also tell the people the DAW you're using?
Yes. So this is Ableton. I'm using Ableton. I've been using Ableton for maybe 7 or 8 years. I've used a lot of different DAWs. I've used Pro Tools, I mean, a lot of different thoughts, like Cakewalk back in the day, New Window, a lot of different things. But definitely, Ableton is definitely my go-to. I actually also have been teaching Ableton as well. So I teach music production as well. And if anybody's interested in that, we can talk about that as well. But so let's just talk about what this track is. So this is Hunter Gather Her, right? So the idea behind this track is that tribal kind of strength, that kind of undertone of tribal African strength. But as the speaker is saying, this is talking about a woman not being like held down or held back, and also like giving women, you know, the respect that they deserve, and treating them as the queens that they are, basically. So that this is the whole idea behind this track. What's good, Keon? So this is the idea behind this track. So yeah, so let's get into it. Uh, you may or may not have noticed that it started slow, but then it built up and got a little bit faster, um, you know, towards the first part of the song. That's because this comes from an album where all of the songs are strung together and they play through like the whole album, and it kind of feels like one continuous song or one continuous mix. So at the end of each song, the song breaks down and then starts into the new song, and then the new song kind of takes over and just creates a new life within each song like that. So that's how this one starts off. It starts slow and then it builds up. And also with this one, you have different percussion techniques happening, different we call it polyrhythms. So there's different rhythms happening at the same time, but they still work together. So I obviously have the percussion. Let's go ahead and get into that. So the percussion here, right? So that's the main part of the track, which I played. Um, all of these, they're obviously sampled percussions, but I played them the way that I want them to be played, right? So that's the main rhythm that's happening underneath everything. And then, of course, you have the sort of drum pattern that's more like a rap or like a trap type of a pattern that's happening underneath that. So let's go ahead and get these guys going right here. Right. 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 So now with those two main elements, they're kind of like playing back and forth with each other, you know. So you got this African rhythm that's almost like a different time signature than the trap rhythm. The trap rhythm brings it back to like just kind of being like strong and like maybe a little hood, but like and it also like brings the listener in because it feels familiar. So that's one thing that I really like to do is present these different creative type of sounds, and then and then and then lock you in with something that feels familiar. So that's also what I did here. So those are the two main parts: the percussion there and the drums. And then so there's not a whole lot of stuff in this track, and I did that purposefully because this track is not about like overdoing it. It's about bringing you in and kind of keeping you in this kind of I want to say like call and response world where like this happens and then this happens and then but wait, this is again, and then we go back to here. So it's like call and response. And the way it's doing that is that we have the very kind of a soft almost synthesizer here. Right? So that all happens, but then so this is I say this has a feminine and masculine energies in one song, and that's like our call and response. So that was more of a feminine energy, but then when you get back to like the harder hitting areas, you have this crazy synthesizer sound right here that takes over. Right? Which is like, it's just kind of chaos. So this is like our masculine point right here. And so when we bring all the drums in with that part, this starts hitting very hard and driving hard, and it's very masculine feeling. So that's this. Right? So we're going back and forth between this hard, edgy, kind of chaotic thing, and then this beautiful kind of feminine, nurturing energy here. Right? So that's the idea really behind this, is that back and forth of both masculine and feminine energies, with this kind of different, with these two different rhythms that are playing off of each other. All right. So obviously the way I put together music is different than probably a lot of producers. But that's just because I've kind of grown into this over many, many years of producing. I produce for a lot of artists, a lot of rappers and singers. Even got some with the rookies, the homies over there. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's been a beautiful part of my life. But I've always wanted to kind of to use music as an art form and to produce in that way. So my tracks don't always necessarily come with a verse, hook, verse, chorus, B section, that type of thing. And a lot of times they don't have a lot of space for the rappers and singers to fit on there, unless I decide that's the direction I want to take it. But that's the way I approach my production, is definitely more using the music and the production as an art form. So that's whenever you check out my music. This is also on Spotify. The album that this comes from is called Get Your Whole Life. So you can hit that on Spotify or Apple or anywhere, really. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed that.
Thank you so much. So like before we actually end this here, I just had two more questions for you. Just being someone of your talent, what would you say some of your inspirations come from as a producer?
My inspirations now, it really now it comes from the experimentation, trying different sounds, like going through all of these thousands of presets and finding something that really just sticks out and sounds different than other things that I've heard. Finding something that I could use in a completely different way than anybody else has done it. Because like I said, I try to approach this as a creative art form, So I guess I'm technically an electronic artist, right? So I go and I perform my music in front of crowds at festivals and things, which is how I met you guys. And in addition to that, I also produce for artists as well. But even in that, I'm trying to approach it as not just making a beat, not just, not just making a cool loop. You know what I mean? So I'm always trying to approach it as an art form. But yeah, so that's my inspiration definitely comes from just experimenting with different sounds, finding ways to use things differently than anybody else has done.
Definitely. What are some ways people could contact and get in contact with you, or reach out, or even follow up with some of the stuff that you do?
Yeah, so probably the quickest and easiest thing to do is to go to ConradClifton.com. And that ConradClifton.com, you'll be able to find links to all of my social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Spotify, all of that. You can read more about what I've been doing. You can, if you feel like it, you could check out some of the articles and things. Uh, that's what's up. That's what's up. Yeah. Yeah. So you can check out anything that you want on there, and obviously hit me on IG. Um, all of my platforms. I'm usually at Conrad Clifton. So if you're trying to find me, just go at Conrad Clifton, and you'll be able to find me. Um, but yeah, everything is at ConradClifton.com, and yeah, that's the easiest way to find me. Yeah.
Dope, and thank you so much, Conrad, for stopping by. I definitely have to reach out to you soon. Talk some stuff with you, but definitely, if you guys definitely want to follow up or reach out to him, make sure you guys go to ConradClifton.com or follow some of his social media platforms and reach out via there. Once again, bro, thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you for the lesson. Definitely helped. All right, bro. All right. Peace. All right, you guys, we're going to go ahead and bring the next participant up here. Like I said, we have Jay Nolan and Weezy the God. Our next participant is actually Jay Nolan. He's been up here waiting, vibing out. So definitely another great artist. And I'm gonna go ahead and bring him into the actual queue. What's up? How you doing, bro?
I'm good, man. Can you hear me?
Before we start, yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
It's an echo though, but it's a slight echo of me, but I don't know if that's just
it's coming out the speaker, so just turn it down some.
Okay. Before we start, because every time I talk to you, you know I always give you praise. I'm gonna let you guys know I created this festival in the idea based off of something this man right here created. Literally just the information behind StreamYard, some of the stuff that I learned it from this man right here. He definitely put me on game, and he definitely actually kind of walked me through the process of what StreamYard was, how to actually kind of put things together. So I definitely want to give you praise on that, because without your guidance, without your help, this festival actually wouldn't even be possible. So thank you so much for actually giving me the knowledge and spreading that wealth for me to be able to put together not only a great superstar cast of individuals, but to be able to do what I'm doing right now. So thank you so much for that. And we're gonna get it. I'm gonna get into. I got a question or two for you at the end regarding Fresh and Local Fest and kind of some of the stuff you guys got doing. But definitely thank you for that, man. I really appreciated that information. Once again, just like I stated to everybody. For those who don't know you, man, say your name and where you from.
Oh yeah, for sure. So my name is Jay Nolan. I'm a hip hop artist, songwriter based in Atlanta. I was born in Connecticut, but the majority of my life I've spent in Atlanta.
All right, dope. So I ain't gonna hold you too much, but I'm gonna go ahead and remove myself. I'm gonna let you do what you do.
Okay, we getting right into it. All right, bet.
Let's get into it.
All right, y'all. Like I said before, my name is Jay Nolan. I'm about to perform a couple songs for y'all, and I hope y'all like what y'all hear. Yeah. The only one I trusted was the candy lady. Yeah. That's how it was, man. Couldn't trust nobody in my neighborhood. Yeah. Nikes on my feet, baggy jeans, riding handlebars before I was a teen, trying to keep it clean. I probably freaked it with my windbreaker, bucking on haters like Van Baker, imitating entertainers with a taper that's to die for. Behind these locked doors, but contested with lockjaw. Wish I could speak my mind more. Looking out the window, watching lawnmowers. Finally get outside, my homies running 5-on-5, boy, pass the rock. I'm crossing over, shooting verses like I'm hitting buckets. Crossing over, hit reverses, boy, we getting buckets. They looking at me like I'm new to this, I'm true to this. My J sick, I need some Sudafed, baby, I'm too legit. But on the same coin, homie up the block just got his brains blown like James Bond. Feel like we being raised wrong. Trying to make the best of the humbling situations. Exhibit patience, I witness my limitations, yeah. The only one I trusted was the candle lady. My homie just got popped, we on the way to Grady. They telling us his leg gotta be amputated. I'm thinking it's because our skin is melanated. The only one I trusted was the candle lady. My homie just got popped, we on the way to Grady. They telling us his leg gotta be amputated. I'm thinking it's, yeah, the streets is flooded like Venice. My OG just turned 16, got him a Civic. I'm watching them hard, them girls jocking him. He dropping them off, driving the car was like the recipe to start a menage. Not that I knew it, I was a student. Mine went polluted, but I wish someday that I could do it. Started a movement with my homies on the back of the bus. Like Usher Raymond, one in my way, is you bad at or what? We roasting folks about their clothes and shoes. Fashion police laughing at people for they broken rules. Acting as if we had it to show and prove. But ain't nobody on my block rich. Never realizing my environment was toxic. We planning and plotting, scrambling and jotting diamonds on my neck and self-portraits. Now that I'm grown, I see it similar to Clinton Portis. We get extorted to be socially acceptable. My mission's to take my presence celestial. Just let me go. The only one I trusted was the candy lady. My homie just got popped, we on the way to Grady. They telling us his leg gotta be amputated. I'm thinking it's because his skin is melanated. The only one I trusted was the candy lady. My homie just got popped, we on the way to Grady. They telling us his leg gotta be amputated. I'm thinking it's because his skin is melanated. Yeah. That's how it is for us, man. Things go down in the neighborhood. You ain't got that proper insurance. You go to the seek medical help or whatever, and they don't want to treat you, man. They don't treat you properly. So I just want to say rest in peace to anybody that passed away from malpractice or misdiagnosis. And we're not doing that again. I'm sorry. The next song I'm gonna do for y'all is called Free. And yeah, man, I hope y'all enjoying what y'all heard so far. We about to have some fun with this. Yes, sir. Only your name ain't free. Trying to stay sane ain't free. Them clothes ain't free. On tour, another road ain't free. Fucking with them hoes ain't free. Feel like we never gonna be free. This game ain't free. Them 3 or 4 chains ain't free. Only your name ain't free. Trying to stay sane ain't free. Them clothes ain't free. On tour, another road ain't free. Fucking with them hoes ain't free. Yeah. Tell me why kids are without their father. Tell me why your homie from this door broke in the house and raped somebody's daughter. Tell me why the black race a martyr. Tell me why they lead us to the slaughter. Tell me why they won't clean the water. Fresh to the jail, they want me to be a barber. Just got a revolver, let it go one time in the hood. Suspect if you rockin' the hood, my nigga roll up on me with the gun cock was good. I'm as broke as you, guess it's overdue. We was close in school, life turned too dark, we emotional. Never got the right way, we supposed to move. Before you know we're best friend unapproachable, we on the road to lose. Tell me why the food ain't safe. Tell me why the money ain't real. Tell me why the rules they break don't matter, cause they probably gon' cop a plea deal. Tell me why my nerves don't feel. Head dollar go straight to the bills. Used to dream about a house on the hills. Now I'm trying to get my dog off pills. Broke down crying last night, I ain't even know why though. I was laying in the dark with my eyes closed. Started looking up the God for a convo. Now I'm trying to get my life right, think of finances. Cross fingers when I file taxes. Get my money up like a Y-axis. Trying to make a plate like I'm John Madden. This game ain't free. Them 3 or 4 chains ain't free. Ain't free. Trying to stay sane ain't free. Them clothes ain't free. On tour, another road ain't free. Fucking with them hoes ain't free. Feel like we never gonna be free. This game ain't free. Them 3 or 4 chains ain't free. Only your name ain't free. Trying to stay sane ain't free. Them clothes ain't free. On tour, another road ain't free. Yeah. Dishonesty surrounding me, hoping I'm out to see. Everybody killing everybody, guess it's everybody versus me. Tell me why I don't change. Niggas wildin' for the fame. Catch a body for a change. Probably blow your brains out on the train. Cool niggas turn to new niggas, how they do? Niggas keep a tool with them, it's a rude. Niggas at the blue, running your jewels, humming at the booth. What I gotta do? Tell me why I don't feel safe. Tell me why I never say grace. Tell me why the ones claiming God keep me out of church that they wonder why I don't never wanna pray. Tell me what to say. Come from the worst of conditions. Poverty blur blurring my vision. Straight from the murder division, these kids ain't gon' listen to words full of wisdom. They curving the system and bumping future, learning Kama Sutra, eating ramen noodles while their grandmother screaming hallelujah. They controlling the block like it's Montezuma. How the sight going out of mind, how the body like it's father time. Gotta tell me if I'm out of line, round the corner for picking the life of crime. But my brothers see me, soon enough I know my brothers need me. Know my mother see me, I've been on the TV. How the hell I don't run my city, man? Who coming with me? This game ain't free. Them 3 or 4 chains ain't free. Only your name ain't free. Tryna stay sane ain't free. Them clothes ain't free. On tour, another road ain't free. Fuckin' with them hoes ain't free. Feel like we never gonna be free. This game ain't free. Them 3 or 4 chains ain't free. Only your name ain't free. Tryna stay sane ain't free. Them clothes ain't free. On tour, another road ain't free. Fuckin' with them hoes ain't free. Feel like we never gonna be free. Yeah. And like I like to say, man, ain't nothing in this world free. Even if somebody come to you with a handout, you'll want to look behind their arm, look behind their back, and see what they hide in the other one, you know what I'm saying? This next song I'm about to do is called New Vision. It's the latest single that I did with the production duo by the name of Dope Norteria, very dope. We actually have a project on the way soon, but more details about that later. As you can probably see, I'm not sure if it's on the screen for y'all, but if you want to follow me at Real J Nolan on all platforms, that's the easiest way to get in contact. But yeah, let's go ahead and get into New Vision. Yeah, it's J Nolan. Dope Norteria on the track. Check. More than a rapper, I give you my whole existence. If you look into my work, you find a story of persistence. Climb from the underground, my hands covered in blisters. Played the side like a mistress. Bitch, we made it out the trenches. Woo! Private number like a troll nigga. Nintendo switcher like a troll niggas. Had to get it out of cold winners. Think I'm trying to give it to some gold niggas. Paralyzed, I got no feelings. All these tricks, addicts like Nicole Kidman. Every check at least 4 figures. Underrated like Lou Williams. Lord save me, I'm going crazy, going stupid on them. I don't spit a hot Lucas on them. I don't take pics or drop movies on them. I'm a motion picture, wrote the scripture, did the casting and the composition. When it come to rap, it's no competition. Better double back and get about your business. Yeah, that's my. Hey, gotta get my bag, gotta get my dough. Yeah, that's my new vision. Gotta keep my masses in my control. Yeah, that's my new vision. About to turn my thoughts to the side, let go. Yeah, that's my new vision. What y'all gonna do with it? Yeah, that's my new vision. Gotta get my bag, gotta get my dough. Yeah, that's my new vision. Gotta keep my masses in my control. Yeah, that's my new vision. About to turn my thoughts to the side, let go. Yeah, that's my new vision. What y'all gonna do with it? Yeah. I ain't talking about dinner work, but I got my lawyers on retainer. Used to be about the paper, now the money online like the fader. Cord cutter, no cable. Will Smith to my Jada. Want the fruits to my label. Put me next to my Jacobs. Fresh and local, my label. See me coming like the groundhog. 2020 like the mad dog. Took it from the mud to the asphalt. Probably never see me clubbing, but you probably see me at the function. Out of town with my luggage. On an overnight to Chris Humphries. Real nigga, got nothing to prove. On a one with God, I got nothing to lose. Let me show they plan a summer cruise. We don't gotta dance, he made money moves. Just got a new bay, and I got my eyes on Monaco Bay. Had to take a loss like I was gonna stay, and I rest my head like I rest my case, yeah. Hey, gotta get my bag, gotta get my dough, yeah, that's my new vision. Gotta keep my masses in my control, yeah, that's my new vision. How to turn my thoughts to the side, let go, yeah, that's my new vision. What y'all gonna do with it? Yeah, that's my new vision. Gotta get my bag, gotta get my dough, yeah, that's my new vision. Gotta keep my masses in my control, yeah, that's my new vision. How to turn my thoughts to the side, let go, yeah, that's my new vision. What y'all gonna do with it? Yeah. And once again, my name is J Nolan. Y'all can add me on all social media platforms at Real J Nolan. If you want to get more information about me, go to realjnolan.com. And if you want to know more about Fresh and Local, this hat that we got here, and all of the things that we do with that foundation, you can go to freshandlocalatl.com. And I'm sure Jaquan's going to ask me about that as well. So let me go ahead and cut the music. And yeah.
Man, oh man, oh man.
Hey.
I'm at the point now where I'm not fully surprised. I kind of know I know it's gonna be hot. I know it's gonna be great. So just thank you for stopping by, man. Thank you for dropping gems in the records and also just creating a vibe, man. Thank you so much for that.
Oh man, no doubt, man. I appreciate you having me, bro. Like, this is dope. You know, even though I did something very similar, like, this is my first time actually performing in this format. So it's cool to kind of be on the other side of the game today,
Yeah,
and you know, be able to put on a show.
that's dope. That's dope, bro. I'm gonna just ask you a few questions before we get into the next participant.
Okay.
Um, so for those who don't know, could you break down what Fresh and Local is, and maybe when you get when is gonna be the actual next Fresh and Local event?
Okay, yeah, for sure. So Fresh and Local, man, I'm gonna give you like there's a long answer, there's a short answer, but I'm gonna give you somewhere in between in the middle. So Fresh and Local began in 2013. It was basically a group of myself and a few friends, and we basically were looking at the landscape of the music game in Atlanta, and we didn't really know where we fit into that landscape. So instead of crying about it or going and complaining to somebody or knocking on the doors of labels and being like, hey, somebody help us out, we decided to create Fresh and Local and start creating a podcast. We started hitting the studio. We used to have Fresh and Local Sundays, and every Sunday morning we'll probably get up at 5 in the morning, go to the Art Institute of Atlanta and try to fight for that spot in the studio every Sunday morning. There would be people at the school that were already there sometimes because it was like a competition to get in there first. And as we began to create, it was like, all right, we got to figure out a way to actually get out in front of people now that we have music. So we started hitting open mics. We started doing all types of different events on our own because it was like, as we went to these open mics, we noticed another more like-minded artists that needed a little bit of extra exposure. So it was like, yo, we're going to start doing shows ourselves. If you would like to be a part of it, we can't offer you no money, but we ain't got none. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, you know, we building a community. We're doing this from the heart. We're doing this as something, as a way to bring everybody together and spread information on the way, you know. So with the podcast, as I learned, I always tried to make sure that every episode I talked about something related to the music business to give back to the independent artists. And from there, it just kind of like snowballed. So then we started doing the Fresh and Local Fest on a yearly level. And then we started doing this event called the Songwriter Social Club, which was specifically geared to the information side of things. And as you mentioned, when is the next event? The next event is actually August 29th at 4 p.m. And that will be the Songwriter Social Club, where we're going to be talking about music publishing. Some of the things that have actually been discussed today, sync. I'm going to talk a little bit about my experience as a not only just a rapper, but a songwriter behind the scenes. And then we're going to have some people come in and talking about, you know, what you can possibly do with your music once you have it completed, once you have all your splits correct, and, you know, you want to get it out there to the world. So that's going to be August 29th at 4 p.m. for anybody that's interested in that. And you can sign up for that to get updates at freshandlocalatl.com.
Okay, one of my last questions before we bring in Weezy the God. You already said where they can basically follow you and actually get more information about
Yes, sir.
what you're into. What I do want to actually talk to you about is what's the normal, I guess, what's the normal sign up process for a lot of these events and stuff that you're doing? Because you also have Untitled ATL.
Yes, sir.
You have a lot of things that you're into. So what is the normal sign up process? Is it everything through you guys' website?
Everything is not even. Everything is straightforward, man. So like, if anybody wanted to reach out to me directly concerning being a part of Untitled or anything that we have going on, you could go to Real J Nolan, send me a DM. But just as easily, you can go to @Fresh and Local concerning Fresh and Local things, and then you could go to @Untitled Live ATL and hit us up about Untitled. We have emails and everything set aside for those as well. But if you just go to the pages, you know what I'm saying, we already have the sections on the page where you could click on the email, you could click on the book now button and stuff like that, to where it'll be streamlined and much easier than me trying to say it and people trying to write it down or come back to the video. So long as you know, @Real J Nolan, @Fresh and Local is spelled the same way that it should be, and @Untitled Live ATL, it's straightforward from there. And we don't got no gatekeepers or no funny stuff like that. So if the music fits the format, we will be in contact.
So as you guys can see, not only is he an amazing artist, an amazing songwriter and rapper, he also hosts events similar to these, and just other different things that he's a part of. So if you are artists and you want to do more things like this, or you want to do more things music related, or even just get information about a lot of stuff, because they do provide a lot of information over at Fresh and Local. Make sure you guys tap in with Jay Nolan. Make sure you guys reach out to him to get more information regarding that.
For sure.
Bro, thank you so much for stopping by, blessing us with the
Thank you.
records,
Thank you.
blessing us with the information. Once again, thank you for even providing me with the information. And yes, we'll be talking to you soon, bro. Thank you.
All right, man. I appreciate it, man. Much respect. Y'all have a great day, man, and I hope everybody else coming up after me has a great experience as well.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, bro.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Peace.
All right. That was Jay Nolan. Make sure you guys check him out. Follow him. Like I said, he does a lot of different things, man. Somebody that's really, really rooted in the city. And yes, just a great person. He definitely put me on a lot of game and a lot of information. So basically, make sure you guys tap in with him, whether it be something music related, like you want to work on a record, or even if it's something as far as like getting performances and stuff like that. He's definitely somebody you want to actually tap in with. Now we're gonna actually bring in we're gonna actually bring in our next guest, Mr. Dwight Edwards, and we're gonna actually have a really, really interesting conversation. A conversation I've probably been wanting to talk about for a while. So you guys kind of see me talk about some of the stuff that I'm really, really interested in, and a lot of questions I really, really have about the specific topic. So we can go ahead and bring them in, and we can go ahead and start these conversations. Hey, what's up? How you doing, bro?
Peace, man. Peace.
Everything is good on your
How you
end.
doing, sir?
I'm doing.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you guys hear him? Can y'all hear? Easy to God.
Peace to the God of the earth, the one that's known, the one that's not known, and the one that's not ascending yet. We are here. I'm glad to be a part of this festival.
Man, thank you so much for agreeing to be a part of it. Before we start, I'm gonna just ask the basic questions, like I always started with all of our participants. For individuals who do not know your name, say your name and where you're from, bro.
My name is Dwight Edwards. I go by We Be the God. I'm from Brooklyn, New York. Born from Jamaica, 36 of years. I've been in love with history all my life, but as I've grown and I've become aware and awakened how history is all about our people, it became an obsession. And then once I knew that the whole extraterrestrial UFO concept was also part of our history, I just felt so like madly obsessed. So I'm just happy that you've given me this platform to share my thoughts and my ideas with the masses.
Definitely. All right, we're gonna get into these questions. So let's talk about when you first feel like you began awakening your higher self. Like, what was that feeling like, and when do you feel like that happened for you?
I would say 2015. 2015, I had witnessed like a waking of my thought. Like, so I was in church and I was like literally into like prayer, or they would call it, and a thought told me like, what am I doing? And once I start listening to the thought start telling me everything that I was going to experience before it even happened. So then next day, a client of mine bought me the Hidden Colors DVD, and it just took off from there. I fell in love with history, like I said before, but when I start understanding or fell into the Emerald Tablets and understand that the Emerald Tablets is a topic that they don't tell our people about because they don't want a lot of people to have information that's going to conflict their religion ideology. So I studied the Emerald Tablets for years. Like I studied the Emerald Tablet like in my own time. Like I wasn't getting paid for it. Nobody wasn't giving me nothing for it. I became obsessed. Like, and when I linked the Emerald Tablets to this tribe in Nubia, like their process is everybody that's born into the tribe have to get the physical mark on their body. I searched that, I linked that, I posted that for years. And when I brought it to the community, they told me it was pseudoscience. And I'm like, how is that pseudoscience? But then if you study the tablets, you have to link the tablets to the Dogons. You know, you have to link the tablet to the Dogons, right? So here is the Dogon that's been telling these Europeans about stars and planets and solar system before they even invented NASA, right?
Yeah.
So how can you discredit that? That also is part of our history.
So let's start off.
So
Yeah, so let's go ahead and jump straight into some of the stuff that you're talking about right now. I want you to break this down for our audiences right now. When you say what is in the spirit, what does that mean?
what is spirit?
What is in the spirit?
What is in the spirit? First of all, what is the spirit is? It's they will tell you God is outside of you. They will tell you that due to the fact that your existence is a sin, right? But due to the fact that you're here, it's necessary. The God that you was told that outside of you lived within you from the day you came into existence. They call it God, but it's the spirit, it's the light, it's the conscious thought that you have. It's the love. You know, it's something that never dies. You know, so the spirit live on infinite. The physical fades away. This is why the nature creates physical life because they know it's temporary. But they distract you from the permanent situation where there's the spirit, aka God. You know, they tell you that God is outside of you, right? But they tell you that the body is the temple of God. How is that so confusing? So if the body is the temple, what is inside? You know, and like they tell you that God never dies, the spirit never dies. You know, the spirit is light is love, and it's our time. Remember the conversation we were having when you called me?
Yeah.
And you was like, yo, I have these feelings, I have these thoughts, and it's just driving me. I just want to get it out. It's our time. These spirit that lived from Atlantis, Lemuria, planets that was existing before our physical right now was even think of, is coming back. And I said on a post the other day that when you hear of an alien invasion, please don't think it's only going to happen in the sky. It's a conscious thing as well. A lot of our conscious is being invaded by light, one, and thoughts from other things that have been around long. And how are you vibrating? What are you receiving? What are you thinking? And now we're living in the Armageddon, the apocalypse. It's all being revealed. What is your true intention? Are you going to be the God or are you going to be the devil that's running around? You make that choice. You know, so the spirit is us. It never dies.
The spirit is us.
It never forgets. It's us. Don't deny it. Don't separate it. That was one of the greatest tricks that these intellects created with their religion, ideology, and theology, and trigonometry, was that you were separate from it. And it is you. It is the all. You are the all, and the all is you. Why are you looking for things outside of self? It's here. Everything you ever wanted was given to you the day you manifest into this existence. Get it together. Love, live. Let go of their labels.
Yes.
Let go of their labels. Go ahead, family. I'm sorry.
No. Look. I just like everybody in the audience, I'm 100%
I'm
sure
sorry.
throughout this segment, I'm going to be more so listening because, like I told you, I've been waiting for you to come up here and speak. So I'm really going to I'm gonna ask you questions, but for the most part,
please do help me out because I would just let go and let the thoughts take me off. You know,
it's all good. So for those who don't know, let's talk about what is the Emerald Tablet.
All right, so the Emerald Tablets is like a group of stone tablets that they claim that they destroyed in Alexander when they burned down the great Library of Alexander, they destroyed it. But I think that's bullshit, you know? So what it is it's shrouded in a lot of occult mystery as well. You know, a lot of these occults, when they study the tablets, they put a lot of demonic ideology towards it. But the tablet is just the record of the spirit experiencing itself throughout the universe of time. That's why you cannot destroy it. The next thing, stop believing that it's a physical thing. It's not a physical tablet. It's a spiritual DNA link throughout the stars in the galaxy. That's why you can't destroy it. Once you born into this life, automatically you become a part of the tablet. You give the spirit another vehicle, the logos, which is the physical form that the spirit needs to also remember itself. That's what the tablet speaks about. So when these Templars went into Kemet and found a lot of these tablets that speak about the ongoing timeline, never dying story of the spirit, they use a lot of it to create their ideology of religion. So, you know, the tablet is the major origin of all three religions, all three of them. So Ben Carson, he just put out his book, which that I love. Like Ben Carson's book really like told me that a lot of the thoughts that I was going through in like 2014 and a lot of the ideas that I was experiencing was true. It was true. The tablet is not only a physical thing, it's in us. It's our birthright. They tell you, man is only stars that's bound to a body. And upon your death, you shall free and know thyself. That's why they created religion. That's why they lie to you and tell you that there's heaven or hell upon your death. Why? Why? That shit is important, that what you believe on your last breath. What are you going to believe in? Because what they don't tell you, the importance of your memory is up on your last breath. What are you going to choose to reincarnate in? You know, what are you going to remember? What is that light going to jump into existence again? But a lot of us believe in heaven and hell and devils and demons and shit up on death, so that confuse your reincarnation cycle. That's all the Emerald Tablet tells you about. So these intellects stole it, rewrote it, put it in religion, put it in Christianity, put it in Judaism, and just switch it around. Because take Judaism. When they speak of the Elohims, who do you think they're talking about? The Atlanteans. These black extraterrestrial that came from galaxies, that came to Earth and helped man evolve to a higher consciousness. When they say bound, the fact that we couldn't even fathom that there was another life, and look, we're bound again. You know how much people can't exist that there was life on Mars? So they have to make themselves known. They got to free man again. But it's not, like I said before, it ain't going to be in the skies. It's in our conscience. It's in our love. It's in our true intentions. Is how are you helping? Are you adding to the balance of chaos? Are you adding to the balance of peace? It's that simple. It's that simple. And look, Beyonce is showing a lot of these people that call them. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, because I'm saying I seen some stuff that you had posted talking about Beyonce's. You was actually kind of connecting that too. You was like, hey, she's actually showing specific symbols and stuff. Like she's actually, you know, she's talking about what you're talking about. You know, that's the connection is there within her music. Like she's talking about it.
And I'm gonna tell you why. Because there's nothing new under the sun, right? Yeah. And when you hear that saying, it's called Isaiah thoughts. Right now, the universe is being awakened, okay? I said that before. Everybody that's being consciously raptured away is having the same idea and thoughts. Okay, so here goes Beyonce put out this video where she's showing the Dogon driving Jay-Z. And I'm like, what the fuck is happening right now? first I didn't even want to watch the video because I'm not a fan. But like when I said, as soon as I opened my mouth and said, "Oh, all she do is talk in symbols," or the first opening scene, straight symbolism, or metaphysical. You know, the thing is that us as a people, we have to stop looking at everything on face value. The spirit don't know the physical. So when you're looking at a lot of things face value, that's not the spiritual. You know, so when here it is, I see a dog going driving Jay-Z, and automatically I know that represents the universe. Jay-Z just learned the knowledge of self that took him from a boy to the God of everything around him. And the dog God represents knowledge of the universe. They face masses, the spaceships. They let you know they dance is the vibration dance of creation, the universe. So like, who can say that's demonic? How you calling that demonic? But that's what's going to separate those that's going to be left behind and those that's going to be raptured away in a higher consciousness. It's about how are you thinking? What are you manifesting in your thought first? You know, so it's time. And it's time. The guys never went nowhere. We here.
Right.
Let's get it.
Let's get into this next question. For those who don't know, who are the Anunnaki?
So the Anunnaki, I don't really like that term because it's more of a like Zachariah Finch term than all of that. So like I just like to call the Nubians. All right. So the Nubians are a group of melanated beings that literally travel the galaxies, creating universe, destroying universe, creating life, destroying life. So you know when people hear the term Anunnaki, they think that it's all good. No, you have good and bad gods. Just like us, you got good and bad humans. So you know the Anunnaki is just higher Nubian people that like literally created us in their image and literally gave us the ideology and the consciousness of the universe just to be able to have a thought, just to be able to bound. Just the fact that you can think of anything, you are free. That's why to be like, oh, man shouldn't have will of thought. It's simple as that. But the thing is, what are you going to think about? So the Anunnaki created us in their image. That's why if you ever see these Jews, they wear fake locks and they wear the fake hats because these were black people, like black, tall, 7 foot, walking around, evolving society, giving on knowledge of self to society. But some of them didn't like that. Some of them didn't like, yo, why the fuck are you passing on all these information to these ungrateful ass humans? You know, so they're here, they never went nowhere, first of all. All you got to do is turn off your TV, turn off all this distraction, go outside. That shit been out there since 2017, and y'all so bound here, y'all don't even see the starship that's out there every fucking night. I was in my crib in Connecticut watching that shit so close, watching them moving around, letting you know they're not stars because they're turning on a dime and stopping on a dime. So the Anunnakis never went nowhere. When we fell from grace is when we became too much jealous of the one that created us. So, you know, I had made a post on my Facebook that you'll never find white people nowhere else in the universe. And the guy said fake information, but it's actually true. Why we're suffering, we created this bullshit that turned around and enslaved us. A lot of race was created outside the law of nature. They was not supposed to be in existence. With the knowledge of the universe, you became jealous. And you fell from grace. That's what the whole story of the Tower of Babel was about. It was not an actual tower. Please understand that. Stop taking things physical to where you think is a fucking tower that can go so far it goes up to the heaven. Please understand it's not a tower. It was a spaceship. You became so smart, like the one that created you. You start doing shit that you wasn't supposed to. And look, that's what your creation is doing now. The same shit trying to build spaceship to go see if there's more white crackers on Mars. And when they go and they don't see that, that's when you hear they gotta go to Europa or Jupiter and all this other shit. Because Earth is the only place where the DNA of European was created. And that's why they want to get the fuck out of here. They're Earth creation. Nubians, the melanated god, we're universal creatures. We're every fucking where. That's the same shit with the Israelites ideology. They the next one gotta understand what they doing too. Preach the truth, but stop mixing it with these crackers and their theology. Please, please, our time is now. The gods is here. One day we're gonna wake up and we're gonna see it for ourselves. And those that consciously can't grasp it, you're gonna pass away because you still believe in old ideology. You don't believe in love. You don't believe that we can save ourselves. You think you need a government to live on at this place. You think you need money to be in existence. You separate yourself with all the bullshit that they gave you. So like, it's time. It's time. It's time. And that's what Armageddon is about. That's what Apocalypse is about. Why the fuck you think crackers run around and jog every day? Because they're going to need to. They're going to need to learn how to shoot because the shit that's going to come out the sky, no missile they got is going to be able to stop that shit. And when they see that it looks like us, trust and believe you me. Every fucking knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess that we are the gods and this shit's ours. And y'all need to stop with this bullshit, this religion. It's just love, man. Love me like I love you. Come and love. We come and love. They tell you in the Emerald Tablets. When the hairy barbarians raised up against them, what did they do? They didn't destroy them. They didn't shoot lasers and smother them. They knocked them down with a vibration frequency weapon that got them to the ground. And due to that act, they became like, oh my God, these are gods. They got technology that didn't kill us. They sat us down and they taught us. So why are we killing each other? Why are you talking about your life matter, but you killing another god, dog? Like, come on. These crackers is playing on your ignorance. Why the fuck you screaming Black Lives Matter, but you shooting a baby? You killing another god that came into existence. And you're gonna pay. You're gonna pay. My bad, bro. I'm sorry.
Nah, man, nah. Listen, right now, what you're saying is beyond beneficial, and you're literally helping so many people. You're changing my life in the process, and I appreciate it. This is what I'm going to do because I feel like you told me something, and I'm gonna ask you a question. But I'm gonna really allow for you to take the floor because you told me something when I first called you. You said, "Hey, I've been waiting for a specific moment like this for a long time. You know, for a few years. You're like, I've been wanting to get some things off my chest." So I feel like right now, everybody who's paying attention, everybody who's watching, everybody who's going to come in after this festival is over with, and look, we got people saying, "Please save." Like we need this man right here. Like I want you to be able to get everything off your chest that you've been wanting to kind of talk about.
I can't.
Listen. You can keep it as I mean you don't have to, you know what I'm saying, you don't have to necessarily go to a place that you don't want to go. I'm not telling you to do that. What I am saying though is right now, not only do I feel what you're saying, I hear it, it's all around me. It's almost like something in my body right now is moving. Like you're giving me,
Our
it's
time.
almost like you're talking to a specific vibration that's allowing me to be able to take off this veil, be able to see a little bit better. I don't want to right now, just like I said, the questions and stuff I have for you, man, you've been able to hit them on the head. You've been able to answer each question. I know there's more.
And it's not
There's
me.
a
I'm
lot
sorry to
more.
cut you off.
No, you're
It's
good.
not
You're
even
good.
me, bro.
No, you good. What I'm
That's
saying, you right now at this point right now, there's no there's no need for no apology. What you're saying right now is by far some of the realest shit that's been said on this festival thus far. That's why everybody who I've been talking to, everybody who I've been connecting with, I've been telling them, hey, there's a panel that I'm waiting for. There's a conversation that I'm waiting to have, because I know when it begins to happen, you're going to feel it. You saying something right now, you're saying something right now that is for us to hear. This is for us. This is literally for us. It's just like you keep saying, it's our time now. It is our time now. It's our time. It's our time to wake up. It's our time to literally to reveal those. We are the God that you're physically saying. You know,
That's a fact. And they never went nowhere. They never went
you
nowhere.
said
All they did was create a matrix that lied to us over and over and generation after generation. But we see the greatness that we do. We
I want
see
you
it
to, I want you
every
to,
day.
I want you to answer something for me. And
Go
once
ahead.
again, I want you. I really just want you to continue doing what you're doing. I want you to continue, coming from the standpoint you're coming from. I know when you was like, me having these questions and stuff. You said you may start going to a different place. Listen, there's no set list of how things need to be said or how I got it flowing. I'm at this point right now. This conversation needs to happen. It needs to happen
Can I say
because
something?
go ahead.
Sorry to cut you off. So I'm gonna piggyback us of something that you said, right? So in
Yeah.
the Emerald tablets, they speak of the Hall of a Mentee, right? So when you hear the Hall of a Mentee, automatically the European teacher should think physical, right? The All of a Mentee is the consciousness of oneself. It goes deep. It goes so deep. So there's level of the consciousness that you can go deep into. That's why I said sometimes when I start, my consciousness just goes deep in the hall of a mentee. You feel me? So I appreciate you, family. Like, thank you for sharing your platform with me. Thank you for giving me this platform where I can reach a lot of people with what my thought is being invaded by now. Wake up, gods. Like, stop it. Let's get love. Why you think they want us to social distance? You really think it's from these crackers? They don't want us around each other. They don't want us around each other because we're about to grow. They don't show you in Jamie Foxx Power Project movie. Our DNA is about to take off. You about to touch dead plants and bring that shit to life. But only way if you come in love, if you come in peace, if you understand thyself, that there's no separation from you and the universe and the one that's around you. That's why they create a bunch of shit. Niggas is saying they on social media, but don't even be really social. Like, we have to stop. We have to. Like, it's our time, and we have to, man.
I want you to answer this. I want you to answer one of these questions, right? You talked about Billy Carson early on, and I wanted to ask you a question regarding that. Billy Carson from Forbidden Knowledge, he said the only thing that exists in the third dimension is consciousness. Everything else is an illusion. What is, and you talked about this a little bit before. Actually, before we even get into that, right? I want you to talk about, right, what are some of the I know how we keep, I know some of the things you keep saying as far as being able to for somebody to understand, because you have so many people right now who they may not want to be left behind, but it's those, whether it be those generational curses or whether it be surroundings that are literally dictating their movements or dictating, you know, some of the things that they've been wanting to talk about. So just like I remember when I first talked to you, you was just like, hey, you know, and I was telling you about some of the things that was on my mind and some of the stuff that was plaguing me, and you was like, hey, you're not weird, you know, you're not. Don't let somebody think that you're weird because you're coming into this level of consciousness. Like, don't let nobody dictate that. You are okay. You are okay for actually stepping over this next level. But you have so many people who are afraid to do so. So I'm gonna just give you the floor. I want you to kind of talk about how ways a person could be able to step into that next level, to be able to understand their surroundings. Just like how you were saying, as far as you said, our God, you said these gods they haven't left. They're still around. Just I'm like I said, I'm gonna leave you the floor. I really want you to kind of just touch on a few things.
Not to be weird, like don't look at yourself as weird because you want to know about the emerald tablets and you don't want to know about the typical stuff that they think our people should talk about. It's the awakening of the consciousness. It's coming back. So if you're feeling some way and you feeling like, yo, I feel like there's awakening going on around me, associate yourself with like-minded individual that can help you vibrate to that higher level of feeling, because it's all feelings. And the next thing, run into self. Don't run outside yourself for nothing. Know yourself. Don't trust man. Man make shit to distract you and determine you from what you was coming here for all along. And that was to reincarnate, get into this light, pass on this love, and know thyself on each and every experience. And that's what the Emerald Tablet tells you about. Become thyself. The concept of a monk, they run away from every fucking thing around them and run into the mountains and go into they self. Right now, we got to be monks in the ghettos. Run into yourself. Purge all that evil shit that they telling you to do. Purge all that evil shit that they showing you to do. It's all a distraction so you can vibrate lower, so you could destroy your physical brother and think you cool doing that shit. You know, get in tune with yourself. Meditate. Spend time alone. Listen to things that's going to make you feel better about yourself. Not question yourself. Not separate yourself from humanity. That is the problem. Too much separation. Too much everybody thinking that they're better, and we're all just the same. There's no difference between a rich man and a poor man. We all die. And we all go on to the next. The difference is, what are you going to reincarnate in? How much light you shine every time you reincarnate into these vessels. Determine your higher of your consciousness every time you incarnate. So like, please, like these religion that they created is to rob you of your birthright, and your birthright is knowing yourself upon your next ascension. Also, because the universe never forget, but they trick you so you forget. You really think you're going to fucking heaven when you close your eyes? You're going to come back here in a motherfucking dog or a cat or whatever you light you shine upon the incarnation. Be thyself, spread thy light. Don't hide that light. Emerald Tablet, man is just stars. You are a star, shine. Don't doubt yourself. Why are you? The God of the universe didn't wanted you here. You wouldn't have been here. So you are here for a purpose. You're not an accident. Sacred geometry tells you that. Your whole body is sacred geometry. It took time for this shit to happen. So why are you an accident? Because you believe that you was born in sin. You believe that your birthright, that's called the universe, that's called the experience of life. And why they say you get life abundantly, because you always gonna keep coming back to this shit as long as the sun is shining. So their tool now is to trick you every time you incarnate. And you get tricked by believing something outside of yourself. You believe that there's a God outside of you. You believe that the life force that wanted to come in existence choose something else besides you. If that was the case, like I said, you wouldn't have been here. So you here for a purpose. You here for a reason. Find that reason. Don't look outside of you for it. Society ain't gonna give it to you. The love that you need, you're not gonna get it from them. So just wake up, be the light, spread love. Simple as that. It's our time. The universe knows. These crackers knows. The God is here. Look at the weather. Look how they fucking with the weather. What they covering up. But they can't do it for long because it's not only an invasion of the skies. We're here already in our thoughts. Look at the platform. It's been going on for a weekend. When the last time we speaking about things like this? You know, so that's just the example when I tell you how we're rapturing away already. We're already rapturing away. Look what we talking about, the Emerald Tablets. I remember 2014, they was calling me crazy. Like, boy, you crazy. Get your ass out of here. But watch these crackers. Their main form of everything that they telling you about holiness, about spirituality, is these tablets. And not only the Emerald Tablets. You got the Enuma Elish. You got these Sumerian tablets that you can go online in these British museum and look at these tablets and understand. You when you hear Beyonce go say your ancestors been in the skies for millions of years, watching over the earth being formed, guiding over you. That's straight Sumerian tablet. So understand your history is longer than the earth. Family, Nubians, we here. Come on, stop, man. Stop. We been here. We in existence. These crackers can't go nowhere else and find their self. That's why they bounding you to earth while this nigga Elon Musk is flying rocket ship by his motherfucking self. God, like, come on. Wake up. Wake up, man. Your DNA is in existence before your ass was created. So, like, let's get back together, man. Let's get back to the family. But the hate is also a DNA trait. You know? The hate is deep in our DNA. But one thing we're going to have to learn to do on generation to generation, break that shit. Stop letting them use it against us. Stop using it against ourselves. All we got is us. You see that? Who else we got?
Absolutely.
So now here you screaming Black Lives, you know what I mean? Like you screaming Black Lives Matter. These crackers in your hood fucking up your hood, and yeah, you going around the corner shooting your brother. Like, you, come on, fam. Like, it's time. There's no way you're gonna go off into the next elevation of self, of love, of the Aquarius stage that they want to call it, with hate in your heart, with malice in your heart, with your evil intentions in your heart. You can't come here with that. You can't live here with that. You can't live here with the fact that we got to pay to live here. We got to pay to drink water. Y'all days numbered, man. Wake up, man. Wake up.
I want to say thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you so much for the knowledge that you've given, not only to this audience, but to myself. Man, there's so much to actually digest. But I also, like I was telling you earlier, I feel like this conversation needed to happen. Before we actually end the segment with Dwight, what's the best way for anybody to follow up with you or to get in contact with you?
You can follow me on the IG. Yeah, you can follow me on the IG, Salute the Gods Clothing LLC. You can follow me on the Facebook, Salute the Gods Clothing. You can follow me on YouTube, Salute the Gods Clothing fan page. The website is shut down right now because it's on the construction. I'm about to launch my next business venture, Cuts and Kicks. So we're about to do one big whole website So that's when I'm gonna relaunch the Salute the Clothing website. The next website you could go find everything that I'm doing about the clothing line, about the cuts and kicks, about the new God DNT, House of Skills. Like a lot of people tell me, "Oh boy, you doing too much." But one thing I tell them, I am the God of everything around me, and nobody's gonna take that because when I needed saving, I saved self, and self saved me. So please, your salvation is within you, not without.
Yes.
Stop looking outside of yourself for acceptance from man. You're never gonna find it. Society is unbalanced. It changes every second. Only thing should remain standing firm is thyself. You've been here before. You should get tired of this shit. I'm tired of it. I guess this is my last reincarnation before I become a star or some shit, because I'm sick of this shit. I just want to live in love. I just want to live in love. I don't want nobody to tell me who I should love, how many people I should love, and I should have money and all of this shit that doesn't really make you happy. It's all man-made to take away your true happiness within self. Be thyself, know thyself, and you shall find God and heaven. Please.
Once again, thank you so much, bro. We appreciate
Shout out
it.
to the gods, man. Peace,
Man, we love it. Everybody's
Peace
been
to the gods,
everybody
man.
definitely
Yeah.
been chiming in and definitely you helped out
God.
so many people,
Now,
man.
but you gotta look. But can I say something?
Yeah, go
Please
ahead.
understand how the system work, right?
Yeah.
Upon the time of we're calling ourselves gods, look how the rap industry is promoting us calling ourselves demons. There's nothing is a mistake. Pay attention. Wake up. Are you going to be a god, a goblin, or a demon? Better choose it. And shout out to the God, Fabio. I love you, Fab. But still, though, wake up. Know thyself. Choose. Choices. Ma'at. You go up on the ma'at. Your heart better be light as a feather before you can even choose thy memory to reincarnate in. That's why your heart has to be light. Every day purge thyself. Every day judge thyself. The heart is not up on death. That's the next thing they lied you about. It's every second. You better wear your heart.
How would you say just one of the last things, if somebody wanted to purge themselves of these, I guess you could say their old ways, like what would be the best way? Would it just be through research? Would it be through just understanding yourself more?
The love. Do the things that you love to do. The positive things that you love to do. You don't have to hurt people to love yourself. That's an illusion. If you like to go sit in the grass, if you like to smoke weed, as long as you're not causing disbalance to the universe, do what you love to do. Embellish in it. Embrace yourself in it. Let it become you. I love cutting hair. I love history. I love history so much. I literally wanted to create a line so I could push everything out that I was learning. That's why I created the clothing line. So do the things you love.
Yes, thank you so much again, Dwight, for stopping by. You guys definitely tap in with him if you have any information that he's talking about today.
Man, I'm here, man.
Definitely very helpful. Not only, like I
If
said,
you're in Brooklyn, come check us out, 2194 Fulton Street, House of Skills. I'm always in the streets. I'm a people person, so if you see me, please show love. It's time to show love. I come in love and I leave in peace. Understand that.
Thank you so much again, bro. We appreciate that.
Thank you, family. I love you, man. Please, God, I appreciate you. Thank you for sharing your platform with me.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, bro. Peace. All right, you guys, that was an amazing conversation. Wow. Like I said, I've been waiting for a conversation like that for a while, and I'm glad I had it. Once again, I apologize for some of the delays. Yesterday we didn't have as much speakers that we had today, and I really didn't want to have to cut anybody short. However, we are going to have a few time changes moving forward. A few people had to actually drop out of the actual festival due to the time changes. But we're gonna keep everything moving as quickly as we can. We have our next person up here, which is actually Young Zaylee. For y'all who don't know who she is, she's an artist of ROE Records. We're gonna actually bring her in a few, but I really wanted to talk to you guys and kind of just give you guys a heads up. A few people had to actually drop out of the actual festival only because of the time frame. However, we're going to actually try to keep things moving as quickly as possible. All right, so just bear with us. Thank you so much for tuning in to this Create the Wave Festival. Once again, this is day 2. So I've been trying to allow people to be able to do their thing because this is day 2 and it's the last day of the festival. So I've been wanting people to be able to kind of just be able to do what they do and be able to spread knowledge, spread love, and of course spread some vibes. So we're gonna go ahead and bring Young Zay into the queue. We're gonna get into it.
What's up, everybody?
Yo, oh snap! Do y'all see the haircut? Do y'all see the cut? Oh man! Listen, it looks nice though. I like it. I like it a lot. Look, we once again, like I say, we've a little bit on time. I mean, behind on time. So grateful that we actually got you up here. For those who don't know who you is, say your name and say where you're from. Okay.
What's up, everybody? So my name is Zaylee. I'm from Fredericksburg, VA. You already know, and I am the first lady of ROE Records. Y'all better know it. So it's like, no, but like, yeah, it's just me. I'm so happy to be a part of Create the Wave Fest. First and ever to do it. You know, the greatest Grant, Jaquan Grant. Thank you, Keon.
Thank you. Once again, I see we just got Ashton. She just actually popped into the queue. I want to go ahead and give you a heads up as well. Anybody who pop into the queue, I may try to hop up in and give you guys a heads up. We are running a little bit behind time, but we will be getting you on right after Zaylee. Please bear with us. I've been trying to make sure each creative can be able to do their thing. All right, so and sometimes that comes with a little bit running over time, so it's totally fine. Like I said, this is day 2 of the festival, last day, so we want to make sure we end on a bang. So Zay, without any further ado, I'm gonna go ahead and remove myself off the screen, and we're gonna let you do your thing.
Alrighty, and let me know if my sound is alright. Okay, guys.
All right, we got you.
Da, 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 da. Ways to go. Da, 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 da. Oh, tried over days, weeks, and months, and years. Yeah, but that doesn't intercept any of my fears of not understanding. Love and support, did it come? I'm the one who has to right my wrongs. But what about the ones who joined along? They don't have no responsibility or anyone to answer to. I guess it's just me. I gotta do better by my family and everyone who stood by me. I know I've caused you so much pain, but I'm just trying to find my way. I have done some things, seen some things. I'm not innocent, lost inside myself, need some help, but no one's listening. I pray to God I get to where I'm going. I'm no longer losing hope, but better ways are to go. I have done some things, seen some things. I'm not innocent, lost inside myself, need some help, but no one's listening. I pray to God I get to where I'm going. I'm no longer losing hope. Better ways are to go. Better ways are to go. Why unfold? Yeah, better to go. This next record is actually featuring Jaquan Grant and myself. It's called Black Skin.
Oh, dude, let me hop over here. No, I'm joking.
Wait, what? For real. I like it blonde. Yeah. In my black skin, there's no room for me. In my black skin, there's no room to breathe in my. Oh, but who gon' rescue me? Yeah, yeah. There's no room to breathe. Oh no. Pray for me. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Who gon' feel for me? The damage is done. The things y'all have said will never lead us up to sin. We work 20 times harder than the average white man just to be American. Why y'all screaming make America great again? The weather's drastically changed, but not enough to where it still ain't the same. Oh, we got our lives, and they just want us to be so ashamed, but we are not one and the same. But yeah, we are all in all. Y'all can accept the fact that we're going up, and our lives won't be disrupted because we are in my black skin. Oh no, in my black skin. Oh, in my black skin. In my black skin. Oh no. There's no room to breathe, yeah. And who gon' rescue me? Live it right, love your life, do it right, be alive. Don't ever let them stop. You know you're fine. We will fight through the night. We will, yeah. All right, so this is a new record. I don't have no vocals on this one, but I just wanted to perform a little bit of it. And it's called Real Eyes. Eyes with a Z. Real eyes, realize, realize. Real eyes, realize, realize. Yeah. Look, lot of monsters inside my closet. Don't know why they trying to come out. They just trying to fuck up my placement. See, that's the dumb shit that I'm talking about. You know, I realize a lot of things. It's who you let in your corner can make a way for positive or negative energy. But what you let in is what you will take, yeah. I know it's hard to open up and try your luck with people who care or never show no love. Sometimes it's okay to put yourself above. Might have to distance yourself from a couple day ones. Cause nobody will ever know you like you know yourself. To be one with the mind and soul is the greatest wealth. If you ain't know now, you know that. Real eyes, realize, real lies. Real eyes, realize, real lies. Some things don't come as surprise. Some things just turn up at night. Real eyes, realize, real lies. Real eyes, realize, real lies. A darkness hiding from light. Some things you ball up inside. Yeah. I ain't gonna sing no more of that though. That's Realize. Hope y'all vibing with me. This is going to be the last song that I perform tonight. Today. Uh-oh. 1 second. My bad, guys. Why I keep doing this? All right. I got my tracks in Logic. It's kind of throwing me off, but this last record is called Afro Girl. One of my favorite records I've made. Standing up for me and my black girls, or any girl, really my black girls though, with our natural hair. Y'all see mine's all gone though, and I didn't dyed it, but yeah. So many of you see, I heard she Miss Beauty, phenomenal darling. No, don't be unaware of who she is and the power has. Amazing girl, no, don't be afraid as they stare at you. They just have no clue of this goddess with the tender chocolate glowing skin, and they just surround you and wanting to touch your hair and wondering how it bounces and at the same time flows through the air. They don't know who you are, most definitely don't know your worth. Steady thinking that you're just a curse, and they don't know about your mind and the knowledge stuck inside. Yeah, I love your chocolate girl. Well, keep strutting, they say, watch you while you walk on by. Don't ever have your head low, keep it up on high. 'Cause you are a queen, my girl, and you rule the universe, yeah. Oh, you better keep that smile, that beautiful hair, and wave it like you never. Because there are haters that would try to bring you down. And yeah, you know they're clowns, but you will fly in the sky like a beautiful butterfly. Keep strutting while you walk on by. Don't ever have your head low, keep it up on high. 'Cause you are a queen, my girl. Universe. Look, oh, dark skin girl. Oh, brown. That's that. Oh, light skin girl. All you lovely queens in the world. Dark skin girl. Oh, brown skin. Oh, light skin girl, all you lovely queens in the world, you are on top. Don't let them have you down. Smile, smile, smile. No, never have a frown. So many of you see, her shame is beauty, phenomenal darling. Now don't be unaware of who she is and the powers. Amazing girl. Now don't be afraid.
Hey. Hey, thank you so much. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Thank you so much.
And dropping off the vibes. Definitely, you already know how I feel about those records, so I don't even have to really tell you. But for those who definitely want to follow up with you, Zay, what's some best ways for them to kind of stay up to date with some of the stuff you got going on, and if they wanted to reach out to you?
Well, y'all can follow me on all social media at Zaylee Music. That is Zaely Music. That's on all platforms, and y'all can check me out anywhere on any music platform. Check out my latest music. I will be having something coming soon, but just stay tuned. Like I said, you can follow me at Zaylee Music, and if y'all would like to reach out to me, y'all can reach out to me on my social media, or you can reach out to me on my email, zaylee.roe@gmail.com.
So you dropping some new tunes this year? Is that what you saying?
Yeah, before this year out, y'all gonna get something from me. Y'all gonna get something, cause yeah, it's been a while and I had to get it out. But that one record that y'all heard, Realize, I'm still about to get that recorded. So had to do a little the beat, just the beat, not the voice, not the vocals on it. So yeah.
Definitely. Well, you guys definitely make sure y'all tune in and follow everything that she's doing. She's an amazing artist, an amazing person, amazing individual. Definitely a light in so many people's lives. And like I said, she has some great big things. We definitely have some great big things coming up.
Yes,
It's on a hush, but definitely make sure you guys follow up with her. Like I said, she has some amazing records and she definitely has some amazing vibes. Like some of the records she was doing was from Freedom Low, Freedom High, a few projects that are on all various streaming platforms. So definitely make sure y'all tune in and check her out. She's super dope, super dope. And of course, amazing artist, and I'm proud to be a part of your journey. So we're gonna go ahead and bring in the next the next person. So I'm gonna go ahead and remove Zay. Thank you so much for stopping by, dropping those records off.
Thanks,
And
Wave.
of course. All right, Zay. All right. So like I stated before, my apologies. We are a few minutes behind. We have actually our next 3 participants all lined up. So look, this is what I'm going to say, you guys. Everybody, of course, you guys had a specific time frame that you're going to be a part of it, and of course, those time frames are a little kind of all over the place right now, just because, like I said, this is the last day of the festival, and I wanted each creative to be able to do their thing. And some of them, they kind of just fell into it, and they was either talking a little bit too much, or someone was actually trying to drop so much gems and information. But I definitely allowed it because it's important, and definitely it was able to. We're trying to teach the individual, so sometimes we may forget the time and stuff like that. So it's totally fine. So I'm gonna let you guys know, even though we have 3 other participants, I'm gonna let you guys know y'all orders, so y'all don't think like, all right, well, cool, I was just kind of up here, blah blah blah. I want y'all to know before I actually pull people into the actual feed. So we have Cre8 coming up next. And then after Clay, we have Ashton Rock, who's basically been up here for a while. And then after Ashton, we have Amaja. Okay, so those are our next 3 participants. You guys definitely stay tuned. Each and every one of them is going to be dropping some amazing knowledge and, of course, some amazing vibes. So we just had Zay up here. I'm going to go ahead and bring Cre8, another Virginia native, to the mix. And we're going to get some things rolling. All right. What's up? Sir. How you doing, bro?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm doing great. I know at last minute we kind of changed some things as far as like how you was gonna do on today's set, and that's totally fine.
Yeah.
I want us to kind of, before we get into everything, I want you to let the people know what's your name and also where you're from. Even though I kind of just said all that stuff, but I'm still gonna allow you to go ahead and say it.
Yeah, man. So my name is Clayton Darnell. Clay is actually my artist name. More recently, kind of what you were saying, we kind of switched what we was doing. I started producing. My Instagram name has been Dolo Darnell for like a while, and really it was somebody, they suggested, they was like, yo, your producer name should just be Dolo Did That. And I was like, okay, like it got a little ring to it, you feel me? So
yeah,
that's my producer name, Dolo Did That. That's what I'm going by. But I'm from Virginia, Newport News, Virginia 757. So you already know it's super dope. I'm happy to be a part of anything anybody's doing from Virginia.
Of course. Before we get into it, I'm just ask you one more question. What kind of gave you the drive to say, all right, cool, I think I want to get into production now?
Really, I think, well, as far as being an artist, I was one of them people like in high school, like before everybody, hey, what's up, Alize? I was like in high school before everybody wanted to rap. I was like one of the first people. So I feel like
Oh no, just it's kind of like I've been doing it for a while, and I was looking for like a new challenge, some different, just some new energy. You feel me? Because I feel like sometimes as an artist, and it depends. Everybody's situation is different, but I feel like for a lot of us, if there's anybody out there watching, they can relate. It's like you searching for beats on YouTube by yourself. You got some equipment, you recording yourself, you promoting yourself. It's like all about you. It's all just, you know what I'm saying? It's like I like the idea of producing where it's like I can collaborate with people. I love to collaborate with people and, like, you know what I'm saying, share that creativity. So if you would have asked me last year, I would have been like, I don't have the patience to sit there and like make beats, but it's something that I love now, really. Like I love it.
Okay, so I don't think we were able to do like a brief rehearsal, so I can kind of walk you through it if you wanted to do it this way, because I know you was just saying you was gonna play a few of your beats, but
Yeah.
you have the ability as well if you wanted to, because you're on your are you on your laptop right now or are you on your phone?
Oh, I'm on my laptop right now,
Okay,
actually.
so if you wanted to, if you had a beat or anything that was open, we can share your screen to the actual feed, and you can be able to play one of your beats and actually kind of talk a little bit about it once we actually break it down. So towards the bottom of your screen, you should see something that says share screen.
Let me see. Here's the all right.
And then whenever you click on it, click on application window.
All right.
And then just click on whatever that application that you're using to for your beat.
Application window. Okay, cool. Let me see. That's weird. It's not coming up though. The application that like
you're
I'm
using.
using Ableton. Yeah, and I don't see it as an option to pull up.
Oh, make sure another thing, make sure you have Ableton actually up in the background. So don't minimize Ableton, like actually
Oh,
have it up.
yeah. Okay, that's what it was. All right.
Okay.
All right. So y'all can see this right now. Oh yeah. Okay.
There
Okay.
you
Yeah.
go. So I'm gonna go ahead and remove myself off the screen and kind of let you go ahead and do your thing, bro.
Okay.
All right.
All right. So my bad. I was expecting to just like play something straight up. So let me just pull up. I just gotta pull up the project I was gonna do first because I have one. I feel like it has an intro type vibe. So I can definitely you know what I'm saying, just do a quick breakdown of it. Um, I can play it first just so y'all kind of like get an idea of what it sounds like, and then you know, kind of walk through the steps of creating it. I think that would be dope if we did it like that. But yeah, just give me a second. Ableton is just taking his time now. You know, it's not responding, of course. All right, here we go. So let me go ahead and play it first so y'all can hear it, and then we'll go ahead and do that breakdown. All right. So from that, y'all can get an idea basically of what it sounds like. So to break it down, really how it started out was shout out to Somatics. They have these MIDI files where they have some really, really just dope melodies. This is what it started with. And then so basically I took this melody right here, picked the sound for it. I picked some like electric piano just because I feel like that's usually like a good way to start something smooth. You feel me? So started there. After that, added these horns in here, and I'll just solo them all so you can hear them solo first, and then how they come together. so with this, it's funny because I feel like this is just like a tutorial that I would watch on YouTube or whatever. But basically, from the melody that I had at first, I just made a counter melody. All the ones that y'all see right here in orange are active. Everything that's grayed out was a part of the original melody with the first electric piano. But that's like a cool little trick I learned. Like basically any chord progression melodies that you have, you can just carve out other melodies in them. So I mean, together it sounds like this. Like the orange is kind of sitting down in the background or whatever. Then after that, I like to add like voices, like choirs to my music, just because I feel like it's something about the human voice that like it just attracts our attention more than any other. I think it's on some like evolutionary like type thing or whatever. So it's like this super weird choir just in there in the background, right? It sounds like just weird, but when you add everything else with it, then it sounds like you got some, you know what I'm saying? At this point, all it really takes to me is like one melody, two melodies. Really, you don't really need like a whole bunch of them. And I mean, really, that's a whole chord progression anyway. So there's like multiple melodies in there. So from here, just adding like bass, and I carved this out of the main chord progression too. So put that all together again. It sounds real weird and airy, like and spaced out. You know what I'm saying? And I'm the type of person. I just like spaced out, airy sounds. I don't know. I think it's just something about being from Virginia. Like we just like airy, spaced out. We just like to be in the future. Like I mean, you think about like Pharrell, like Timbaland, Autumn. So basically, once you have like a solid chord progression, maybe like a different melody, just some extra voices, whatever, bass. From here is just like adding the percussion and just extra little sounds. So even on top of that other voice, I had this little. It looks like I have multiple voices in here. Yeah, I don't even remember. Like that's the thing. That's the thing I like about producing is like it's like a trip. It's like a trip that you take yourself on, and you don't even really remember all the details about it till you go back like this. Like, oh yeah, I did add that in there. You know what I'm saying? So I'll just play like the percussion by itself too, just because it's no point of breaking down every single percussion. But I mean, kicks, snares, hi-hats, all of that. All the percussion by itself, like all the percussion and the voices by themselves, just sound like this. You know what I'm saying? So it got a solid little bop to it. Like that's one thing that I learned recently. Mind you, I just really started in February, but one thing I learned was as long as you have like a solid groove to your music, I mean, it doesn't have to be too like complex like this. I think the biggest challenge for me and probably for a lot of producers is like not doing too much, you know what I'm saying? Because I feel like it's easy to just try to add a whole bunch of drums and all that, but you really want to leave space and just create like a little flow. So with all of these percussion sounds combined with all of the melody sounds, it just came out to this. So that's one right there. Let me see.
That's
Yeah.
that's dope, bro. Before we actually, I just want before we actually end the segment, I want to ask you just a question or two before we actually pull Ashton up here.
Sure.
You talked a lot about you talked a lot about Pharrell and Timbaland. You say those two are kind of some of your inspirations as far as
Yeah.
like being a producer.
Oh yeah, I definitely think so. I mean, you already know you from Virginia too. Yeah, like growing up, I mean, I feel like Pharrell was like a role model. You know what I'm saying? At least for me, he identified to me because he was just so different, and I felt very similar, like where I was. I felt like I was very different from everybody around me, and as I became an artist, those were the type of beats I liked too. I liked like airy beats, like you could take something real smooth but put some hard drums behind it, and then it just meshes together like sweet and sour or something. You know what I'm saying? So with the sounds that I use, I try to basically do that. Try to get some airy sound and smooth sound and stuff, but then make sure the bass and like the kicks and everything gives it a little bounce to it. So yeah.
Fast. Do you feel like well, now since you're producing, I'm pretty sure I guess your next project, or I know you said you had stepped away as far as some artists, but do you see
Yeah.
yourself kind of producing your own full-fledged projects anytime in the future, like whenever you do step back into that?
Yeah, I feel like at this point it's kind of like I have to produce my own project because you know it's for real. Like even like some of my friends in the past, like I might have beats like just laying around. I'll play beats from my other friends who are artists or whatever. But at this point, it's like I'm only gonna play my beats around y'all, like so I can work with y'all. So I feel like at some point I probably will revisit it, but I'm just so like locked into you know what I'm saying? Even doing that breakdown, like I just said, I felt like I sounded like a tutorial that I was watching on YouTube because I'll just be so locked in watching, like just trying to learn and get better. And that's part of it that kind of excited me was because I feel like I have so much to learn. You know what I'm saying? It just makes it fun.
What would be the best way if anybody want to kind of check in on you or follow up with you, or even if they wanted to reach out and work with you and get production and stuff? What would be the best way for them to reach out to you?
The best way would be email. My actual producer email is Dolo did that. So DOLO DIDTHAT, just straight like that. You can reach me by email, or you can reach me on Instagram. It's Dolo Darnell, just like y'all see in front of y'all. And I'm definitely like open to working with new artists. I mean, if you got talent, like I'm definitely trying to because I'm a beginner myself, so I'm very much so trying to promote myself and get myself out there. I'm not trying to hit nobody over the head, like to pay for beats and stuff like that. If you got talent, I'm trying to help and support you, like I would do anybody even before I was a producer. So yeah.
Fast. Well, thank you so much for stopping by, bro, and breaking down this beat. I definitely can hear the Virginia sound in your production, and I can't wait to hear more. You guys
Yeah.
definitely check in with bro, and definitely link in and tap in and work with me. Thank you again, bro.
Yeah, for sure, man. Appreciate it.
Of course. All right, we're gonna go ahead and bring Ashton in here. Let me go ahead and get her together. All righty. Hey.
What's going on, everybody? What's going on, Jaquan? Thank you for inviting
me. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty great. What's new?
What is new? Oh my goodness. I'm just trying to make the best of this. So here in Georgia, quarantine is still a thing, but not really. Productions are starting back up under guidelines. Like even for people who need extras for films, they're hiring like full-time extras that are there every single day. So it's only they don't go over 25, and they have to get tested every week. So I am trying to figure out how I fit in that. Yeah, so it's a journey, and so but this whole season has been about creating new things. Season 2 of Real Fakes is coming. We've had to push back shooting for that, so that's going to be this fall, and so we're casting for that now. We'll be crewing up for that soon. Yeah, a lot of good things.
That's dope. Before we get into our questions, I see we just got London and Litzer. She just popped into the queue. Just to give you a heads up, London, we are a few minutes behind time, so we actually have one more person. we have one more person before we actually bring you in here. So please bear with us. Please stick around. We will be bringing you in as soon as we can. All right. So even though I've already stated your name, Aston, for those who don't know, what's your name and where are you from?
All right. Hey, everybody. My name is Aston and I rock. I go by Aston Rocks. You see the little thing. Where it is. Right here. Right here. I live in Atlanta, Georgia, and I am a filmmaker concentrating on writing.
Cool. All right, let's jump into these questions. When did you get your start in film?
Okay, so that's a really interesting question. So I started in my teens. I started as an actor first, actually. Like I've been writing probably like all my life, but I think I stated an interest in film in particular because I discovered that I liked acting on film better than I did on stage. And of course, when it was time to pick a career, it was like, or pick a major, I should say, it was between like acting, theater, and film. And I chose filmmaking because, you had TV, you had news, you had movies, you had like a plethora of things. And I'm like, all right, well, I'm a writer, so I want to make movies. Maybe one day, like act in movies. There's a lot of, and what I've come to find in the film industry, you can wear so many hats. You can wear one, no one's going to say anything to you. If you're like props master on one show and then on the next show, you're doing like set decoration. It's like there's like so many possibilities and different ways that you can elevate in the career. It's not a linear career path at all. So I would say officially when I started college, 2008 is when I started my own, when I made my first film on my own.
Okay, cool. Let me get into my next question. There has been a lot of progress in terms of including more women in the fabric of film and TV, which is really, really wonderful to see. What's basically your thoughts on that?
My thoughts on including women in film? I think there's still a long way to go. Yeah, I think it's still a long way to go. What you really see is this surge of do it yourself, right? So before, and I'm willing to argue this with anyone, filmmaking is the most expensive art form. It just is, because it's the one, like, you can do everything yourself. You can, but like, why? And when you do it yourself, you're a little bit more limited in what you can create or how long it takes to get there, right? So you've got to pay the people that's on your crew. Then you've got to pay, back in the day, you had to pay to develop film. You had to buy the film camera. You had to and then rolls of film were like hundreds and hundreds of dollars, or like, and that's generous. So now we're in the age of digital filmmaking. You could buy a DSLR, you can use your phone, and women aren't waiting for the green light anymore. Just like how, Black filmmakers, we're not waiting for the studios to approve us. We just go out and do it. And so what's nice about women is that we seeing more women in the industry is that, before we were kind of waiting on someone to greenlight our stories. And we just decided that if there was any time to tell our own story, it's while we have the access to materials at large, like right here. And then because it's so accessible, you have more people who, you have team members that can also access materials that they wouldn't have before. And now you have this beautiful team making event because now you have a lot of people, now you have a team of people that believe in your vision and they don't want to just get on, right? And with that, because you can show if you want to move up in cable, or if you want to move up in with the big studios, it's still, or even if you want to stay independent, if you want to progress, it's always good to see that you can create something without this big budget, or that you can create something on your own. And that's why you see now more women in the studios, because now they have this portfolio of things that they can show the higher ups and enter those spaces. And then we just want to see our stories. There's a demand to see our stories. They're like, oh, wow, making stories about women actually makes money. Who would have thought? So, and I love it. And I love it. And it only goes up from here.
Okay, thanks. All right, so let's talk a little bit about Real Fakes. So your new series, Real Fakes, is actually based on your first real job, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What made you want to create this series now, or was this something you've been kind of working on for a while?
Definitely the second one. So for those who don't know, Real Fakes, or on YouTube as The Real Fake Memoirs of Mila McKinney. When I was 20, did I turn 21 yet? No, I was still 20. It was the first job I ever paid rent with. I was selling knockoff handbags. I went to Temple University. I was in Philly. I worked in South Philly for almost 2 years, selling $12 shoes and $35 Gucci. And the characters, like, there's just the stories that I witnessed, the things that I saw. I couldn't make it up with my own imagination. And my imagination is wild, right? And I learned so much about people. It was the time where, I thought I knew much. I thought I knew better. That comes that moment where you realize you don't know everything. And I think right before, so there came a moment that flashed across my mind where I was like, this needs to be a TV show. Because this would happen like nowhere else. Like, where do you see, I'm like putting like fake Versace symbols in the purse using pliers. And I'm like, where do you see crap? Where do you see this? There needs to be a show about like counterfeit contraband. Like, what? This is crazy. And one day my boss tells me that we're about, that she couldn't keep up with the space anymore, that we were closing. And I told her, I was like, cool, so I'm going to change your name, but I want to write a story about this show. She said, go for it. So for the first couple years after, I was really like, I couldn't find my voice with it because I was really ashamed about how I didn't stand up for myself in certain situations. I wrote it. I started writing it as a book. And then, when you start writing books, the books just get longer and longer and longer and longer and longer. And then I put it down for about maybe 3 years before I met. I was on set with a makeup designer who was Korean. So my boss was Chinese. And I told her the story, and she was like, dude, you got to tell it. Like, and it's got to be you that's in it. Like, you've got to tell this story. And if you're not like, and at the time I'm like, I was very, I wouldn't say pessimistic, but to write a whole pilot and to get someone to film it, even if I filmed it on my own, a 30-minute pilot, that's a lot of money for someone to like maybe see or not greenlight the show. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah. So what if I take this 30-minute idea and split it into like 5 minutes or less? And so the idea for the web series was born about in 2018.
Okay. Great. Let's talk a little bit about some of the challenges that you had faced while creating Real Fakes, and what advice do you have for other filmmakers who is possibly struggling to tell their own stories?
I would say that, like, I mentioned the idea of funding a lot because that's pretty much the biggest hangup. Because one of the biggest struggles was like, securing a location. It takes place in a store, so you've got to find a store that's willing to close, or that's willing to let you film when you're closing. You were my editor. And so there were moments where I was like, oh, well, I only got, there was a lot of bartering involved to make that work. Like, let's be real. Yeah. But the challenge is, the way that I was able to get through them was attaching people to the project that, hey, Alize. So what gets us through, is keeping a team of people that believe in the outcome, period. And so I was able to secure 2 directors just from telling that, like, this is the story I want to tell. This is why I want to tell it. This is what we're working with. This is, being realistic about people's time, or the time that a lot. So like time where you are short in your funds, become masterful in your time management. It's probably my biggest takeaway and my biggest piece of advice. Because even if you wanted to bring someone on, just be ready to say, hey, this is what I need from you. This is the time. Like I'm willing to be generous with the time that I needed back. We're only going to take 2 days of your shooting time, and if that's too much, then we'll figure it out. So that's So I would say that that's the biggest takeaway, is just being able to manage time and realizing that you're not on anyone's time but your own, because who's expecting it? Like, if you're not working for CBS, then you have the fluidity to tell people like, hey, thank you for supporting us. Thank you for watching. Thank you for donating money. Thank you for being a fan. We're going to get this to you in the best way possible. And then once you have all your episodes done, you could just throw a drop and be like, boom, surprise. So I say never rush. Take your time.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yep.
And just bring on people that believe in the end goal. Because if they don't believe in the end goal, then you're just going to frustrate yourself by attaching yourself to people who don't believe in you.
Thanks. Now I have one more question before I get into. I want you to do like a small, short presentation where you basically give tips on how to, I guess, build a correct team to kind of help you with your projects,
Sure.
and even some what platform someone can use to release their projects. But before we get into that, do you have any plans? Do you have any further plans for the series Real Fate? And are there any other projects you are working on that we should be keeping an eye out for?
Right now, the plan is to focus on season 2. So season 2 is finished. Like I said, we're in the casting process. We've got a weekend lockdown for shooting, and we have an ideal date for release. The methods of release are still being considered right now, because we would love to move beyond YouTube and look at different web series networks. You have like the Damn Network, you have Art House Network. There are a lot of online platforms out here that I would love to align myself with for sure. But right now, just taking it one day at a time, and then seeing how viewership expands further than season 1. And so that's what I'd love to see. But for now, to answer your question about the process. So building a team just kind of went like this. The first thing I did, first of all, writers. You gotta let people read your work. Number one. I know that we are very wary of people stealing our stories, and you hear horror stories about people copying you. Listen, there are like 500 different versions of Pocahontas. Like, your version of Pocahontas is yours. Let people read your work, because if you let people read your work, then they already know how serious you are about your work. So the process for me was being comfortable and telling people about it. And that's how I was able to secure a producer. Producers come first. Producer is the person that isn't going to let you fail. They're going to help you make it work any way possible. Because sometimes if you're too close to it, you shut down when things start going wrong. And in filmmaking, to tell you something, they will. So producers come first, directors second. Directors are the people that's going to direct the actors on screen. They're going to be the last person that green lights before posting the episode, or before exporting the final update of the episode. They're the people. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. They're directing, and you've got to make the decision. Just because somebody is a good director doesn't mean that they're a good director for you. So how I chose my directors was, I wanted someone who could either relate to the content, or more, if not most importantly, understand timing. What makes the show funny? Because Real Fakes is a comedy. What makes the show funny? Good timing. The joke's not going to work if the pause is too long. You know, the joke isn't going to work if the person doesn't deliver their line on time. And someone who's going to understand how that works is someone who understands timing. So I chose Becca Hahn, and I chose Edit East. Becca Hahn is a young Korean woman who understood the concept of a person leaving their country, coming into a new, like, based on, you know, her mom really came to a new country, kind of like took a backseat, and, you know, changed who she was to fit into this new world. She was a doctor, and then, you know, when she came here, wasn't. And my store owner was, you know, she's gotten degrees and, you know, had mad degrees, but had to come here, get a divorce, and became a salesman of like fake Gucci. She doesn't anymore. She's great, but you know, that's kind of, I wanted someone who could relate to that experience. At East, I saw that she directed a horror short, and it's very difficult to scare people in 15 minutes or less. So it's like, if you know how to make people scared in this short time, you know how to make people laugh in a short time. Because comedy and horror are very interrelated. Then from directors, you know, because then they look at the content and see what they want. Of course, the actors come, and then I like with crew. To be honest, with crew, you want people who are reliable, and you want people who are reliable. That sounds bare minimum, but honestly, like in filmmaking, especially if it's something that's a passion project, the bare minimum is required. I have no one in there, like everyone in there was probably someone I worked with for the first time as a creator. But I met them on different sets. I met my hair and makeup designer on a set that like I quit. I met my costumer at a networking event. I met my props person at a film that I had to leave, and I met my assistant director on a short film, which she was ADing on. And so the team, you know, the team of people again became like, all right, I've got Tuesdays to shoot this. I can afford to shoot. Like I found a location that my mom had been shopping at for like over 15 years. I said, listen, I got 2 days to shoot this. Can you do it? Yay, nay, hey. And that's basically where I went from there. And we pulled it off with a hitch. I just, you know, you reach into your contacts, and not to say that you get desperate, because, you know, and you have to be able to have a little faith, because if it's your first time working with somebody, it may go well or it won't. Or at the end of the day, if they see the common goal, then it doesn't really matter if you like them that much, as long as you have this common work ethic and this goal to reach at the end. And so that was not to say that I didn't like anyone. That was just for your information. So since then, my network, I know I've got to wrap it up soon, but since then, we're back at square one with crewing up, because, you know, it's been about a year. And so now we know what worked, we know what didn't work, we know what directors are staying on. I now went from being myself and one other producer to being a team of 4 producers. And now and so it went from having 2 pairs of eyes to 4 pairs of eyes. And now you have somebody that's working on sponsorships. And now you have somebody that's working on the grants. And then you have somebody that's focused on the creative and the marketing, all in addition to what I've got going on. And so it makes the next step easier to get through. But now, again, because of that, the network has grown, and now you have more people that see your vision.
Facts. Definitely. So once again, before we actually end this segment, what are some ways people can actually, if they wanted to go check out Real Fakes, where do they have to go check that out? And also, if they wanted to get in contact with you, what would be the best way to reach out to you? Because I know right now you're doing like a social media hiatus, right? So what would be the best?
I am. So if you and I'll be back, you know, I'll be back, but if you want to see some of my work, or if you want to check out the web series, you can follow the web series on Instagram at the TheRealFakeSeries. That's the Real Fake series. And the links for all of our content are in our bio. Why Aston Rocks, WHY Aston Rocks is where my Instagram, Twitter, and all that is. If you want to find it on YouTube, same thing. You can look up Real Fakes Mila. Mila is the main character, and that's the quickest way to pull up all of our episodes. And lastly, you asked questions about how people can showcase their work. First step is YouTube. YouTube is your best friend. Don't be afraid of YouTube. And IGTV is another great use of your viewership. But I always say start what requires the least amount of maintenance. Those two are your best friend, and that's
Exactly.
your series.
Thank you so much, Aston, for dropping by and dropping the knowledge. And also, you guys definitely make sure you check out Real Fakes. It's really, really funny. I had opportunity
You did
to
a
work
great
on it.
You did a great job editing, yo. Like, come see our work. Oh, hey, girl. Also, hey, girl. I just went.
Yeah, it's super, super hilarious, and it's real too. I think that was probably one of the biggest takeaways I took from it. It's really real and it's really relatable. A lot of people, they've had some type of experience, whether it was shopping at a store that sold counterfeit items, or they knew somebody who physically worked there. So definitely check it out. You will see a lot of different characters, and it's like I said, it's really, really funny. So you guys check that out. Thank you so much again, Ash. We're gonna get into the next participant. You have a blessed one. All right.
All right, no doubt. Take it easy, y'all. Happy Sunday.
All right. Thank you so much again to Ashton. Like I said, her web series is really, really, really funny. I had the opportunity to work on it as her editor, and yeah, it was a funny process, and it came out amazing. You guys check that out on on the YouTube that she just told you guys, and also on her Instagram, Why Ashton Rocks. All right, so we're gonna bring it on next. Once again, like I said, we are over time. However, we'll get through the festival as soon as we can. Like I said, I wanted to make sure each participant had the opportunity to kind of say what they wanted to say and actually give their knowledge and give their words of advice and stuff, like things of that nature. So our next guest is actually yesterday we had opportunity to talk to a credit repairer, somebody who talks about credit building, who's actually my brother. And we're actually about to bring in someone else who has the same background, and also she also can kind of provide some similar tips and some stuff that can actually help you out with repairing credit. As you can see, credit is important. That's the reason why I wanted to at least have this conversation multiple times, just for if you guys missed the first video yesterday, I wanted to actually have this conversation again. So we're just going to take it from her standpoint and how she can break down some of the tips in her own voice. So let's actually bring her up here. Hey, what's up? How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm loving the background too. I'm loving that. I'm loving that a lot. Once again, my apologies as far as the time. We will try to get through it as soon as we can. So whenever we start, just like I'm pretty sure you've been saying, I want you to tell everybody your name and where you're from.
So my name is Amaja Eastland, and I'm from Lombard, North Carolina, but I live in Greensboro, North Carolina at the moment. What else?
So let's we can just jump straight into it. It's cool. We can jump straight into these questions. All right, if that's okay with you.
That's fine.
All
can
right.
You
so
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you guys hear Amaja? If you guys can't hear, make sure you guys just leave some emojis down at the bottom, or just like let us know if there's any technical difficulties.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
So, yeah, I can. I was hearing you before. You're good on my end. You good.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, you're good. You're good. Let me go ahead and get these questions. All right. So let's talk a little bit about how did you learn about you guys' organization? Like, what was kind of something that came across where you was just like, all right, cool, this is something cool, and I think I actually want to get into it. What was kind of like that transition?
Okay, so I was currently working a full-time job. You may not know, I do have a degree in biology from North Carolina A&T. So I was working as an actual chemist with Sharon Williams. So I was in there actually making the paint, okay? Like the white paint, and I was on a big project. I'm doing that. So the opportunity came about right when the pandemic started, like a week before. A good friend of mine, her name is Zakia Holmes. I met her during college. She was my fitness trainer. We also went to an all-girls school, which has been at college, and I met her through it. called me. She was like, "Hey, I got this business opportunity for you." I was like, she was like, "You can make this much." I'm like, "Girl, stop lying." So they told me about the opportunity, and I was kind of iffy about it, but I was like, Amaja, this is a time to actually learn about credit. You've been trying to find somebody for about 5 or 6 months about, trying to repair your credit. My mom was actually, she met a lady, it was about $600. I was like, "What's the name of the company?" She can never tell me. So I actually decided to take it upon myself to learn about credit. So that's how I got started back in this upcoming March. So.
All right, cool. So let's walk me through, and for our viewers, walk us through a day-to-day workflow for someone in your position.
Okay, so I start my day about 8:30. So our morning manifestation calls, we have calls every day to get our team pumped up, to get us pumped up, which I am a leader now, a regional sales director in the actual company. And my goal is to make sure I get everybody on the team that's working, getting their training in. We get up 30, and we actually, the calls from 9:30 to actually 10:15 every morning. No excuses. So you don't get on there, you're accountable. So that's first things first. So after the call, we may have a full day of, I have agents calling me, assisting with actual customers, clients, people that may want to, learn more about the services, also learn about joining the actual business. So every day I may take at least 10 to 15 calls. I'm answering back through Facebook Messenger. So that's how I actually work through my own business, social media. So platforms, responding back day. If customers have problems or something just coming every day. So I say I'm spending time from after the call from 11 to actually, I say 4 o'clock. I'm talking all day. Barely probably had time to eat. I'm just on go. Here, sticky notes everywhere, making calls. After that, we may have another Zoom call at 6:30 to actually focus on what we didn't actually succeed during the day, and maybe tips I'm missing. That's actually, every day. So 8:30, I may have another Zoom call, and it's another thing, a leaders group. So then 11, I really don't go to bed until maybe about 4 a.m. some nights because I'm working on different things to help clients and actually help them understand about the credit and repairing their credit.
Okay, for sure. All right, let's talk a little bit about maybe some of the misconceptions of what you do. So what are some of the misconceptions people may have about what you do?
They think I have the actual social security numbers, but it's all no, everything is contradictory action. So it goes in the portal of an actual protection plan we have, which I will speak on later. It's called United Credit Education Service. So you get the actual link and you put all your information in there. I don't see any of your information. I just work for there with a licensed credit attorney and myself and go from there and get all your information together. Other than that, I don't see any social security numbers. Far as that, I know what's all in your credit, but I don't see any information. Is that unless you screenshot something to me? And that's really it. So that's a misconception.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about is it easy actually bringing people in to help them with their credit, as far as like actually, I know a lot of people have credit issues, but is it easy actually trying to promote and say, hey, I'm actually in a position where I can physically help you. And I know yesterday when I was speaking to Keon, he said something about people be hesitant because you're dealing with their personal information. So how is that process from your standpoint? Do you feel like it's easy whenever you do try to if you see somebody say, hey, I need help with my credit, and you reach out to them and be like, hey, I can actually make sure we can get your credit repaired? Is that process easy for people to say, all right, cool, let's do it? Or is it kind of like some I don't know?
It's 50-50 because most people, mind you, the way the world is today, people scam. Scam is very high. So mainly it's like I said, it's 50-50. I may have people that I talk to them for a whole week. Some people I talk to them for 2 days and we move forward with the process. So it just really depends. Actually, they trust in you, questions they may have. If I can actually acknowledge them about what I'm doing and everything, they go move forward. Other than that, they may not have the actual money to move forward with the services. So that's really a hold on it. And it's crazy messages I get all day. This is a scam. Who are you? Are you real? So yeah, it's 50-50. So
Okay. All right. So I have this one last question, and I'm gonna actually leave the floor to you, where you can talk a little bit about uh, United Education Services, and even some of the tips and stuff that you can possibly give, or if somebody wanted to actually understand a little more about the credit, some of the stuff you can actually teach them and explain, because a lot of people really don't understand even like the 3 credit bureaus and things of that nature. So maybe you can actually kind of talk a little bit about that, and talk a little bit about United Service Education, right?
No, it's United.
United Education Services. All right, cool. Thank you for listening. It's so much to learn, but I think the beauty of it is important, of course, and definitely I know it's really really beneficial and it can help out a lot of individuals in the world right now. So please correct me if I say anything wrong. You know, I'm not going to feel offended. Please correct me. But my question is, basically, in your opinion, what are kind of some of the, I guess, the 3 top reasons why a person comes to you wanting to fix their credit?
I would say, far as in, like I said, knowledge, having trust, and actually getting results back from other people they may know. Actually, maybe my warm market, or like a friend referring, like, hey, my score went up, and them actually me posting saying results here and going from there. So.
All right, cool. So I'm gonna remove myself off the screen. I want you to just kind of just stick on those specific things that you can talk about, because we already kind of went ahead and said some of the stuff we know that you can't really talk. However, some of the stuff that can possibly help somebody, because I know right now, like I said, there's so many, there are some misconceptions when it comes to credit, because I understand how valuable that information is. So a person it can be really really hesitant. So from your standpoint, kind of talk a little bit about United Education Services, and also talk a little bit about, I guess, in your opinion, how long do you think it will actually take a person how long does it normally take to actually fix a person credit? And I'm pretty sure that varies, but kind of just go.
Okay. So you guys, the program that I actually offer is called United Credit Education Services, as we just spoke on. It comes with a lot of things. It comes with a debt payoff, a credit builder, a credit attorney. So you have your own personal licensed credit attorney when you actually join. Also life insurance, a financial lockbox, network, and will and trust. So with that things, when you actually enroll in the program, everything is actually a link. You put your information in, as I stated, and you go from there. You put your social security number in, and you pay for your service right then and there. So I actually walk you through your whole portal, explaining about what we offer. So once I walk you through your whole portal, about explaining these different things. So like I'm gonna touch base about the credit builder. So you can access your actual credit report through the credit builder. And it's easy to understand. It's online. You can access a financial library, and it goes on. So that means you can actually apply for a secure card. And I'm pretty sure Keon touched on this yesterday. A secure card to actually increase your score. And far as in that, it doesn't take long to process that. So, but I say that with somebody that doesn't have any credit. I have seen a lot of people that doesn't have credit. Credit score is 0. So that's very important. So typically everybody's biggest question is, how long does it take and what all do we remove? It takes usually about 30 to 45 days to see results within your first 45 to 90 days as well. And we work fast, we work hard, but it's important that you understand that what all you have on your credit. Some people don't tell you everything, like, okay, this is a closed account, this is an open account, so it gets technical. So which using the plan, some things can be hard to remove. So we remove anything from bankruptcies, which is great, repossessions, foreclosures, student loans, eviction, late payments, child support. A lot of people like child support. Yeah, child support. Um, and also the biggest thing is people focus on the mainly thing, medical bills. So I have seen a lot of clients using my services remove medical bills. So even in my warm market, I had somebody with a Coast card, even when they was on in the hospital for a lump sum, maybe like 5,000 in debt. So actually, when you actually use the services, you don't have to pay that debt back. So that's the great thing about that. We don't take care of that, but we actually dispute it off. So with the plan, it's no contract. It's no contract actually when you enroll, so you can withdraw from the actual services whenever. But I always tell people stay in the program for 5 to 6 months because it's so important for you. You want credit repair, but you don't want to pay $89 a month. Okay. But the great thing about the $89 a month, you actually can refer 5 people and get it your services for free, which is great. You can get your services for free. And that's the great thing about it. I don't know any credit business that does that. You know, way before I got in, I never knew anybody you can get your services paid for free. So the great thing about that, even though you haven't seen results, refer 5 people because we need credit repair and service. We need it. We all need it. I need it. And I actually use the services myself. So I'm gonna throw my score out there. When I first started, my score was a 560, okay? Now I'm at a 688 within just 3 to 4 months. So it has removed some student loans, medical bills of myself, and a lot of more things. But I'm still in the process of disputing things. But it's important for me to actually educate you. It's just not you enroll and I'm lost. You can't contact me. I actually build a longevity relationship with you because I want you to understand like what are you getting yourself into. What is this program? You have any questions? I let my clients call me, even if it's like 4 o'clock in the morning. They may be texting me. Excuse me. They may text me at 4 o'clock in the morning. Hey, Amaj, when you get up, can you give me a call first thing in the morning? And I'm always there. I'm very supportive. So, like I said, the user services in the plan is only $188 to get started. And sometimes we have discounts, which is $89 to get started. So it's a great thing. It's at a low cost, you guys. I never knew. Like I said, my mom had mentioned that she knew somebody that actually did it for $600, but she could never tell me the person, what program it was in. And I didn't feel comfortable with that. So like I said, that's why I was into it. So more things about the program. All of us need a will and trust. So I speak highly of that. Like, okay, I don't have any credit, Amaja. Okay, so you can still roll in this program and actually build credit. Like I said about the secure card, and then actually credit builder. So with the will and trust, we don't know, God forbid, when we're going to pass away, but we want to make sure we have our assets locked in. So when I say assets, so I spoke on, I haven't spoken on Nipsey Hussle or Aretha Franklin. None of them had a will or trust. So when I said the life insurance, all that ties into one that the state withheld their assets and they decided to do whatever because they didn't have that set in stone. So this is very important. I'm only at the age of 26 and I'm trying to prepare myself for my family longevity. So that's why I focus on this because it's a great plan. Like I just mentioned, I don't know any plan that lets you pay $180 to get started and $89 a month. Then you can refer 5 people and get your services repaired for free. It's a win-win. You can't lose in that. So also talking about your actual financial lockbox. Actually, I know a client of mine, she was speaking on that she had an upcoming trip and she could not find her passport or she wanted her passport in her financial lockbox. So you can put anything very secretive, like I said, secretive, but very, you don't want nobody else to know your information. So she was saying that she just wanted to put her passport and actually her birth certificate in the actual financial lockbox. And she can access anywhere, anytime. And that's important because we don't want to walk around with our actual social security card or our birth certificate or, of course, we need our passport when we're traveling. So that's the great thing about the financial lockbox. Also, the debt payoff. So the whole program gives you the system where you can actually focus on your debt payoff. So with that, it just explains the whole process of how you can actually assist yourself. And like I said, I'm not always there, but I am most of the time. But I give you the access of resources to actually read up on everything. So like I said, it's the credit builder. Credit. I'm wrapping it up. So I hope I was very informative today. So
No, you definitely was. One thing I am gonna say before we actually end, what is the best way for them to actually reach out to you, whether it be to get more information regarding credit building, or if they actually just want to reach out to you, just asking you more questions about what you were just saying today. What would be the best way for them to actually reach out to you?
my actual Facebook, which is and you can shoot me an inbox and say, hey, repairing my credit and your assistance. So that's really it.
Thank you so much, Amaza, for stopping by and dropping this amazing knowledge that's definitely beneficial for everybody who's in this, who's been coming up here and watching this festival. Because I'm pretty sure even if it's not you that's dealing with any credit issues, I'm pretty sure you have somebody close to you, whether it be a family member or a friend, who definitely need the assistance. So thank you so much for stopping by. We appreciate you. We appreciate the knowledge. And yes, you guys definitely reach out to her. She said it's on her Facebook, and you guys see how to spell her name. Please don't mess it up.
Please.
And definitely reach out to her if you have any more questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. All right. All right, you guys. Once again, like I stated, we are behind on time. I'm gonna keep saying it because we do have more members that are popping into the queue right now. However, our next participant is actually London Elixir. Amazing producer. I had opportunity to work with her last year, and I've been a follower of her, followers of hers ever since. And she also has a new book, but we're not gonna get into too much things. I'm gonna go ahead and actually bring her into the actual feed, and then right after London, we actually have to bring in our next participant who's ready as well. Hey, what's up? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm loving the aesthetics. I'm loving the background. I see you got some lights and stuff.
Yeah, I'm together. I have to have lights on so y'all can see me, but usually it's not even this bright in here. I got like all types of lights. I'm a light person. Hey, boo.
Definitely. So look, I'm gonna keep this thing brief, just so we're gonna let you do your thing. London is she's a producer, so she's gonna actually break her beat down. Before we actually get into it, I don't know if I had opportunity to also share with you the ability to share your screen. So if you wanted to actually, I don't know if you are you on your phone or are you on your laptop right now?
I'm on my laptop. I was gonna do it on my phone, but then I noticed earlier somebody else was sharing their screen, so I was like, oh yeah, let me get on my computer because that'll work out like a lot better.
Okay, cool. So do you already know how to do it now? You want me to walk you through it?
I mean, it's a share screen. I assume I click that button and it's gonna rock out. So
yeah, as soon as you click share screen, make sure you click on application window. Make sure that the I'm pretty sure you're using Logic, right?
Yeah.
Or okay, so make sure Logic is pulled up. And then whenever you click share screen, just make sure you click application window, and then you'll be able to select the Logic window. And then I'll be able to pull in here, and then we'll get you started. So before we actually start, even though I've already been said this thus far, can you please say your name and where you're from?
Hey everybody, I'm London Elixir. I'm from Columbus, Ohio. Go Buckeyes! But I live in Atlanta, so yeah. Playco, what's up?
All right, now, so I'm gonna go ahead and remove myself off the screen. We're gonna allow you to go ahead and break your beat down.
Okay, awesome. Okay, everybody, so let me do this screen share that he was just telling me about. Okay, share screen, application. It don't list Logic, but Logic is open. Hold on. Bear with me, y'all. There it is. Cool. All right, cool. So I believe y'all can still see me on my screen. So yes, this is Logic. This is the program that I use to make pretty much all of my beats. I use Machine too, but everything that I make touches Logic before it goes out. So like even if I start the idea in Machine, or if I start the idea in Logic, then I go to Machine and I'll come back to Logic. Like I love mixing and arranging in Logic because I'm just like super efficient with the shortcuts. So the beat that I'm breaking down for y'all today is one of my favorites. It's I Don't Give a Funk. It's off of my Listen to Me EP. I just want to, show you guys a little bit about the process. So this is Logic. I'm super girly. I have everything color coded because it just looks prettier that way. But the first thing that I did when I was working on I Don't Give a Funk was I came up with this drum pattern. And the reason why I did the drums first is because I feel like drums carry the groove of a track. So anytime that you are trying to stick to a certain groove, it's pretty ideal to start with the drums, in my opinion, because it just drives everything. So as long as you stay with the certain, groove, then you good. So this was the drum pattern that I have. Let me turn my speakers up so y'all can hear. Hold on one second. All right, so this is the drum pattern. So that's just like a driving kick, right? So I wanted to start with the kick, and then I brought in a lot of the other like funk type of elements because it just kind of, it kept like that Uptown Funk feel that you get when you listen to Bruno Mars, or even like a Calvin Harris type of feel. So let me mute all of this melodic stuff. Yeah. Hold on, guys. Logic is acting like it doesn't want to work well with the Create the Wave stuff. Hold on a second. And I have my buffer size all the way up, so it really shouldn't do that. But yeah, so after I had the drum pattern, I was like, dang, I really want some live bass, but I don't play bass. So I was like, who do I know that plays bass? And I know a couple people. That's the beauty of living in Atlanta. So I hit my friend Ben. Now, Ben's a super, super dope bass player. He lives here in Atlanta, but he tours a lot. So I took the drum pattern that I had, I arranged it into different sections of the song, and I just went to him. We did a session, and I had him just play through the song a few times, like all the way through, just play with some funky bass ideas. And this is the one that I ended up liking the best. So after I had that, I was like, I need to add some melodic elements. And I kind of got stuck on the melodic elements for a while, to be honest. So I went to my friend and had him play some keys over it, just to get his feel. And I ended up scratching most of it, not that because it was whack, but just because it was like, I don't think that's really the feel that I want to go for, but it led me to a feel that I wanted to go for. So it was really, really helpful. So I kept some of it, but then I just ended up adding my own elements, and I wanted everything to be kind of bright. So I have like horns, like sims, some brass, like so that's that. So that's pretty much kind of like how I broke the beat down as far as like the instruments that I chose. And then as far as like arranging it, I knew that I wanted to have a few different artists on a song. I didn't know who at the time that I was making a beat, but I just knew that I wanted like a male singer, a female singer, and a male rapper. So after I decided, you know what I'm saying, like, well, if I need all three of these people, where do I want to place them? So I thought, you know, the first verse, I want to have a male singer. Second verse, I want to be a female singer. And I actually want each of them to do hooks separately. So I want the hook to still be based on, you know, I don't give a fuck, but I want their hooks to be a little bit different just to keep the song, you know, snazzy. And since I was going to do their hooks differently, I decided to change up the hook as far as the beat goes too. So if you'll notice, if you listen closely when you listen to I Don't Give a Funk, the hooks are not the same. So Trey's hook sounds different than Sean Rose's hook. The drums are the same, but the melodic elements are different. So this is the melodic elements, how they'll sound for Sean Rose's hook. So the main difference is this guitar right here. That's not present in Trey's hook. Trey has like these synthy type of chords in his, which is this. And I just did it like that because it's always good to add a little bit of a variation. So yeah, that's pretty much a breakdown for why I chose to have those elements in the hook, why they're different. And then as far as the bridge, I know I wanted to have a rapper on the bridge, so I pretty much dropped all of the melodic elements except for some of the keys that my friend Matt played, and they kind of jazz it up a little bit, and then I kind of stripped down the bass pattern a little bit too, to be a little more repetitive and less like dynamic, because I wanted the focus to be on the rapper. So yeah, that's a quick breakdown of I Don't Give a Funk. Like I said, I use Logic for pretty much all of my beats. Yeah, and that's that.
Thank you so much, London. Before I actually end this segment, I want to ask you two questions. The first question, just being a woman in the music industry, let's just say it like that, and also as a producer, who would you say is some of your who would you say is some of your actual inspirations as a producer?
Yeah, as a producer, Calvin Harris is a really big inspiration for me. And Timbaland is like my all-time favorite producer. The reason why those are two of my favorites, one, Timbaland is just like super unique. Like his sound is very, it's like specific to him. Anytime a Timbaland beat comes on, you pretty much always know that he produced it because of like his drums, his styles that he uses, like his placement is very like him. It's just so him. It doesn't sound like everything else. It's unique. And then the reason why I like Calvin Harris because he's just that vibe, like that funky groove that he does. But then he also has like EDM records and dance records, and he puts out his own music. But most importantly, he puts out music under his name, but he hand selects artists to go over his production, similar to what I did with I Don't Give a Funk. So he's like an artist in his own right in that way too. So that's why I'm inspired by Calvin Harris.
Love to see it. Love to see it. All right. If anybody wanted to follow up with you or reach out to you, whether it be like, hey, we trying to get some production, or hey, we just want to just follow what you're doing. Actually, before we actually get into that, if you wanted to, could you just recently released a book? Could you give people kind of like a little bit of why you kind of created the book and where they can actually go get it at?
Yeah, definitely. So the name of the book is PTO. It stands for Paid Time Off. I wrote that book because I quit my job in May of 2019 to do music full time. And after I quit, everybody was just like, yo, I'm trying to get like you. I want to do that too. Like, I want to, I have a passion that I want to do full time. I'm trying to get off my job. And I was like, dang, I don't know how to like, tell them how I did it in a quick answer. It was so much that led up to it. And a lot of it was also spiritual. So I was like, God just placed it on my heart to write a book to give out the information because it really was a lot of things that you have to go through, financially, mentally, spiritually. You just have to prepare yourself to be an entrepreneur. And I think a lot of times there's a couple different stories that we hear. We hear like the struggle story where it's like, I was sleeping out of my car. And then we hear like that glamour story, like, I just met somebody and they put me on. And it's like, there's a lot of like in-between stuff happening that we don't hear about enough. And I was like, let me share that perspective. So that's why I wrote the book. Again, it's called PTO, Paid Time Off. To get it, you could just click the link in my bio on Instagram. I know you was about to ask, like, where can people follow me? I'm going to go ahead and let them know.
Yeah.
London Elixir, just like it says at the bottom of the screen. You can just type that into Instagram. I'll pop up. To get the book, click the link in the bio to work with me on production. I do leases and I do customs. So just slide in the DMs. I'm giving y'all permission to slide in the DMs about the music. And we can get something going. So yeah.
Okay, so cool. Thank you so much for coming in and dropping in those vibes. It's amazing to see some of the things that you're doing. And once again, I am a fan. You guys definitely check out some of the stuff that she's doing. Like I said, it's amazing. And even her book, like, it's the information she has is definitely very, very beneficial. So once again, thank you so much, London, for stopping by.
One more thing.
Go ahead.
Real quick, I forgot. If you're in Atlanta and you want a copy of the book, you might as well come on and join my interactive experience. I'm doing interactive experiences based on the book. So it's like apply the concepts from the book in their actual life. And we just get together once a week. It's pretty good, pretty fun actually, and very, just beneficial. It's called Benefits. So get your PTO and get your benefits. So again, if you want to just DM me on Instagram.
Definitely. You guys definitely make sure y'all tap in. Thank you so much, London, for stopping by. We definitely appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, you guys. Like I said, that's London Elixir. Make sure you guys check in with her. She's a dope producer. She actually produced my record, Wonder Woman. If you guys ever heard that song from me, she's actually the producer for that record. So once again, definitely make sure you guys check in. So we're going to go ahead and get to the next artist. Now, once again, because I just see our next person just chimed in, I think Leslie with House of Ramirez. We are behind schedule, so you guys definitely just stay put, stay patient. We're going to bring you into the feed. We haven't forgot about you. I want to definitely make sure that we get everybody the chance to go ahead and do their thing. So let's actually bring in the next artist. Hey, what's up? How you doing?
What's going on, man? How you doing?
I'm doing great. Now, look, before we even start, right? Before we start, I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. Sometimes I may botch your name, and I'd be like, man, I can't. I'm not even gonna. Sometimes I'd be like, man, and it's so simple because at first I was like, Milad, and I was like, no, it's not Milad, and I was like, it's Milad, and I'm listening to some of your records, and I'm like, hold on, she's saying, and I'm like, I'm saying this name wrong. So before I even botch it anymore. Please, not only for me, but for our audience, please, could you pronounce say your name and say where you from?
It's Miller. My name is Miller. I'm from
See,
Columbia, South Carolina.
do you see this? I'm like Nila,
It's
and
a lot of people to call me Mila. Yeah, I'm used to it.
okay, so one more time, can you please say
It's
it?
Miller.
Miller.
Yeah.
Look, before we start, this young lady right here, she's definitely amazing. I've been waiting for her to actually come up here and do her thing. She's super dope. I actually got connected with her through one of our past participants, and Jay Nolan. He had put together a festival. Put together an event, and we both performed it. And I was the whole time I was vibing at her set. She's super dope. I'm not gonna hold you. I'm gonna let you go ahead and do your thing. I know you got some dope records for us. I'm gonna go ahead and remove myself and let you get to it. All right.
All right. Let me know if the music is. Let me take a seat before I lose it. Let me find my peace before I lose it. Niggas hit my passion and confuse it. They say, "Mama, girl, you angry? I be cool and hit my line like how you up before you lose it." It was foolish. Imagine the type of porn you had today. This devil stupid. Let me remind you niggas what my truth is. Let me remind you niggas who the truth is. Cause niggas know they see me moving. Niggas act like they can't hear it, it's acoustic. Same number, pick it up, but be like, who this? Had my number for years, but never used it. It's time I learned the difference between friends and opportunists. Give a nigga a mile, I better use it. Stop saying congratulations, damn, I wonder why. Niggas was rooting for me, now they question how. Yeah. Love and liquor, always started out like this. Yeah. This is for all the motherfuckers who ain't know I am. Speak truth, but you know I am. Going for a minute back, ain't like I left. A bitch got bills, you know where I've been. The past 2 years, I done lost some friends. On some brand new shit, they just disappeared. It's Love and Liquor, I ain't gonna get into that. This is for all the Maseratis you ain't never had, yeah. Bad bitches you ain't never did. And shout out to the killers who ain't never strapped. The guns on your hip, you ain't never blast. A number of you niggas that can kiss my ass. I know a couple rappers that can kiss my ass. Ain't really 100, nigga, give me half. Shit, yeah. That's all I ask. For the get money niggas who ain't got no cash. The twerk team bitches who ain't got no ass. For the motherfucker said that I'm a conscious rapper. Rather hear me rap about the guns and gadgets or some bando shit, nigga. I ain't trapping. Last time I checked, nigga, you wasn't trapping. Fuck being a fraud, nigga. I'm about action. Yeah, nigga, I'm about action. You wanna hear me talk about that backseat action? Boom, boom, room shit, back that ass up, girl. Who is you playing with? I need that answer. You wanna hear that club shit, twerk team champion with your hands on your knees while you look back at it? Wanna hear that down south dope boy magic with 15s in the trunk, got your rear view rattling? You wanna hear that old school riding the caddy shit? Yeah. This a little vibe. I feel amazing. Back with the play. This shit is crazy. Back in the tray. I'm feeling wavy. I'm feeling fly. This feeling amazing. Back in this thing. Just got off Nike, I'm back on the J's. She hit me back, so I'm back on the way. Back with the drip, so I'm back with the backstroke. I'm back in the water, I'm back on the wave. Back with the jumper, step back with the tray. I'm bigger, I'm better, I'm back with that nigga shit. Back to your girl, back to trying these niggas. I'm back on the case. Back on the Eddie, my nigga. I'm back on that liquor. I'm back on that militant Miller shit. Back on that ignorant business. Back to the bench. Back to the truth on the sin. And then back to the seat when I'm whipping it. Back on the road. Back to the tip and not tricking them. She threw it back, so I'm innocent. She know the vibe. She back to me, cause I'm different. This is the vibe. I feel amazing. Back with the play. This shit is crazy. Back in the tray. I'm feeling wavy. I'm feeling fly. This feel amazing. Yeah. Shout out to Boy Blue. Yeah, at the end of the day. Yeah. I'm having bad, bad, bad days, nigga. I'm feeling bad, bad, bad way. Bad, bad, bad space. I'm having bad, bad, bad days, nigga. I'm in a bad, bad, bad way. Great things gonna change. I'm having bad, bad, bad days, nigga. I'm in a bad, bad, bad way. Bad, bad, bad space. I'm having bad, bad, bad days, nigga. Yeah, great things gonna change. Yeah. I got these moves to make. I know it's mine to take, but I need a bag today. I said that shit yesterday, but I need the cash like right now. I got these bills to pay. I'm feeling the pressure. My mama need medicine. If I ain't got it, I need it. That's facts. I'm in a bad, bad, bad way. Bad, bad, bad space. I'm having bad, bad, bad days, nigga. I'm in a bad, bad, bad way. I'm sick of these niggas. I'm sick of these bitches. Cause they give me all the smoke. They tell me I'm tripping, I'm not in the business of tearing these bitches down. Just know that I peep when they come around. They smile in my face and then talk about me. But I know the real when it's said and done. If I get bags, niggas be mad, want me to fall. I can react. If I go off, then they gon' act. Don't play the victim of angry ass nigga. Maybe I'm bitchy, they don't know my struggle. What's on my mental? See, I'm really with it. See, I'm with the shits. I can get tempted, they pushing the nigga. See, I ain't no killer, I'm just having. I'm in a bad, bad, bad way. Bad, bad, bad space. I'm having bad, bad, bad days, nigga. I'm in a bad, bad, bad way. Great things gon' change. I'm having bad, bad, bad days, nigga. I'm in a bad, bad, bad way. Bad, bad, bad space. I'm having bad, bad, bad days, nigga. I'm in a bad, bad, bad way. Great things gon' change. Playing on, it's about time you pull up on me. It's about time you pull up on me. Yeah, pull up on me. I told that girl to pull up on me, pull up on me. I hit your line, girl, pick up, I'm calling. You bought the wine, we'll sip that the morning. Walk in, I'm playing you late night supposing. I do you right if you say that you want it. I got the light and the good if you roll it. I close the blinds, take a pic if you posing. You know that the neighbors be knows. Playing on the line. It's about time you pull up on me. I supply the fire. You bring wine and love up on me. You stay on my mind. You'll be my one and only. Know you're probably tired, but pull up, pull up, pull up. You say you ready now. Playlist is on. Let's blow these candles out. Neighbors complaining, oh, they say the music loud. They know it's going down. You know I'm going down. Won't stop till I hear the sounds of you screaming now. Hey, you got me riding your way. If I go drowning, don't save me. You like it slow, so I'm patient. I put my tongue in rotation. If you fill my cup, I won't waste it. I caress bodies, no favorites. I promise I do some things to you. I'm going down a pair of shoes. It's about time you pull up on me. I supply the fire. You bring wine and love up on me. You stay on my mind. You be my one and only. Know you're probably tired, but pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up. Peace sign, face down, ass up. That be the freak signs. Do it till we pass out. You know we could rewind unless you need me time. Oh, in the late night, hey, pull up on me. Pull up on me, yeah. Pull up on me. Pull up on me, yeah. Pull up on me. Pull up on me, yeah. Pull up, pull up. Pull up on me, yeah. That's my song, Pull Up. This one's gonna be my last song. Late nights. It's probably my biggest song, locally wise. Yeah, local. I'm just waiting on it late night, drunk text. Baby, I just left the club. Where you at? Are you up? Yeah, it's 4 in the morning. Yeah, it's 4 in the morning. I'm just waiting on it late night, drunk text. Baby, I just left the club. Where you at? How you are? It's 4 in the morning. Yeah, it's 4 in the morning. It's 4 in the morning. I'm tossing, I'm turning, I woke, but I'm sleepy, I'm yawning. I just got a text and it said that you pulling up on me. I try playing cool, but it's you and you know that I want it. But I gotta work in the morning. I gotta work in the morning. Yeah. But I'm thinking about calling out on them. Yeah. I gotta work in the morning. Damn, baby, shit. Fuck it, come over. Late night, drunk text. Baby, I just left the club. Where you at? How you are? Yeah, it's 4 in the morning. Yeah, it's 4 in the morning. I'm just waiting on it late night, drunk text. Baby, I just left the club. Where you at? How you are? Yeah, it's 4 in the morning. Yeah, it's 4 in the morning. Baby, dial my number, and I'll be on my way. I'll be on my way. Yeah, I'll be on my way. I'll be on my way. In the late nights, I'm a phone call. Even when the ice melts, yeah, baby, when the snow falls. Yeah, all 4 seasons, I be hopping out the ride, you need me. Sexting in the foreplace and the pictures tease me. Text back like, baby, I need it, please me. Drunk text, baby, I just left the club. Where you at? How you are? Yeah, it's 4 in the morning. Yeah, it's 4 in the morning. Waiting on it late night, drunk text. Baby, I just left the club. Where you at? How you are? Yeah, it's 4 in the morning. Yeah, it's 4 in the morning. Baby, dial my number. I'll be on my way. I'll be on my way. Yeah, I'll be on my way. I'll be on my way. I just want to thank y'all, man. Yeah. So that's my set. My name is Miller.
Yeah. Man, look. Once again, just like I even told Jay Nolan earlier, I'm not surprised. You know, I know that you guys gonna come here and do y'all thing and have some great music and some great vibe. And I appreciate you stopping by. Once again, man, you're a super dope artist. You're super talented in many ways, and your records definitely create a whole vibe. I'm over here vibing. I'm pretty sure everybody in these comments they're vibing too. You even had somebody asking for an encore. So they wanted to hear another record. So I definitely know that they're vibing with you. We definitely appreciate you stopping by. I am going to ask you a question though. What's the best way? What's the best way for individuals to actually reach out to you and they want to follow up on some of the stuff that you're doing? Because you currently just released a new project, right?
Yeah, Ben Smoke.
So how could they go get that? And what's the best way for them to actually follow up and reach out to you?
It's on all streaming platforms. It's my new EP. It came out on the 31st. Ben Smoke, Boy Blues on the song Back. That's my intro. I love that song. And I'm on everything is Ben Miller, BEEN MILAH.
All right, you guys definitely make sure y'all tap in. Like I said, she's an amazing artist, as y'all can see for yourselves. And she definitely creates a vibe. But thank you so much for coming out here and rocking with us. We truly appreciate it. Of course, thank you so much. All right, now. Such an amazing artist. Super talented. Thank y'all for standing and rocking with us. It's been cool thus far. Just listening to the different artists and some of the different speakers and stuff that we had came back dropping gems. We are winding down towards the end. We had 3 more participants left. one of our participants. She's actually in the queue, but I don't know if it says she's not connected to the actual feed yet. So she's actually messaging me right now. I'm trying to actually make sure she's straight so we can pull her into the actual feed. But in the meantime, though, while we're actually waiting for her to get situated, we still do have a few other artists who are going to be coming on as well. And we have another speaker. Hold on, she's asking me to. I'm trying to get her right real quick. You guys bear with me. All right, in the meantime, I'm gonna play this record while we actually try to get her right. You guys know yesterday I played a record from Monte Harris. It was called 28352. Today I'm playing a record from a guy I actually met overseas when I was in Korea. His name is Joe Rollins. He's a dope artist. He has a record called Thinking You Up. So I'm gonna play his record, and then we're gonna actually wait until I see Smokey Vincent just came in. We're gonna play this record, and then after that we're gonna try to get. Just since you just came in, Smokey, I'm gonna let you know we are a little bit behind time. All right, so kind of bear with us. All right, as far as the time. Some of you guys' time actually kind of got pushed back a little bit, but it's totally fine. Like I said, we're going to actually get to everybody. We're actually waiting for House of Ramirez right now to actually come in. She's actually before your actual segment. So in the meantime, while we actually wait for him to play this record, this is actually one of the last records from we had a contest and got some actual artists to send in some of their songs. So this is actually one of those artists. I'm gonna play this record. It's called Thank You Up. You guys let me know if y'all can hear it. Let's see. It's playing from Spotify. Hold on, right quick.
Is everyone thinking you up? Why you got everyone thinking you up?
Only hit songs, it was big homie that put me on. You just sucking up on the compromise. I'm cooking, bro, you a Timberline. Realize I'm a different guy, so you better recognize that I lie. Is everyone thinking you up? Lie. Why you got everyone thinking you up? Why you got everyone thinking you up? Is everyone thinking you up? Why you got everyone thinking you up? Fake goes with the pesos, bend low with the bed phone, the peso. Everyone thinking you up? Lying if you say so, claiming you be taking, you don't make dough. Everyone thinking you up. Why you got everyone thinking you up? Is everyone thinking you up? Bunch of lame-os rolling with the same old. You might just wanna lay low. Why you got everyone thinking you up? Every day I'ma make enemies from the haters, the friendly. Go ahead and try to diss me, but you will never get rid of me. I won't lie, there's no one else around that's fit to deny. Every day I'ma make enemies from the haters, the friendly. Go ahead and try to diss me, but you will never get rid of me. Every day I'ma make enemies from the haters, the friendly. Go ahead and try to diss me, but you will never get rid of me. Lie. Is everyone thinking you up? Lie. Why you got everyone thinking you up? Lie. you up. Why you let everyone digging you up? Fake goes with the pesos, bed low with the bed phone, got the dead zone. Everyone digging you up. Lying if you say so, claiming you be caking, you don't make dough. Everyone digging you up. Everyone digging you up. Is everyone digging you up? Bunch of lame-os rolling with the same old. You might just wanna lay low. Everyone digging you up.
Yeah. So that was Thinking You Up by Joe Rollins. Once again, we just got House of Ramirez just came in, so we're about to actually bring her in, and we're going to continue the festival going. Like I said, we have 3 individuals left, and we're gonna keep this thing moving. All right, here we go. I'm about to bring in. Hey, what's up?
Hi,
How you?
Jaquan. How are you?
I'm doing well. What's new with
That's what's
you?
up. Nothing much, just hanging out with family. So, it's very important that you not only handle your business, but you also take care of yourself and your family.
Exactly. You're 100% right. Um, Before we actually start, even though we see House of Ramirez, for individuals who don't know who you are, can you say
hmm
your name and where you're from?
Yes, I'm Leslie Ramirez, and I'm from Atlanta, Georgia. You can find me on Instagram at houseramirez.atlanta. Mm-hmm.
Cool, for sure. Let's talk. Let's go ahead and jump into these questions if that's okay with you.
Yeah, I'm
Um,
cool with that.
so let's talk about how did House of Ramirez start? Like, what is it, and then how did it start?
Yeah, so House of Ramirez is a marketing and promotion business that I started. I started in 2018. I did it because I noticed that a lot of our community didn't have the boost that they needed with promotion and marketing. And I was like, hey, I love talking to people and I love encouraging my brothers and sisters. Why not make a business out of it? And I was like, this is it. So that's how House of Ramirez came about. It was founded in 2018, and I do a little bit of everything. We have a legal team, we have a marketing team, a brand ambassador team, a promotional team. We do it all.
Man, oh man. Let's get into these next few questions. You guys do a lot of different
Okay.
things, so that's really dope. Um, mm, okay, let's talk a little bit about brand ambassador, right? Being a brand
Okay.
ambassador.
Right.
How could someone, and this is in your opinion, how can someone basically become a brand ambassador?
Well, you really have to have that niche to people. When people say customer service is all about people, it's true. You have to have people skills and you have to be able to want to help thy neighbor. And you have to be able to put those skills once you realize that that's your thing, realize how it is that you want to go ahead and help the entrepreneurs in your community. So whether it's a service or product that they have, you have to see, okay, I love helping people, so how can I help them boost their brand up? And that's where you start thinking about the ways that you can help promote someone.
Okay. Um, let's talk a bit about, I guess, some of the major responsibilities a brand ambassador may have. So, according to
Okay.
you, what are some of those major responsibilities?
Well, first off, you have to understand that it's business. Yes, it's a-okay to be yourself. You always have to be true to yourself. Don't change who you are. Always be you. People sell and buy to who you are, and then they go with your product, which is helping them promote. So always be unique, but realize that it's business that you're entering, and you have to be able to, act accordingly.
Okay, for sure. You I mean, of course, just even going back on something you were saying as far as you guys companies also having a connection to marketing. I want to talk a
Yeah.
little bit about that. What is, and this is once again, and just based off some of the stuff that you may have done or you actually may have witnessed somebody have done. What are probably some of the most effective word of mouth techniques that you basically probably saw, or that you maybe even did for yourself, like some word of mouth techniques?
Oh, you know, just being very open to who you talk to. You can't be selective as to who you talk to. You have to be open to talk to anybody, you know, whether it's on the MARTA, whether it's on the train, whether it's on the bus, whether it's on the street, whether it's at a red light, and you're like, yo, fam, you got Instagram? Yo, you know, you need any promoting, any boosting, follow my page. You know, I have a website, so I can easily direct people to my website. You know, social media is big too, especially now with COVID, but not being scared of reaching out to people, no matter where you are at, no matter who they are. You know, you never know who you come across, and you can't sell yourself short.
Facts, facts. So let me go ahead and start right here first.
Okay.
Is this your, with House of Ramirez, your company? Is this the first time you've also been a brand ambassador, or was there like a previous situation where you was a brand ambassador for another company, or even whether it was something else that you was doing on the side, or if you was actually helping out other companies? Like, have you ever been a brand ambassador for anyone else other than House of Ramirez?
Okay, so to answer that short and simple, I've never done this before. I took a chance on myself, honestly, and this is for everybody out there who's, you know, especially now with COVID, it's not easy getting a job right now. And if you're really intrigued about how to do your own thing online, everything's online right now. And even the little bit of contact we can have with one another, how can we go about doing it out of the box, the 9 to 5 box that we're so used to fitting in? Yeah, I'm being honest. I've never done this before. I realized that I love people. At a very young age, I spoke to people so openly, you know, and I was just like, hey guys, hey. And I realized later on in life that that was going to get me into the door, you know, that was going to get me far, me being able to communicate with people from all walks of life. And when I started seeing my homegirl, my homeboy, my brother, my sister, my cousin having their own product, their own business, I was like, yo, that shit fire. Like, I'm with you on that. So I'm like, yo, you need to holler at my sister. You need to get at my brother. And when I realized that I was bringing traffic to my brother and sister's business, that's when I was like, I don't know what this is called, but I'm good at it. And that's how it started. To be honest with you, Jaquan, that's how it started. I had to take the leap of faith and realize what I'm good at. First, you got to realize what you're good at. 2, how you could help others by doing that, because you're not going to get very far if you're only looking out for your well-being. And then 3, what you call that. And if there's no name for it, name it yourself. Create your own lane, create your own avenue, and just believe in yourself. That's what it takes.
Basically creating the wave. So
yeah, right.
exactly. Definitely.
Yeah.
So let me talk a little bit about, I mean, even though you've been doing this thus far, I'm pretty sure you face some challenges. What are some of the challenges you feel like you faced thus far, being a brand ambassador and trying to, you know, build that brand, build your brand?
Yeah. You know, I'm not going to say it's all peaches and cream. It's all sweet. You know, I'm not going to bash anybody, because we don't get far when we bash anybody. It's a lesson learned. Life does comes with ups and downs, and you have to be able to go through it. You're not perfect. I'm not perfect. And we learn. So there are bads and goods in being an entrepreneur. And what I can say is you have to be very organized, very strategic, and very careful as to, you know, who you allow yourself in that space as you're growing as a business. A lot of people aren't there to stay for a long time. A lot of people are there just to teach you a lesson. And you have to be able to be open to take that as a lesson and let that person go with no hard feelings. You know, it's life. You know, you can't hold on to shit like that. Excuse me. You can't hold on to stuff like that.
You're good. I love it. I love it. Let's talk about the importance. Do you think it's important to build an online presence as a brand ambassador?
Yes and no. Yes, because of COVID, everything's virtual, and no, because, you know, you're a walking brand. Once you get serious about it, you are your own brand that's promoting other brands. And that's how I see it. I am my own brand, and how I conduct myself speaks volumes more than what I got posted on the social media. So when I'm going to the grocery store and I meet random people, you never know who you're gonna meet. You really don't know. Like you could meet Jazzy
Exactly.
Faye, you could meet CeeLo Green, especially Atlanta, hot Atlanta. You know, it's the Black Mecca. Like it's popping over here. So, you know, you
Exactly.
never know who you're gonna meet, and you are a representation of your brand, your own brand. Mine is House of Ramirez, and wherever I go, whether the dentist, the grocery store, wash my car, wherever I go, I represent myself, and in the extent, I represent all the other brands that I actually promote. So you have to be able to understand that social media helps, but also who you are inside speaks volumes, because that's how you carry your brand and how you carry others. And you can't be a bad person carrying other people, because then you're going to smear their name and smear your name in the process. So be good at how you treat others, and social media helps with that. You know, everything's virtual right now. Everything's picking up on virtual, but in reality, everywhere you go, you are representing yourself and others. So, you know, yes and no.
Exactly. All right, so look, I have one more question before I actually allow you to do like a short presentation at the end where
Oh,
I
okay.
remove myself. We've been doing it this far throughout the whole festival. During the actual the short presentation, I basically want you to give tips and advice to anyone who wants to become a brand ambassador. Talk about some of
Okay.
your best and worst experiences thus far. You already talked about the importance of social media, but also maybe some ways a person can make a brand stand out. But before we get to that, and I make sure I actually go over those questions one more time. My last question I have before that presentation is: how has the pandemic um, call you to adjust as a brand ambassador?
Well, it has allowed me to think strategically as to many other ways to do everything that I do virtually. You know, sometimes we're out here feeding the homeless, but how can I bring that piece of physical contact with in the safety CDC procedure to wear gloves and masks? How do I feed the homeless, but also bring that home to my marketing, to my,
Exactly.
you know, my social media page? How do I do that so I could go ahead and let others know you could volunteer too? You could help others too in the community. So it's very important that we understand that the pandemic only strengthened your hustle. It never weakened it unless you're not really about it. And that's just honestly. If you're really about your hustle and your brand, it has brought many other avenues of ideas for you to push your brand. That doesn't slow you down. A pandemic doesn't slow the hustle down. It just umps it up.
Hey man, get some snaps inside these comments. You dropping some gems. So look, I'm gonna go ahead and remove myself. But basically, I want you to kind of, like I said, talk about, give tips to anyone who maybe wants to become a brand ambassador.
Okay.
Talk about some of your best and worst experiences thus far. Talk about I guess a ways a person can actually make their brand stand out.
Okay. That's cool. I could do that. All right, so let's see, cancel. So I'll go ahead and just let you guys know. This is Leslie with House of Ramirez. I am based out of Atlanta. I love people, and I realized that what I was good at is communicating with people. And once I realized what I was good at, then I realized how I could help others. When you try to strategize into your lane, into what you're good at, you have to understand that you can't do this alone. You have to be able to walk with others. You know, and some are just short term, others are long term, but you still have to realize that you're doing this with other people, other brothers and sisters. That's pretty loud. So when you realize what you're good at, and then you realize what you're going to do, then you can strive to be better. To be a brand ambassador, you have to really believe in yourself. There are times where you're stuck in the middle of nowhere and there's a few people. What can you bring out of that situation to promote others? But not just promote others, you have to start promoting yourself before you promote anybody else. So it comes back to believing in yourself. So you really have to believe in yourself. Also, don't just promote somebody if you've never tried their product or their brand or their service. Try their brand and their service out, and based off of your critique and how you liked it and how your family liked it, some things are not for you. Some things are children products. You can't use a child product. So once you actually buy from your brothers and sisters brands and you put your money back into our own community, you try the product and you have a good opinion of what that is like. Based off of that, you say, hey fam, I want to promote you. This is what it's going to look like. Have a contract down. Always have everything in writing. Yeah, you might be cool with your cousin, your sister, your brother, but it's always good to have everything written down. That's what I learned. You have to write everything down. And what better way to look out for yourself and your brother and sister and their product than you writing it yourself? Don't pay somebody else to do it. You write it out. And the more you get accustomed to doing that, the more you're going to be comfortable in writing your own contracts. And then you're going to be able to look out for your brother and your sister and you. But you have to pour your money into your brother and sister's product and brand. Try it out. Once you try it out, if you like it, then you go ahead and reach out and say, hey, I want to promote you. I know a lot of people that would love your hair product or your skin product or your shirt, or my children. They loved your shirt. I actually bought it. And it speaks volumes. You know, it's not just, hey, I want to promote your stuff. I've never tried it. I've never tasted it. I've never worn it, but I still want to promote it. It doesn't make sense. So you have to pour back into our own communities. That's why I started everything. I realized I love everybody, you know, that I hang out with. I realized I love my brothers and sisters and my cousins and everybody that got their own hustle going. But I realized that we need to pour into our own communities. And I have nothing against any other ethnicity. But when it comes to Hispanics and Blacks, we have to pour into our own. And the only way we do that is by putting our money where our mouth is. Yeah, oh girl, I see you doing your thing. But what am I doing? Am I buying your product? I see you doing your thing, but I know at the end of the day, you have to feed your family with leaving your 9 to 5 to push your dream, to have a product to sell. So am I buying your product to actually support you and I see you? So it's a big cycle. We have to pour back into our communities. And if you're really about brand ambassador, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I am here. It has taken it has been taken about almost 2 years now for me to actually realize what I'm good at. I'm still learning, so I'm not perfect. I'm no better than anybody else, but I'm very open to helping others that are walking in my footsteps, trying to navigate as to what it is that this brand ambassador strategy is to help others. And not just help others, you got to make bread too. How is it helping me too? So I'm here to help. I'm here to advise. I'm not a mentor. I'm not perfect, but I'm here to advise the best way I can. If y'all have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. My website is houseoframirez.com. My Instagram is houseoframirez.atl because I'm based out of Atlanta, not limited to Atlanta. And then my YouTube page is House of Ramirez, as well as my Facebook page, House of Ramirez on Facebook. And you can just find me there if you need me. So I'm just very blessed that Jaquan had actually brought me onto the new wave, which is Create the Wave. I am so excited. It's a great way to bring all of our entrepreneurs and artists and creative minds into the same mix, into the same platform. So we could go ahead and express to everybody how we can all get it. We don't limit ourselves around here. We can actually all grow together. We could all make bread. So I'm pretty excited. Thank you, Jaquan.
Thank you for, like I said, always being a light and also just being just being so informative. Thank you so much. We truly appreciate it. Yeah, we got people commenting right now. So it's
thank you.
once again, like I said, you're such an amazing person, and a lot of the stuff you're doing is really, really beneficial. That can help a lot of us. So, and you've already gave people your the best way to get in contact with you, or if they wanted to follow up or kind of checking some of the stuff you got, checking some of the stuff you're doing, please reach out. Like I said, she does a lot, but she's very, very helpful. Thank you so much, Leslie, for stopping by. I truly appreciate it. It's been a blessing to have you up here, and until next time.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I love you all.
All right.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Yes, that was Leslie Ramirez. Such a dope person. Like I said, she does a lot of different things. We actually going to get into which I believe may be our last participant of the night. I think our last performance. I don't think he's going to actually be able to do it. So actually, Smokey Ventures is actually our last participant of the night. for today's festival. So I'm gonna go ahead and bring him in, and we're gonna get this thing rolling. Hey, what's up? How you doing, bro?
What's good? What's going on?
Doing pretty great. Doing pretty great. My end, can't complain. I want to thank you for coming out here, man. We truly appreciate it. For those who don't know, say your name, say where you're from, say what you do.
Smokey Vintage. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia, specifically East Atlanta. I produce, I write, rap, sing, do videos, edit videos, the whole nine. That's pretty much it.
He does a lot. A man with many, many skills. Today, he's going to be breaking down some production and also kind of just giving his tips and stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and remove myself off the screen. You can go ahead and share your screen the same way we was doing it via rehearsal. Go ahead and pull up your actual DAW, and then we're going to get things rolling. I'm going to go ahead and remove myself off the screen.
Screen shared. Just a second. Not sure if y'all can see my screen or not.
Remember to make sure you hit application window, and then when you click application window, make sure your Logic is actually up. So actually have don't minimize Logic, make sure it's still pulled up, and then whenever you hit application window, you will be able to click on your actual DAW. There we go.
Right. Okay. So pretty much what I have up here is this song that I just did not too long ago called Level Up. But I muted the vocals just for the sake of just showing the beat off. So I'll just play the beat and then I'll explain how I kind of put it all together So that's pretty much the main gist of it. So I'll start with the sample. Now the sample comes from another song of mine that I did, and I had one of my homies named Jalen Gilstrap, to play the sax on that track. And so this is what the sample sounds like, what y'all heard at the beginning. So up under that, pretty much, I just took some 808 lines, just layered some 808 lines up under that as well. And I'll actually show y'all the song, if I can, that I actually got the sample from. Let's see if it actually comes up. We'll get back to that. But all right, so bringing in the kick, pretty much just to kind of give it that extra push up under the 808s, of course. And so I added actually 3 different kicks to it, and I'll explain exactly what I mean by that in a minute. So I'm just playing it for y'all. So then what I did was I added another kick up under it, which is kind of like I would say like a quadruple kick or like a super kick or something, but y'all see. Another one. Then I just brought in the snare. Then I also did the same thing to the snare that I did to the kick, as far as adding that double or that paradiddle, I guess you could say, for the people who was in band. I kind of add, or a flam, I would say, added the flam up under that to the snare as well. So I played it as well, so y'all can hear what I'm talking about. One back. Then I added some open hi-hats just to kind of open it up so the track can breathe a little bit more. That track didn't really take too much to do with it, because the sample pretty much did, as far as all the musical stuff, it did what it needed to do and whatnot. So that's pretty much how I brought that one together. And yeah, I'm just gonna end it right there.
Super dope, bro. Super dope. Definitely appreciate you stopping by. We'll be just before we actually end. I want to ask you a few questions. The first question regarding some of your inspirations. I feel like, I think out of all the producers that we've heard on this festival, you kind of have like a really heavy like jazz feel to some of your production. What would you say is some of your inspirations when it comes to making beats, and maybe even some of your like some of the producers that you kind of look up to that kind of maybe give you that start, give you that push to like, all right, I want to do something similar?
I would say, as far as producers, Rail is definitely one. I would say Timbaland is definitely another one, as far as just like the heavy drums and the rolls and all that type of stuff. That's just kind of where I get that inspiration from. Kanye definitely, because he got all the soulful stuff. Like that's my top dude. Like, even though he going through his stuff right now, that's the person that's the reason I even really do all of this. Like Kanye is my guy. I would say even Havoc from Mobb Deep.
Man, yeah.
Large Professor. I mean, I can go on and on, but yeah, just but even just the old school tracks in themselves, like Marvin Gaye's and stuff like that. Like I even just listen to just that stuff, and so I get a lot of inspiration from that as well. Just those tracks, period.
You what you got anything new coming out?
Oh yeah, definitely. Within the next 2 months, I should be dropping another project. So and the beat that
Dope.
I was just showing that actual song that'll be on there too as well. So.
Oh man, okay, dope. So we definitely have to look out for that. Have you? And I'm pretty sure you've done this already, but I'm gonna just go ahead and ask just in case anybody else in the chat wants to ask as well. Have you already kind of like executive producer or kind of like produce your own full project yet? Since you've been producing, have you ever physically done that as far as like every song you produced?
Well, the last project that I did majority of them. It's only 2 tracks on there that I didn't do, and it's 11 tracks in all. So I produced 9 out of 11.
So basically, all of
basically, that was that, and that was my project, Bachelor Chapter 1 Rebel, which I released last year in June. So, yeah.
Okay, dope. So if anybody wanted to reach out to you, whether it be to get production from you or just kind of listen to some of the stuff that you're doing, because you are an artist as well, and you know a dope one is that. So if anybody wanted to reach out to you as far as wanting to possibly get production, and you before I even get into that too, I remember a post that you had posted early on. I don't know if it was early this year or last year, but you basically was like I don't know if it was because you had ran into some producers or if somebody just randomly reached out to you, but you was just like, hey, you know, I don't have to, you know, if I think you was just like, I don't have to purchase or get you guys beats, or, you know, as far, I don't know if they were trying to hit you over the head or anything like that, but you was like, hey, I produce myself. You know, me reaching out is not because I necessarily need you. It's because, you know, maybe I wanted to take a different direction, but I can ultimately do this myself if I wanted to. That really spoke so many volumes to me, because that's basically why I had got into producing. You know, it was just like, all right, I had got to that point where I'm like, all right, cool. I feel like I need to do this myself. So what was kind of that, what was that pivotal moment for you where you was like, all right, cool, I think I'm gonna actually start producing?
I would say pretty much the same way I got into everything else. At first, I didn't want to do it. I wanted somebody else to just do it for me, and kind of get to that point where, you know, it's a certain part of the industry that's just self-serving, you know, and so it's like trying to get, you know, people to help you. Sometimes it can be a hard thing to do, especially when it comes to a producer, you know, because everybody don't need you over there for $1,000 a beat or something like that. So that was the problem that I was running into with that, and so I was like, well, let me kind of, you know, try to figure out if I can do it myself. And then just me being a musician already, as far as playing keys, it was kind of an easy transition. I just had to learn how to actually use the DAW and stuff like that. And once I got that down, it was a go.
It was a wrap. Well, that's dope, bro. But yeah, if anybody wanted to reach out to you and get beats from you, or even to follow up on you on social media, can you let the people know where they can actually contact you?
Yeah, you can follow me on Instagram at Smokey the Vintage. That's SMOKEYTHEVENTAGE, and email is the same thing. Just take that out. It's just smokeyvintage@gmail.com. And as far as listening to music, I'm on all streaming platforms. Same thing, Smokey Vintage. Yeah.
Okay, dope. Thank you so much, bro, for stopping by and spreading knowledge and also creating a vibe, a really, really dope vibe to actually allow us to actually end this thing. So we appreciate you for coming out and actually doing that, bro. Definitely, you guys make sure y'all tap in and check in with him. Like I said, he is a dope artist, and as you can see, an amazing producer at that. So we appreciate you, bro. Thank you so much.
What's up?
Take care.
I too.
And just like that, you guys, the Create the Wave Festival, first annual Create the Wave Festival, digital festival, is coming to an end. We had, like I said, we had another artist. I was trying to wait and see if he was going to actually come on. However, things happen. People be parent, we are parents, so stuff happens. So I don't know what's going on right now, but I don't think he's gonna be able to actually come out and do it. However, I ended town was 7 o'clock anyway. So even though we had a lot of people that was pushed back for today's festival, we still ended on time, which is crazy. So I'm gonna kind of give you guys a heads up of some of the stuff that you can kind of be looking out for from me, and even some of the content I'm gonna be putting out from the festival. So I will be putting out like small recaps of some of the stuff that happened in the festival. I'm not gonna post the whole actual video of day 1 and day 2. I'm gonna post some small recaps within the next upcoming weeks. I'm also going to be posting a little bit about I'm just a person who loves to thank people. So I will, and I'm gonna actually try to do that tomorrow though. I'm gonna record a video basically thanking everybody who was a part of it. Or I may just do a post, but it's gonna be something similar as far as me thanking individuals who was a part of it. Definitely our sponsors, RE Records, Cre8 Onyx, NGR Media, VA The Wave. This idea came about. Let me just go ahead and say this about Create the Wave Festival. This idea came about because I was just like, man, I really want to be a part of a major big festival one day. Like I really want to do something like that. And when you look at the grand scheme of things, not trying to put any shade on anybody or any organizations, man, it's kind of like a dog world, man, where it's like it's kind of really hard to get your foot into these places. You either have to pay somebody some crazy amount of money, or you have to do some crazy numbers. And let's be honest, I'm not trying to say nobody can't do these crazy numbers, but it's going to take time. It's going to take time. It's going to take work ethic. It's going to take having a great catalog, the great relationships. A lot of the times though I have saw in my past, a lot of the times people, it was all about relationships. You just knew somebody who worked at a festival and they was able to get you on. So like I said, you had to kind of, me as an artist trying to figure out how I can get my way through there and try to, and I've been a part of a lot of different events out of my career. I've been doing this thing for almost, I'm not even gonna say 20 years, but it almost been like 18 or something crazy like that. And I'm only 27 right now, and I'm still learning, still doing as much as I can. So I'm like, I'm gonna create a festival. And it's funny how Leslie said that she was just like, man, this man was able to create something and actually get all these people to come together in this time frame during this pandemic. Do you know how major that is? It really is major, because right now we're all going through things, and I was able to bring together some great, amazing people. We had over, I think, 30 plus people that actually came out and that participated, and we had so many different. What surprised me, our actual viewers that actually came out and showed out, and it was amazing. So I'm gonna be talking a little bit about that throughout the upcoming weeks. Once again, I'm truly excited. I'm truly what I'm saying, I'm ecstatic. It's still kind of surreal because, like I said, I've been planning this thing for a while. I've been having it under wraps for a while, and I really wanted to be able to do something like this. Thank you to everybody that participated. I did, and as you can see, one of my biggest things with this festival was you guys was able to see, even though we broke it down and allowed each participant to talk about a specific thing. I feel like each thing that they talked about, I had some type of interest in this thing once upon a time, or I currently have that interest. When you see me talk to Dwight Edwards, I had an interest of ancient civilizations and the emerald tablets and things of that nature. Talk to Baba Soul, you see, I've had interest in growing food and eating healthy and medicine and herbs. We talked to someone like Leslie Ramirez. I had an interest in marketing. I've had an interest in production and visual design and gaming, and all these things you see is wrapped up in me. Only thing I didn't get a chance to talk about, and I wanted to actually talk about it, was anime, because I'm also a really big anime. And I even downloaded. Let me see if I can actually. I don't know if it'll let me do it. It's because I'm on this thing. But if it lets me do it, then yes, this is going to be pretty cool. But I wanted to bring somebody on here, and I wanted to actually talk about anime, I guess you can say, just because that's really one of the things that complete me as a whole. So we had health, we had ancient civilizations, we had music, we had information that I'm definitely I guess you could say I'm definitely like sound in. One of the things we was missing was anime, but it's totally fine because I plan to do something with this in the future. But if I can get this thing right here to pull up, I'm gonna show you guys something. It's gonna be really, really brief though. So you guys just bear with me. Like I said, we are wrapping this thing up, but I'm going to see in a second if it allows me. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Let's see if it allows. I'm gonna just show you guys something really, really quick. Let's see if it allows me to share my screen. Hold on, right quick. All right, cool. So it actually allowed me to do it. Let's exit on you. Alrighty. So this is what I wanted to actually talk about. And I'm glad, I guess for the last segment, I can actually do this, but I'm gonna actually go, like I said, for the next festival, we're gonna actually take it from another route because I actually didn't want myself to kind of talk about it. I wanted to bring somebody who's really, really skilled in this actual area to kind of teach us, including myself. But I wanted to give you guys, I guess, for y'all who know me, to end this thing off. I didn't want to just say, all right, goodbye, blah, blah. I'm going to show you guys what I looked at as my top 5 anime for y'all really wanted to know. First being Dragon Ball Z, of course. I started looking at Dragon Ball Z when I was a little kid. Now I grew, I infatuated with it. Definitely just like the fighting, the power-ups and all that things of that nature. And regardless, whatever you want to call it, it's cool. And it's crazy because nowadays, like I was just having this talk, and nowadays, a lot of African Americans, a lot of Black creatives, they're kind of like stepping out of this closet and they're talking about anime a lot. So it's cool to kind of see it coming to the forefront of pop culture and just our culture in general. So DBZ is like my top #1. I love everything about it. I'm not gonna go too much into it. If you want to learn more about it, definitely Google it. But it's an amazing, amazing thing. I'm gonna tell you my pros and cons of each thing. My pros, of course, the power levels are amazing. I think it's really, really family oriented. The cons is its storyline is kind of sucks. It doesn't really have a super great storyline. It's kind of really, really redundant. It kind of happens all over it. Like something happens and then it ends and then it happens again, and it constantly keep doing it. And one thing that happens that someone special really would unlike is people die that are important, but they're brought back to life a lot. But yeah, so that's one of the things. That's another thing that's probably funny about this thing, but it's cool. So DBZ being #1. Shout out to Zay. Shout out to Jasmine too. You guys definitely, the support is amazing. And I appreciate both of you. And it's just crazy to just see that this thing actually came together. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, sweetie. It was fun. And it was amazing, the stuff that we was able to put together. So cool. So DBZ #1. Let's get into number 2. If this thing lets me, let's see. Alrighty. Cool. So my #2, and I'm glad y'all just sitting up here rocking with me. It is the end of the festival. I'm just kind of ranting a little bit because I wanted to bring anime in it and I wasn't able to get it. So #1 is Dragon Ball Z. #2 for me would actually be, do y'all know? Y'all know? Actually, this, did it go down? Hold on real quick. Okay. This person right here, Naruto. Naruto is actually #2. Amazing. Once again, amazing anime. I love it. Super long to watch. Amazing. Pearl about this. Everything about this show is really dope. Their storyline is amazing. I love the storyline of Naruto. I think it's really, really dope. Con, I think that they ended it a little bit too early, and I think they had way too many filler episodes. That's just my opinion. I think it was too many to the point where I just skipped over probably like 50 episodes that really didn't have nothing to do with the actual storyline. I'm like, okay, why are we talking about this dude eating freaking noodles? Like, that's literally the whole episode. Or somebody, I think it was one episode with Kakashi, they wanted to see how his face looked because they never saw it. Like, he always had a mask on. So stuff like that. It was kind of just like, whatever, blah, blah. And she's talking about Boruto. No, and that is another con. Boruto, I feel like, he's not a part of it, but once again, I just feel like they shouldn't have ended it, because even with Dragon Ball Z, you had Gohan and all these other people's children, but you know, they didn't just give these people their own shows. I don't know why they did it with Naruto. I think it just kind of threw it. They should have just kept the story going. But anyway, that's that. Number 3, a lot of people probably don't know this about me, but my number 3 actually, yeah, like I skipped so much. I'm like, yeah, I'm not watching this. My number 3 actually is this thing right here. So if you guys don't know this anime, it's an amazing. I honestly I can't really say too much bad stuff about this thing. Like the storyline is dope. Like it's an amazing storyline. It's crazy. It's so crazy. Full Metal Alchemist. And this is Brotherhood. And for those who watching, y'all may kill me. I just pulled up Brotherhood because that was the first thing I saw online. I've actually never watched Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. I watched the original Full Metal Alchemist. And she's saying, "Boo, you're crazy." This show is really, really dope. And people tell me like, "Bro, you need to watch Brotherhood." Like it's different parts of it, but it's still basically the same story. So I kind of been dragging my feet. I don't know if I would do it. We shall see. Yeah, but Full Metal Alchemist is my top 3 anime. I just think it was amazing. The pro about it is definitely a great storyline. Definitely a family-oriented anime. You know, is about, like I said, I ain't gonna go too far into all that stuff, but it's really, really dope. Cons, let me think. Cons about Full Metal Alchemist. I don't think it was too many. I think the story itself kind of dragged on a lot. Like it was one of those stories where you like, okay, we're getting to the end, and it was like, no, there's something else. You know, you start opening up these multiple layers, and then of course the first few layers are cool. You're like, okay, cool, there's more to the story. But then it's like it just kept dragging. Like, all right, cool, we know what's going to happen towards the end. But then when you get towards the end, the whole mission of the actual anime doesn't even happen. So that was kind of just a bummer too. But you kind of realize why it couldn't happen. It was like so much that was into it. But yeah, this is a really, really dope show. Top 3 on my list, hands down. So let's go to number 4. My number 4 anime. Let me see if I can get this. My number 4. All right. Let's see if I can pull it up. No, not you. All right, it's popping up, you guys. Bear with me. All right, let's see. Let's see, my top. So what I say, you guys? Dragon Ball Z, I said Naruto, and I said Full Metal Alchemist. This is number 4. Number 4 is Attack on Titan. Oh, it's not. Is you right? Yeah, Attack on Titan is actually number 4. Attack on Titan is crazy. Man, this is a crazy. If I had to say which one probably had the best storyline out of all these animes, I would probably pick Attack on Titan. This thing is crazy. Yeah, she said the realest to ever do it. Yeah, I know you love that show. It's so dope, man. It's so dope. I love everything about this show. It started off crazy because you like, why is these big giant people eating people like, and they're naked? Like, what's going on here? Like, what's happening here? But the storyline is so crazy. Like, it's one of those storylines where it's like, she said that thing is crazy as F. Look, this is one of those storylines where you have to kind of sit back and be like, whoa, out of all the shows I've watched, I can honestly say, like I said, this is probably the best storyline. This is probably one of the only shows, and my 5th one as well, my 5th anime. One of the only shows where I wanted to go read the actual manga or comic book. I wanted to go read what was going to happen because that's how crazy it's like. It's almost like you waiting for a Marvel movie. And we're not even going to get into Marvel. Maybe on the next festival, I'll break that down with you guys. I'm a Marvel fanatic. But this is specific of anime. But this show is amazing, hands down. Amazing, amazing story. Amazing power-ups. Man, if y'all don't know who Eren Yeager is, man, look, it's dope. Like I said, hands down, dope. So my cons... Let's see. I think it's complex. It's really complex. But you have to start understanding the families and the dynamics of the Titans, and you know who can turn. Like it's complex. It's really, really complex. But it's probably, it has the best story hands down out of every anime I've watched. This has the best anime hands down. She's the Marvel family over here, definitely. All right, so my last one, and when you guys see this one, you're gonna probably be like, "Oh my gosh, blah blah blah." You actually probably don't even know what it is. To be real with you, and to be 100% honest, this show actually, this last show that I'm gonna do before I actually end this, in the actual festival, it actually is in competition with another show. So my top 5 actually has 2. And I know you can't do that. I know you can't have 2 top 5s, but it's kind of hard for me to choose. So I'm gonna just show you what's the one I would really put in my top 5, but also I'm gonna show you the one that could also take its place. But if you had to say, okay, which is his top 5s, if you had to say which is my top 5s, you would know it's actually and hold on right quick. Give me 1 second. My computer is acting dumb. Do not. Okay. Let me just do this right quick. If you had to say which ones is my top 5, definitely I will put this one in there. Let's see if anybody can actually guess it. If y'all think y'all know me, what y'all think my top 5 is? Yeah, it's tied for top 5. Before I put my top 5, let's see. What do you think my top 5 is? What do y'all think? If y'all guess the other one, I'll give it to y'all. If y'all can guess, because it's low-key 2 tied for top 5. However, if I had to go with the one, I would probably go with the one I'm about to pick. But if y'all had to physically guess the other one, I would say, okay, you're right in a sense. So let's see if you guys know my 5th one. Zay, you actually was able to get Attack on Titan. So that's pretty dope. I'm gonna see if you guys know. Oh, you saying My Hero Academia? Nope, that's not it. My Hero Academia, low key, is like it's almost getting there, but nah, it's not it. I'm gonna just give you a hint. Both of these shows are on Netflix. One of them I watched probably like a year ago. The other one I watched a few years ago, but it's been that good. It's been that good. Like this one, the one show on the right, the one I said it could be in the top 5. I'm not gonna put it. I watched that show probably 2016. This next show I think I watched last year, and it was dope. I'm gonna just show you guys because y'all probably gonna get it. But this is the one I would probably put in my top 5. And you are right, shorty. It is Hunter x Hunter. If I had to put anything in my top 5, definitely Hunter x Hunter. This show is amazing too, man. I just love this show. She what'd you say? Oh, she said I watch 1,000. I do watch a lot of anime. You know me, I try to actually watch a lot of anime. I done watch, and we're watching 7 Deadly Sins right now, which can low-key put it in there. I can low-key put that probably in top 10. Maybe I'll do a top 10 one day, but my top 5, I would have to say Dragon Ball Z, Naruto, Full Metal Alchemist, Attack on Titan, Hunter x Hunter. Pros about this show, the power-ups are crazy. When you start learning about some of this stuff these kids can do, especially the one with the green hair, his name is Gon. The other one is Killua. You don't really care too much about this dude in the back, but Kurapika is pretty cool too. But these 2 kids are like the star of the show, basically. But it's crazy because I seen something with anime. It was just like, why do little kids, for some strange reason, if you're in anime, you can be 10 years old and tell your parents, hey, I'm about to go on an adventure. And say I'm about to be gone for 10 years, 20 years. And your parents will be like, okay, cool, whatever. Like literally, like it's like crazy parent neglect in anime. And then another crazy thing is kids get beat up by adults. Like these 2 kids, Gon and Killua, they're like 12 years old and they have to fight grown men and stuff. And it's like crazy. But anyway, pros about this show, amazing power-ups, amazing storyline. This storyline has amazing. I think out of this, probably if I had to pick some of the top fights in anime history, I think I would probably give them number 1 or number 2. I'm tied between, well, they will be in the top 3 between Dragon Ball Z, Naruto, and Hunter x Hunter. Their fighting scenes are crazy. I'm talking about the epic when you're about to fight the boss or whatever. Their scenes is crazy. It's to the point where Hunter x Hunter could basically possibly take the first take that first round because that last arc was crazy. But yeah, if I had to, and I was telling you guys this, if I had to choose my other top 5, I'm gonna let you guys see before we end. Let me actually pull this up. The last one. Let's see. And this would low-key be tied. Now, you guys may not remember this show, especially, I know especially because this was before this was a while ago. But however, this show was like that. It was really like that. Let me go to it. I don't know if you guys remember me ever talking about this show. Now, I know you guys probably would have thought I would have put Death Note. Death Note actually took its spot when I watched it, but I go back to the show so many times because it was really that good. So you guys, it's in Japanese, so you don't really see. But this show is called Ajin. It's really, really good. It's a really great show. It's on Netflix actually, so I think it's a Netflix anime. And maybe I may be just saying it wrong. I just watched it on Netflix. It's really dope. Now, Death Note could have low key, but go in that actual spot. And that's why I say I feel like I'm gonna do a top 10 one of these days because Death Note is definitely in my top 10. But this show right here would have to be 5.5 or 6, something like that. This is really, really dope. Pros about this show, great storyline. Definitely some great fighting scenes, and even when how they do a twist on low-key possessions is really, really dope. Cons about this show. I think it was too short. It was really, really short. I think they only did 2 seasons. And then even then, I think their animation was kind of weird. Like, I don't really like the clay 3D look type of animation. I think it's weird with anime. And it kind of had that look to it. But their fighting scenes was pretty cool too. But I think when it got towards the end, it started getting really basic. And that's like my thing even with Death Note. I think the first a few episodes of Death Note was crazy, and then like the last 10, or I don't know if it was the last part of it, it was just all right. This is horrible. She said I wouldn't remember all that though. Of course, because you're not me, you're not an anime person. But anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and end that. I just wanted to add that a part of the actual festival before I end, so I can have some piece of anime that's a part of this actual festival because I knew I wanted to have somebody a part of it. I was gonna actually talk about it. So yeah, with that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and end this live. Thank you so much for coming out here and join Beasties. What's Beasties? Oh my God, did you just say B stars? She's going crazy right now, you guys. She's going crazy. We watched this show called B Stars, and it's actually her favorite. I think her favorite person was this rabbit up there. If you guys watch B Stars, y'all know what I'm talking about. Like that rabbit was like her favorite person for some strange reason, and it kind of was leaving me just like, whoa, okay. But anyway, B Stars was actually funny in the beginning. Then it just went super dark, just like a show called Hellsing. That's what I'm saying. I may just do one of these things one day, and I may talk about some of the stuff in these shows. Because I think, okay, yeah, she said yes. Anime is sometimes sick. If if she come up, I'm pretty sure the stuff that you've seen in any anime thus far, if you watch anything on Castlevania, Beastars, and Hellsing, you will understand how sick it can get. I'm talking about really sick, to the point where when I started telling this girl about it, she was like, I don't want to hear no more. That's how crazy it got. But it always throw me up because you always think, okay, cool, they're not gonna put it in. That's a cartoon. They may just block it out or whatever. No. And it got crazy. Really, really crazy. To the point where I probably had to skip a few scenes, like, whoa, this is really dark. Yeah, she said it's not fit. No, this is definitely, I would never let my children watch. Y'all should go up there and talk about. I don't know, maybe one day, maybe that'd be dope. But she doesn't really like anime. I've tried to watch a lot of shows with her. She's like, no, I don't want to watch this anymore. Or if I try to tear her by, she's like, no, I don't watch it. So there is some anime she's starting to probably try to get into. So we'll probably see how that goes. But for the ones I'm talking about that are dark, definitely not. I wouldn't even rewatch those shows. Beastars definitely caught us by surprise. Some of that stuff we didn't know. We're like, what? Hold on right quick. Do you understand? These are cartoon. Look, if you don't believe me, check them out for yourselves. Beastars is on Netflix. Castlevania is on Netflix. But Hellsing, you probably have to watch that on Hulu or watch Cartoon Online. But you'll be able to see. But I'm talking about if you into stuff like that, whatever. Hey, but this stuff is crazy now. I'm just gonna tell you, you've been warned. You've been warned. And I can't even. I'm not even gonna talk about some of the stuff that's in here. It's just really dark and it's really disgusting. But anyway, with that being said, you guys, congratulations. We've just finished the freaking Create the Wave Fest. Day 1, day 2 is a wrap. I want to thank everybody that was a part of it. Like I said, tomorrow or probably within these next few days, because I may have to relax. School starts tomorrow. So this week is going to be really, really hectic for me. Anyway, but for those who participated, man, thank you. Like I said, I know we had a few individuals who some stuff came up. Like we had a few people who their time, they just had to do it at a specific time frame, and stuff started running over, so they wasn't able to do it. We totally understand. Some people hit us up last minute, like, hey, no, we can't do it. Some people didn't even reach out at all. So it's all good though. I'm thankful for the people who actually came out. I think the information they gave was very, very important. And on top of that, I think everybody enjoyed themselves. And if you guys definitely want to tap in, definitely connect with these people. You know what I'm saying? Whether it be like, hey, I want to learn about visual design. Hey, I want to learn more about music publishing. Hey, I want to learn more about marketing. Hey, you're a dope artist. I want you to be on this song. Hey, I want to learn more about how to grow my own food. Hey, like so many people came out here, and I appreciate it. I'm super, super humble. Thank you so much. I'm super grateful. Thank y'all for the praise. Thank y'all for the love. Thank you to everybody who stayed. It was a part of it. Once again, too, with the I was gonna do the whole giveaway with the Create the Wave for the Create the Wave Fest, but I don't think I saw any major participants throughout each fest. Throughout each day, which is a bummer. However, it's all good. Life goes on. Thank y'all to everybody who participated, and thank y'all to everybody who still showed up and showed love and showed support. If y'all want to watch these shows, definitely, man, I'm gonna keep them up on Facebook and YouTube. They're not going anywhere. They're gonna be there forever unless something crazy happens with Facebook, YouTube. Like I said, I will be posting snippets for those who maybe not want to watch the whole thing, because I know these things are like 7 hours long and things of that nature. So I may do things of that nature. So once again, new project coming out called Grant 2. I'm maybe gonna be trying to release that before the year is out. I think my next move musically is I'm about to try to shoot a video for Always There. So that'll probably be my next thing that you guys see me working on, trying to get that video together. Also, as far as apps, I'm about to still keep. I ain't gonna say about you. I'm still pushing Kylie's cleanup app, and I'm gonna just try to get more marketing for that. I do plan on trying to releasing another game app before this year is over with. Hopefully, it's my plan. I want to do something for my son this time with Hendra's coloring book. So that's just a little hint for you guys, throwing it out there. I'm gonna try to do that, and I'm also trying to get into more different apps. It's not just mobile game based. I want to get into a lot of different things, but I want to also pace myself. I want to do too much. I want to get crazy. But yeah, for me, like I said, Grant, the app, the festival. Next year, my goal, and I'm gonna say it's a goal now because I'm gonna put it out in the air. It'd be lovely to actually make this festival more of a actual live event where people have to physically come out to it. But of course, that'll take a little bit more time, a little bit more energy, a little bit more money to actually put something like that together. But I definitely want to do something like this, but on an actual stage site type setting. I think that would be dope. And also being an artist, I'm also going to participate as an artist myself, because I think you have to push your brand. You have to be the person in front of it, say, hey, I'm an artist, I rap, blah, 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 do music. But this is my fest too. You know what I'm saying? You have a lot of artists out there who have been on festivals, and they perform and they bring people out too. So this is basically what's going to be Create the Wave for me. As I continue to grow, I want to be able to Create the Wave with me on the road, invite some close people to do some things with me and make it happen. All right. With that being said, we are ending the festival, you guys. Thank y'all so much for coming out. I go by the name of Jaquan Grand, J1K, CEO of ROE Records, CEO of NGR Media, CEO of VA The Wave, CEO of Create the Wave. You feel me? And I'm gonna go ahead and log off. Thank y'all so much for signing in. Like I said, VA The Wave, Create the Wave, and I'm out of here. J1K, Jaquan Grand.